A service of KIBMradio.com, the Internet's home for an all old-time radio.
Three. The Life of Mary Sothern, the human story of one woman's love and how it affected her life and the lives of those she loved. Mary Sothern's story is brought to you each weekday by the makers of Ipana toothpaste. If every woman only stopped to realize that the value of a charming, lovely smile...
No need to tell women about that. We know what a beautiful smile means to us in terms of popularity.
Yes, but do they all realize that the clean, sound, strong teeth that make a lovely smile are largely dependent upon firm, healthy gums? I feel that if they did, well, that just about every woman who's careful of her smile would go to the drugstore today and ask for Ipana toothpaste. For Ipana, I-P-A-N-A, Ipana toothpaste, when used with stimulating massage, is specially designed to help improve your oral health and thus help give you stronger, sounder teeth and that alluring smile that women envy and men admire.
But why is that stimulation necessary?
Well, simply because the creamy, soft foods that we all like so well do not supply our gums with the exercise that's so important to their health. Almost any dentist will tell you our gums tend to grow soft. They tend to get weak and flabby on a diet of soft food. But Ipana with massage does stimulate your gums, wakes them up, gets lazy circulation going within the gums. See for yourself. Tonight, after brushing your teeth, massage a little extra Ipana into your gums. You feel a tang, a tingly, glowing feeling that's exclusive with Ipana and massage. It feels grand, as refreshing as a cold shower after a hard morning's housework. And that famous tang tells the story. It tells you that Ipana with massage is helping to make your gums firmer and healthier, helping to protect the very basis of strong, sound teeth and a charming, lovable smile. Be ready to use Ipana with massage tonight. Get an economical red and yellow tube of Ipana at your druggist today. And now to continue the life of Mary Sothern. Yesterday, a Mrs. Proust came to see Reverend Blaine. To realize the full impact of such a visit, you must first know who Mrs. Proust is. When Max's mother and father, Alice and Jerome Sanders, were in town, Mrs. Proust was somewhat of a second-fiddle socialite, a social climber with plenty of money and a great desire to be the leader of the town's social activity. Then, when Mr. and Mrs. Sanders suddenly left the community, Mrs. Proust came into her own, and with her husband, Mr. Gerald Proust, has been sticking her nose into other people's business ever since. Unfortunately, Mr. and Mrs. Proust, because of their wealth, have power. And while the couple may mean well, there are many times when they do more damage than good. And so it was when Mrs. Proust visited Reverend Blaine to make a definite protest against the young Reverend's sympathy toward Max Tilly Sanders, to practically demand that Mary Sothern, whom the Reverend is sheltering, be made to move from his home. The Reverend literally told the malicious busybody to mind her own business, refusing to tell Mary anything of the sort. Now, a few moments later, Mary has returned to the Reverend's parlor, ignorant of the fiery visit of Mrs. Proust. Noticing that something is troubling the young clergyman, Mary asks a question.
Reverend Blaine, why did you tell me to forget any idea of working with Mrs. Proust and the other ladies of the congregation? I'm sure that if we all pull together, we can raise a lot of money for the parish, and it would help take my mind off Max and my trouble. A little while ago, you were enthusiastic about it, and now you tell me to forget it. Why?
Well, you see, Mary, there are a lot of things we've got to think of before we go into a thing like that. And Well, I just thought you'd wait.
Tell me the truth, Reverend. That's not it. You never fumble for words. What is it? Something Mrs. Proust just said to you?
Yes.
She doesn't like my living here with you, does she?
Well, Mary, well, it was mostly about my sympathetic attitude toward Mac. Not you so much.
She's always hated the Sanders. She's always envied Mr. and Mrs. Sanders. When they left town, she took over the social side of their lives, but Max and I held on to the business end of it. She probably thinks this is her chance.
Now, Mary, don't be bitter. Mrs. Proust means well, I'm sure. You see, she just doesn't understand that, well, that Max isn't to blame for his bad deeds. She's just like the rest of the town.
What is she going to do?
Oh, nothing. I wouldn't worry about it, Mary. But I do think it would be better for you to forget any public work until this ill wind blows over.
And you're quite sure that Mrs. Proust didn't make any issue of my living here in your home with my baby?
Now, Mary, do you think the pastor of your church would lie to you?
Yes. Yes, I believe you would, Reverend Blaine. Especially if you thought that by lying you could help someone. And that wouldn't be lying. That would just be being merciful, I suppose. But you're sure she didn't say too much about you and me?
Yes, Mary. I'm sure.
And you can just bet your life I told Reverend Blaine what I thought about that Mary Sothern living with him in his house. Reverend, I said, it's bad enough the way you're sticking up for that criminal Max Sanders. But keeping his wife, this Mary Sothern right under your own roof is just too much for me.
Oh, Henrietta, you talk too much. Let me read my paper.
Oh, I talk too much, do I? Well, all right, go ahead. Read those horrible headlines about Max Sanders. He's a fine specimen. Supposed to be our leading citizen. He's nothing but a jailbird, always was and always will be. And Mary Sothern's no better. And if you were any kind of a husband, if you had even the slightest instinct of a leader, you'd be behind your wife pushing her along, not kicking her.
Oh, come now, Henrietta. I'm always behind.
And if you had any gumption in you, you'd be planning right now how you could become Sanders' first citizen.
Sanders' first citizen? Gerald Worthington Proust. Proustville. Prousttown. We might rename the town just plain Proust.
Proustdale is the best. I thought about it a long time ago.
Cameron Davis and I have always been good friends.
Cameron Davis, what can he do?
He's just the second biggest stockholder in the Sanders interest. He could help me plenty. He wanted to.
Oh, Gerald, it would be so wonderful if you could get into power. I've always thought of you as a leader. But all you've ever been was president of the class of 98 at your college.
Just give me time, Henrietta. Just give me time. You just go on worrying your head about Mary Sothern and the Reverend and have a nice little chat with Cameron Davis. Sanders' first citizen. Not bad. Not bad. Proustdale's first citizen. Proustdale. Even better. Well, Tattersall, what do you want?
I beg your pardon, sir. But there's a Mrs. Mary Southern Sanders in the reception hall, sir, who wishes to see Mrs. Proust on a very urgent matter, sir.
Mary Southern?
Here?
Yes, sir. Here.
Well, I wonder what she wants.
Did she say, Tattersall?
No, sir. She only impressed upon me the fact that it was urgent.
The nerve of that woman coming to my house. I've never heard of such a thing.
Shall I send her away, madam?
You'd better see her, Henrietta.
Oh. Well. All right, send her in.
Very good, madam.
Gerald, now you stay right here by me. Heavens, a woman like that. You're telling what can I do?
Now, Henrietta. Now, don't forget you have Mary Sothern on the defensive. She should fear you.
Yes, that's so. Well, I'll tell her a thing or two if she's taught anything.
Now, that sounds more like my Henrietta.
Mrs. Mary Southern Sanders calling.
Mrs. Sanders.
How do you do, Mr. Proust?
You know my wife, I suppose.
No, I've never had the pleasure. How do you do, Mrs. Proust?
How do you do?
Won't you sit down, Mrs. Sanders?
Thank you.
And now, what brings you here, Mrs. Sanders?
Mrs. Proust, A while ago, you called on Reverend Blaine at his home.
Yes, Gerald, stop clearing your throat. And, what about it, Mrs. Sanders?
You registered a complaint about the Reverend's sympathetic attitude toward my husband, Max, in his trouble at the moment, and told the Reverend you objected strenuously.
Mrs. Sanders, I don't know if this is any of your business.
Then I'll put you right, Mrs. Proust. It is my business.
Are you being insolent?
No, ma'am. Thanks.
Mrs. Sanders, just what did you come here for?
To find out if Mrs. Proust also objected to my living at Reverend Blaine's home.
That was the prime purpose of my visit, if you must know.
The parish house is the focal center of the church.
And it's not meant to be a shelter for wives of criminals.
That's enough, Mrs. Proust.
What?
I knew Reverend Blaine lied to me about your visit.
Oh, so he lied to you. A very fine quality for a preacher.
He lied to me to spare me from scathing, gossiping tongues like yours.
Mrs. Sanders, just because you're a woman, don't think you can speak like that in my house.
I'm sorry, Mr. Proust. I did forget myself for a moment. I apologize. Reverend Blaine is giving food and shelter to me and my babies because we haven't any place to go.
What's wrong with the famous Sanders mansion?
You ought to know that, Mr. Proust. You're a businessman. It would cost too much to open that house. Besides, at the time I moved in with the Reverend, Max and I were... Well, we were separated.
And you're sticking to a man like that? What's your reason?
I love him.
How amusing. Love him?
Mrs. Proust, I forgot myself once. I don't want to do it again. I know why you're doing this. You've been waiting for a chance like this. You think that because Max is the last of the Sanders and because he's in jail at the moment, you and Mr. Proust can take this town over, don't you?
That's not your business either.
And that's where you're wrong again. Because Max is not a criminal. And you're not going to move in as you'd hoped to.
And who is going to stop you?
I am.
Please, now. This argument...
You shut up, Gerald.
I'll stop you, Mrs. Proust. Max is still in control of the Sanders interests. And while we may be sorely in need of money, we don't need it so badly we've got to take it from you.
Gerald, order this woman out of here.
You don't have to order me out, Mrs. Proust. I've learned everything I want to know. You did threaten poor, sweet Reverend Blaine for doing a kind, charitable deed. You have started malicious talk about Max and me. But let me tell you this, Mrs. Proust, and please remember it. Ever since the day I came into this town, I've had to fight for every single ounce of happiness I've had. None you...
Ironized Yeast presents Lights Out, Everybody. Lights Out brings you stories of the supernatural and the supernormal, dramatizing the fantasies and the mysteries of the unknown. We tell you this frankly, so if you wish to avoid the excitement and tension of these imaginative plays, we urge you calmly, but sincerely, to turn off your radio now.
This is Arch Oboler. House guests in the days before rationing, and if they didn't wear out their welcome, were an interesting part of our social lives. But tonight we bring you a story of a most unpleasant and unexpected guest who came to visit Lord Marley. But first, for Ironized Yeast, Frank Martin.
Help wanted. To get back that old-time pep and strength and needed weight. Friends, is that you wanting help? Well, if vitamin B1 and iron shortage is why you're so run down, weak, and jittery, get two-way help. Get Ironized Yeast tablets. They give you both vitamin B1 and iron. They're scientifically designed for these exact deficiencies. No wonder great numbers of men and women who used to suffer from these shortages tell how splendidly Ironized Yeast tablets have helped them. Often they say it's like a new lease on life. That's right. The name is Ironized Yeast Tablets. And now, Lights Out, Everybody.
Waiting. Who does the man think we are, I'm asking?
It's like I said to you before we got in here. Try to do a man like his lordship a favor and you'll get it in the neck. That's what I said, and you remember.
Well, I'll give him 5 more minutes to do us the honor, and then it's off I am. I want to look at my nets before the tide changes, that I do. Oh, well, all I'm after is to warn him. Then me duty's done.
It's wasting time. He won't believe you. You mark my words.
Won't believe me, and me almost losing my boat to the thing?
His lordship will say it was the tar.
No, you listen to me, Joey. I've been fishing in these waters here for more years than you got brains in your head. And I'm telling you it was
It's his lordship.
Oh, looks to be in a blinking temper now, don't he?
Well, what is it?
If it pleases your lordship, my name is Sam Mulder.
Never mind, I know who you are. You're the fellow I caught poaching rabbits last night.
Now, wait a minute. You didn't catch me poaching nothing. It's an honest fisherman I am, I'll have you know.
Oh, honest, are you? Well, let me tell you, I never forget a face. And if yours isn't the face of the rogue that I saw...
Oh, the rogue, is it? Yeah, that Joey calls me the rogue.
Fine one he is to be talking.
Why, you impudent scoundrels. Out of my house. Out of my house.
But, your lordship, we want to tell you...
You tell me nothing, you thieving rascals.
Oh, it's thieving now, is it? For 2 pins, lordship or no lordship, I'd bash that nose of yours so flat it looked like a prawn.
Get out of here. Get out, I say.
Charles, what is the matter?
These scoundrels.
We're not scoundrels, you old coot, you.
Yeah, we was only trying to warn him that he's...
Not another word. Out. Out, I say.
Come on, Sam. Let's get out of
here. Get out.
This talker, he calls himself, if he's a gentleman, I'm
Get out, I say. And if you dare trespass on my property again, I'll have the law on your thieving necks. The both of you.
There's no need to shout, Charles.
Boy.
They're gone.
The infernal rascals.
But I don't understand. They spoke of coming here to warn you.
Warn me? Nonsense. Some infernal scheme that I didn't even give them a chance to reveal. Loafers. Spoiled by the government dole.
But I know those men. Why, they're from the village. Good, honest fishermen.
Honest, no good, not one of them. And if they keep up their infernal impudence, this community is going to lose my trade. You can depend on that. We'll never spend another season here. Not if I have anything to say about it. Confounded rascals warning me.
All right. We'll drop the entire matter right now. What I can't understand is where's that guest of yours? You said he'd be here by 10 o'clock. Look, it's almost noon.
Yes, my guess. Yeah, true.
What is it, Charles?
Didn't I tell you?
Tell me what, dear?
My guest, it's not a man.
No.
Madeline Kay. You've heard of her?
Madeline Kay? No, I'm afraid not. Who is she?
It's a matter of business. I couldn't arrange to be in the office, because of our little outing, so I asked Miss Kay to come here. Pay frightfully large fees, these Americans,
American? Won't you please tell me who she is, Charles?
Why, surely you know her, the cinema star.
Oh, the big blonde wench we saw in that Bang Bang Gangster picture.
Oh, now, don't talk like that. I forbid it.
But the picture was definitely a Bang Bang Gangster picture, my dear Charles. Why, I remember distinctly. At least 7 of the gangmen, as the Americans say, bit the dust.
You have the most outrageous sense of humor. I'm speaking of the woman, my client.
Oh, you mean she isn't a blonde wench?
Oh, really, my dear. Your choice of words is sometimes most inappropriate. The woman is definitely an artist. And my client.
Oh, yes, of course. But was it necessary to have her come here?
Why not?
Well, this is our home.
But I told you it's most important that she consult me. Her financial affairs,
No, I don't know.
But I'm trying to tell you. Oh, great Scott, Jane. You're not going to be difficult just because I invited a client out here. Confounded silly suspicions.
Now, just a moment, Charles. I have no suspicions.
Well, your attitude.
And I have no attitude. You've invited this woman here on business, and I assure you I'll do everything in my power to make her stay as pleasant as possible. Will she be here for dinner?
To tell you the truth,
Weekend?
Fortnight. You know how those Americans are. Pushing.
Fortnight. Very well, Charles.
I'll go and tell Jenkins that he should...
Charles, here I am.
Apparently your guest has already arrived, Charles. Mm-hmm. You better go out and welcome her.
Yes, of course. You coming along?
Of course.
Careful of that luggage, you idiot. If you scratch it, I'll have you repaired.
Did you say for a fortnight, Charles? She has enough luggage piled up in the tonneau of that roadster for a permanent invasion.
Well, she,
Charles, how nice. You've come out to your doorstep to welcome me just like a feudal knight or something.
Well, by George, Madeline, it's good to see you.
Madeline?
You said something?
No.
Oh, yes, Madeline. This is Lady Jane.
How do you do? How do you do? Charles, tell me, what do you think of my new car? It's nice, isn't it? You see, I did take your advice.
You must be tired after your trip, Miss Kay. The roads aren't any too good.
Tired? I'm never tired, am I, Charles? You ought to know. Tried to walk my feet off around the deck, but I wore you down, didn't I?
Oh, you met on shipboard during Charles's trip to America?
Madeline, you must be tired. A rest before tea, perhaps?
Rest with all that beautiful ocean right there at the end of the lawn? I should say not.
Swim?
Just what I need. Charles, why don't you get out one of your little boats and take me out there in the middle of that blue water so I can take a dip?
Well, that is to say...
Of course you'll do as Miss Kay asks, Charles. Get out the skiff while I show her to her room. I'm sure she'll want to change before bathing.
Oh, yes. I always use a bathing suit while the sun's shining. Run along, Charles, and get the boat out. You and I have all sorts of talking to do, haven't we, darling?
Yes, of course.
This way, Miss Kay. Jenkins has already taken your things up. You'll just follow me.
Sure, why not? The last place I saw stairs like these was on a set in Hollywood. I've always wanted a place like this.
It's very pleasant here during the summer months. Breeze coming from over the bay all the time. It's really quite nice.
Plenty nice.
Right in here, Miss Kay.
Not bad. Not bad at all.
This is the afternoon off for the maids. I'm sorry there's none here to help you. But by the time you get back from your swim, I'm sure one of them will be back.
Oh, it's all right. I've got a bathing suit right in this case here. I think I can get in myself if I hold my breath.
I did want to talk to you.
Talk? Go right ahead.
No. You want to dress?
Oh, stick around. We're all girls together. What's on your mind?
You are very pretty.
You're not as old as I thought you'd be.
You met my husband for the first time on the boat coming back to England.
Blasted blankety catches of all the rotten luggage. There, that does it. Now, where's that doggone suit?
You did meet Charles for the first time on the boat, didn't you?
Yes, of course. Oh, am I putting it on in the wrong places?
Will your business keep you in England very long?
Long? I should hope.
Why have you come here, Miss Kay?
Charles invited me. Didn't you know?
Why have you come here?
What you mean is, Madam, are your intentions strictly honorable? I played a part like that once in stock, and was I allowed... Terrible.
Why don't you answer me directly?
Okay, why not? What have I got to lose? Even if you pass along what I say to Charles, he won't believe you. He's a gentleman. Or is he?
Tell me.
What is there to tell? You guessed it. Like a man, Charles thought you wouldn't, but I knew you would.
It's been going on ever since he met you.
You catch on fast, don't you?
You are cold.
Sister, when you've been around the way I have, you get to know all the answers. And you make up a couple of new ones, too.
But Charles, over 20 years older than you.
And with $20 million more than me.
But you're wealthy.
Press agent stuff. I'm on the skids as far as Hollywood's concerned.
I beg your pardon.
Skids, you know, a one-way street leading down.
Oh.
Yeah. I wouldn't talk like this to my own sister, but as long as you and me got our hair down, what's the difference? The truth is, I'm just about washed up in pictures. Not that I can't act circles around many of those little they got out there, but it's just that, well, I was way up there, now I'm on my way down. And that's that.
So you met Charles on shipboard and fell in love with him.
Love?
You laugh?
Well, I'm sure not crying. But I am going to marry him.
You what?
I said I'm going to marry him.
My husband?
He won't be long.
You either have a poor idea of humor or you're absolutely insane.
Now, I suppose you'll pull the line about my husband loves me. He'll never leave me.
He won't leave me.
No?
I know, Charles. There have been others.
But he never invited any of those others to his home now, did he? But he did invite me. And I'll stay here as long as I please. And in the end, I won't be the one to go.
Why do you say such horrible things?
Not so sure of yourself anymore, are you, Lady Jane? They never were as pretty as I am before, were they? And they never knew their way around the way I do now, did they?
You'll go. I won't permit you to stay.
Oh, really?
Charles wouldn't dare.
Oh, already. Come on in.
Well, what a charming picture you made.
Yes, I think so, too.
Charles, could I speak to you alone?
No, not now, Jane. I want to take Madeleine for a sail before the wind changes. Come, Madeleine.
Right with you, dear. See you later, Jay.
Better take my arm, Madeleine. These old steps, quite steep, you know. After all, I wouldn't want anything so charming.
Oh, Charles.
There he goes, Sam.
Aye. Oh, I see.
But we ought to warn him.
I tried. You saw what I got. Fair booted me out of the place.
Yeah, he's got his lady with him in the boat.
His lady? Where's your eyes? That ain't a ladyship. A ladyship's a lady. She wouldn't be wearing like that. Yellow and not enough of it to... Oh, let him sail out there. Why should I warn the likes of them? No, thank you. I'll not waste a breath warning him or her. Not a breath.
Madeleine.
Now, Charles, steer the boat.
I'd give anything.
Anything?
Name it.
Not now. Ooh,
What's the matter?
that wind, where did it come from?
By George. The sun has gone down.
No clouds, yet no sun. What kind of a place is this, anyway?
Yes, it is strange.
I thought I'd go swimming. Oh, come on, turn back. This is about as much fun as walking in a graveyard.
Jove, I'm sorry.
Sorry?
We're becalmed, and I forgot the oars at the landing.
Oh, nice going. So what do we do now? Camp out here in the middle of the ocean until the scouts come after us?
You have a delightful sense of humor.
I'm getting a chill that isn't so delightful.
Yeah, I'm deucedly sorry. Here. Put my coat around you. Lovely.
The wind hasn't cooled you off any, has it? Oh, what was that?
What?
Did you hear it? Like a fish. You don't have whales in these parts, do you?
Whales? By Jove.
There it is again.
Yes, I heard it.
The water is so smooth.
Oh, the fish jumping, probably. Oh, this is cozy. They calmed at a very opportune time, if I might say so.
Yeah. I can't very well walk home, can I?
Anything for you.
You'll have your chance.
Anything.
Oh.
Now, what is it?
I thought I saw that rope up there at the bow, or whatever you call it, move.
Rope?
Yes, squirm, sort of. Imagine that. I haven't had a drink in a week.
But there's no ropes at the bow.
Oh, yes, there is, too.
Huh?
Charles.
It's no rope.
Then what is it?
I can't quite make out.
It is a rope. It is a rope. I tell you it is.
I'm not quite sure.
Another one. Charles, look, another one. Came out of the water.
Oh.
It's moving. Moving down along the deck. Charles, how can there be snakes out here?
Not snakes.
What's the matter with you? What are they? Look, there's two of them. Slimy.
There's another. Thick as a man's chest.
And another one.
Coming out of the water. Oh, no. It can't be. It can't.
What is it, Charles? What is it?
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm sure none of us would mind a little time for breathtaking in this amazing story, Lord Marley's Guest. Yes, before returning to the play, let's consider the reality of a wartime problem that affects you.
No, I simply won't go to the servicemen's dance tonight. Who would want to dance with me anyway? Since I've lost so much weight, I don't look like anything. I'm so on edge and tired out again tonight. Can't eat. I just know I'll lie awake till all hours, the same as last night. Honestly, I'm worried about myself.
Well, getting worried can't help. But if vitamin B1 and iron shortage is your trouble, very probably ironized yeast tablets can.
Vitamin B1 and iron? Ionized yeast tablets? What do you mean?
Just this. Nutrition authorities say improper eating due to wartime living may cause a person to become deficient in vitamin B1 and iron, two substances essential to normal weight, strength, and energy. And ironized yeast tablets supply those exact two substances, vitamin B1 with iron. They're scientifically compounded to help two ways in these deficiencies. Yes, help you two ways to look and feel and be your old-time, peppy, sparkling self again.
Maybe I should try ionized yeast tablets.
By all means do, if you're short on vitamin B1 and iron. Then see if pretty soon you aren't saying,
how grand it is to feel good again. How glad I am that I took ionized yeast tablets.
And now back to tonight's play, Lord Marley's Guest.
Hear it, Sam? Hear it?
Aye, I hear it. There's trouble out there.
But what, I'm asking?
I can't see. They're too far off. Too far off.
Oh, listen to her. Sam, it can't be...
What else in the devil's name can it be? The Lord forgive me. I should have warned him, dirty pride or not. I should have warned him. I should have warned...
Fisherman.
Sam, it's her ladyship running this way.
The Lord help her. What can she do for him?
Fisherman, help me. Please
The
help
Lord
me.
help you, Mum. What can we do?
He's falling to us. Put us down and then get into your boat. We've got to get out there and help them. Listen to him. Oh, help me, Mrs. Nim. Help me.
Aye, come ahead, Mom.
Sam, have you lost your head? You're not going out there.
Step him forward, Mum. Watch your step.
Sam, you're balmy. It's the death out there.
Hand me that oar, Joe, and shove her off.
Sam, you can't be going out there. You was the one that warned us off. And now you're going out yourself. Sure, I'll shove you off. But I'm coming with you.
Good man, Joe.
Hurry.
That we will. Dig your oars in deep, Joe.
Deep it is. The devil himself made you wait out there, but here we go to meet him. Faster, Sam. Go faster.
Back of me, Madeline. Stay back of me.
Horrible things reaching out. You've got to tell me what they are. What? Tell me.
Behind us. Look.
No, those snake things crawling toward me. I've got to keep my eyes on them. If I watch them, they can't hurt me. Yes, that's it.
Madeline.
If I watch them, they can't hurt me.
Watch out.
Can they hurt me?
Out.
Can they?
What?
Answer me, you. Can they hurt me? What are you staring like that for?
Now I know. I know what it is.
It?
8 arms coming out of the water. The body must be beneath.
What are you talking about? What body?
Its body. There. Keel's shaking the boat. It's holding on with those horrible arms.
Arms? What are you raving about? Snakes?
No.
Slimy water snakes.
No, not snakes. I'd give my soul if there were. They're arms. It's arms.
Stop saying that.
It's arms. And it's waiting. Waiting underneath the sea for us. Waiting for us. Help. Help somebody.
Charles.
Help.
Charles, what is it?
Help.
What? Tell me.
Devilfish.
No.
An octopus larger than the boat. Suckers on its tentacles.
Oh, my leg. One of those crawling things on my leg. Get it off. Get it off my leg.
I can't punch it. I can't punch it.
Oh, get it off.
Devil thing, you. Let go of her. Let go. Oh, my neck. No.
Must I beg you, Frank?
Sam, look. The boat is turned over.
They're fighting. They're fighting something in the water.
Row. We can't let them drown. Row.
No, we can't. It's a devilfish.
I see it, too. Its arms, they're longer than the mast of the boat itself.
Oh.
The tide's taking us right into it. Get out your oars, Joe. We'll get out of there.
Yeah, we'll... Let go of my oars, Mom.
No, I won't let you turn back. They're drowning.
Let go of the oars, woman.
I won't let you turn
It'll
back.
kill us, too.
But it's killing them. The octopus is killing them.
I'm not killing them, playing with them like a cat with a mouse.
Oh, no.
Lifting them up in those great slimy arms and then dropping them back in the sea again.
Drowned them.
I held him under and drowned him.
No. Brought him up again, see?
But what?
Sam.
Oh, no.
What is it? What is that terrible thing that's lifting out of the water?
It's Ed, see? It's bringing the body toward its Ed. It's going to... No, don't look, Mom. No, he's dead anyways, Mom. Joe, let's get out of here. Come on, forward.
No. Wait. The woman. It's let her go. The woman. She's swimming for it. This way.
No, let's get out of here. Get at the oars, man.
No, wait, Dave. Too late for him, but we can't leave her.
Right. We'll get you, miss.
She's too tired to swim anymore.
Stay afloat, miss.
Oh, hurry.
Come on, Sam. Put your back to that oar. We'll get you, miss. Bring her around, Sam. Grab her quick.
That I will. Got you now. Up you go. Oh, up and in. That's it, Mom. That's it. In you go now.
You're safe now. You're safe.
Look. He's gone. The monster, the devilfish, gone. Under the water. Quick, put the girl down there in the bow and let's get out of here before he pulls us down.
Right.
It's all right. You're safe enough. You're safe, I tell you.
Safe.
Yes, safe. Stop it. No, stop saying it. What is it? Why'd you stop? We've got to get ashore. The woman hysterical.
Sam, something is holding the boat back.
No, it can't be. We're almost at the beach and
Look over the port side.
What?
The octopus. Row.
It's underneath the water, holding us back.
Tentacle. Horrible black thing.
Come on, into the stern with us.
But she...
Another arm. I'll push it down. Beat it off with your oar, man. Oh, stay back, you fool. Twisted the oar right out of my hand. Look, another arm. And they're all moving up towards her.
She doesn't see it.
She thinks she's safe.
Around her neck, it's wrapping around... Dragged her over.
The boat's free. Free, I tell you, free. It's let go of us. We'll get away.
But why should that be? Dragged her over and let us go?
Aye, that's so. Picked her right out of the boat. And now the water's so calm and clear. And look, the sun's come out.
Aye. And his lordship and the blonde one dead under the sea. What say you, Mom?
Dead under the sea. Better so.
Well, Mr. Oboler, all I've got to say is...
That brr is certainly an expressive one, Frank, but before we talk of brrs, I do want to thank June Dupre and Joseph Granby and Mary Jane Croft. And now, speaking of brrs, I think it reminds all of us that there's a strange, icy hand of retribution which apparently eventually seems to catch up with evildoers. Right at the moment, a man by the name of, what was it again? Oh, yes, Mussolini is remembering that. And now, Frank, After you've had a few words, I want to come back and tell our audience about a play which we're going to do next week. May I go on record right now as saying that I am looking forward to next week's Lights Out with more eagerness than I have to any play of this series. I'll tell all of you about that as soon as Frank Martin says a few words for Iron Eyes Yeast.
If you're so jittery and run down, often so tired out that you miss out on your work and fun, and if it's simply because you're short on vitamin B1 and iron, remember ironized yeast tablets give you these exact two substances. Now, of course, a run-down condition may be due to other causes. If in doubt, see your doctor. But if vitamin B1 and iron shortage is your trouble, remember, ironized yeast has been so successful in such cases that it's sold on this no-risk, money-back basis. If you don't start to eat better, to feel much stronger and more alive, the cost of the first bottle will be refunded to you in full by ironized yeast, Box IY, Rahway, New Jersey. And now, what's this about your eagerness over next week's play, Mr. Oboler?
Well, a man can write a play with his tongue in his cheek or with his heart or with his mind. I'll say quite frankly, I wrote next week's play with heart and mind because it's a play that I wanted to do and I know you'll want to hear. It's not the usual lights-out play by any means. It's intended for even those in your family who may not be particularly interested in the mysterious and fantastic. So, have the entire family listening in, yes, children too, next week when we broadcast A Story of the Future. Your future.
Yes, tune in next Tuesday again for Arch Oboler's Story of the Future. And if you need more vitamin B1 and iron, be sure to try ironized yeast. But remember, there's only one ironized yeast. You'll know it instantly by the yellow and orange package and by the big letters IY on the container and on each tablet.
Here is a very helpful, very short story. First, girl gets little grease spot on dress. Girl cries. Then girl remembers Energine cleaning fluid. Girl uses Energine. End of grease spot, end of story. Yes, friends, it's easy to do little cleaning jobs right at home to save time, money, and your clothes with Energine cleaning fluid. So keep things clean with Energine. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
I have flown. I have sailed. I have moved about this world of ours. And ever in search of the finest of its kind, we bring you the top in spine chillers. The Creaking Door. The manufacturers of State Express 3-5 Filter King cigarettes take pleasure in presenting The Creaking Door. Good evening, friends of The Creaking Door. The Creaking Door is open. So do come in. Feeling the cold a little? Don't worry. It's always warm here. We keep the fires going all the time. And you'd never guess what we use instead of coal. In world class. Get the taste of new smooth State Express 3-5s today. We promise you, it's the smoothest cigarette you can get. It's a blend that has been perfected after years of constant research
by our master blenders, and the recent development of an entirely new process which gives you an even smoother 3-5 smoke. We promise you, it's the smoothest cigarette you can get. Smooth in world class. Get the taste of new, smooth State Express 3-5 today.
Coal mines are interesting places, aren't they? One feels so much closer to the heart of things. But one must be careful not to make a fool of oneself. Gordon Armstrong nearly did. He was a geologist, and with his wife was on a motoring holiday in South Wales.
Look at that slag heap. Ugly, isn't it?
What man has done to it exactly? It must have been beautiful a couple of 100 years ago.
Looks as if that mine shut down altogether. That's funny. Mind if I have a look at this place?
The deserted coal mine? Why, yes, you must.
It won't take us long. If it did run out, it would be rather interesting, wouldn't it?
Well, to you, I suppose.
Come along. You don't have to be intelligent, but you have to be interested. Many of the early coal mines in Wales were open cast workings. Those that weren't, such as this one, never went down particularly deep. There was a hand ladder down the side of the pit shaft. Anne wasn't too keen, so she stayed on the surface, while I descended the ladder. There were 3 levels, and I reached the deepest one quite easily. There must be easier way. Now, the torch. I'm getting out of here. I couldn't believe my ears. The voices were hollow and rasping, and had the strange sound of death about them. I admit I didn't stop to find out. I scrambled back up that ladder in double quick time. Anne was waiting impatiently for me on the surface. Let's get out of here.
What's the matter? You look as if you've seen a ghost.
I didn't see anything, but I heard enough. Come on, let's get back to the car. I need a drink. That would have been the old fellow and my night board. Been closed down these last 20 years. Why did they close it down? Because the men refused to work there, that's why. After they brought up those bodies. What bodies? Oh, well, there was a cave-in, you know. I was only a lad at the time, but I remember it well. 3 men were trapped. Took them 2 days to dig them out. When they did, 2 of them were dead. Horribly dead. And the third, well, he's been more or less out of his mind ever since.
The strain of being trapped, you mean?
Well, that plus the fact that they were breathing bad air, I suppose, could damage the brain. Wasn't that at all? Oh, you was the third man. He's sitting over there. Why don't you have a word with him? Like a drink, Mr. Oh, they calls me you. I'll have a pint of beer just now, son. Busy at the moment. Oh, this is my wife, Anne. Hugh would like to have a word with you, if you don't mind. Oh, I don't mind. What about? What do you want to talk about?
It doesn't sound that.
My friends don't mind either. But I don't suppose you can see them. Your friends? Sitting here next to me. They won't bother you, though. It's me they're interested in. Making sure I don't talk too much. Talk about what? Oh, doesn't matter. So what do you want to talk about, then? The mine, Llewellyn Mine. Oh, the mine. The barman says that you were the only survivor of a disaster there, a cave-in. That's right. Only I didn't survive, really. Not really. I'm a geologist. I'm very interested in that old mine. Looks to me as if there's still plenty of coal down there. Oh, plenty. Tons and tons and tons of it. Plenty, boy. So why does no one work it anymore? Can't get nobody to go down there. Not after the sacrifices. I was lucky. I might have been sacrificed too. I don't understand. Sacrifice? Oh, who would have sacrificed you? The druids? The druids down there in the mine. They would have done it. I looked at the old man. He was smiling at me, with a look on his face that was far from mad, but he didn't expect me to believe what he said. I considered the possibility that he was having a joke at the stranger's expense. I'd heard of the Druids, of course, the ancient Celtic people who had inhabited that part of the world before the Romans landed in 66 BC, an ancient cult, their secrets lost in antiquity. But I did remember that they were known to have had temples where they carried out human sacrifices, like Stonehenge, for instance. I prodded you with the promised drink, and he started on his story. There was me, Owen Williams, and Reese David. Just the three of us. So for a long time before that, we'd been bothered with strange things happening in that mine. Everyone was on edge, like... Well, what sort of thing? Well, there was the time the pit train ran itself.
Pit train? Did it have trains down there?
Oh, used to have. Strings of trucks filled with the coal and pulled by ponies in those days. Never saw the light of day, some of them ponies. Born down there. Died down there. This one day, though, so long ago now, it seems like another life. We was walking along number 3 level, singing a bit, when we heard the train coming.
Get off the rail, Robert. Get off the railway. How did you go to that screen in Parliament? Look out, here it comes. Did you see that? I saw it, boy. I saw him standing there, naked as the day, painted all over, screaming and laughing. I saw him. Oh, boy, it's best to see nothing about this. Oh, Robert, nobody will believe us. Come on, boys, let's go.
That was only one of the things.
But what did you see?
On the front truck, which was traveling along like a bat out of darkness, a man stood. A man? A ghost? I don't want to say. And he was lashing with a long branch like a whip, as if he were driving some sort of a chariot. Only there were no horses, just those little pit ponies, traveling as if the devil himself were behind them. Their eyes white with terror. And it was quite impossible that little things like that could pull that number of trucks at that speed. But they did. They galloped, trying to get away from the thing to which they were harnessed. That first truck, with that mad savage standing on it. And he was laughing and screaming and whipping at the ponies. And he wasn't really there at all. I knew that. But who would believe us? We decided to say nothing about it. Pity, because if we had, well, maybe Owen and Reese would be alive today.
They were the ones who were trapped with you?
That's right. Oh, it wasn't just that train. Other things happened. The cage dropped 2 levels. Luckily, there was no one inside it. And then came that day. Owen, Reese and me, pals we were, good pals. Used to sing in the choir together. Oh, fine tenor old Owen. Hope he gets a chance to sing wherever he's gone. But he didn't sing that day. He screamed. Furious. Screamed in terror. We were working in number 5 working. A new face. Hadn't been worked long, just the 3 of us. Owen and me working with the picks, and Reese shoveling into the trucks. Then a slap on the rump of the lead pony, and off they would truck with that load, while us stay at a breather till they came back again.
Take a breather, boy. We're not working on bonus. Oh, and right is nicest, boy. Oh, boy. Must up your road, eh, don't it? Right, and me, I just sleep, so it don't matter whether it's night or day to me. What time is it now? Midnight. That's midnight, I think. It will take us 2 minutes. Only another 4 hours, then back up, boy. All right, boys. It's a cannon. We're spinning fast. Let's get back on this side, boys. You all right, boy? Oh, it's my leg, but I'm all right, I think. Reese? All right. I just can't see anything. The lights are gone out. Oh, the key, they would have done that. Don't worry. They know me here. Won't take them long. They'll get us out. I'm hearing things. What's that? Sounds like singing. Funny sort of singing. Who'll be singing down here? Singing like that? It's something to do with that chap driving the pony. I'll tell you what it is making that noise. It's good. That's what it is.
Move in world class. Get the taste of new smooth State Express 3.5s today. We promise you, it's the smoothest cigarette you can get. It's a blend that has been perfected after years of constant research by our master blenders. And the recent development of an entirely new process which gives you an even smoother 3.5 smoke. We promise you, it's the smoothest cigarette you can get. Smooth in world class. Get the taste of new, smooth State Express 3.5s today.
Well. 3 Welshmen trapped in a coal mine. And they are being sung a lullaby by a choir of druid priests. That's poetic justice, isn't it? But what was all this business about human sacrifices?
It was ghost singing. It was coming towards us and singing. After the first shock, we just looked at each other. I'd managed to get my helmet lamp working, so had the other two. And there were these 3 beams of light in the pitch darkness. And the singing. And 3 scared. Looking at each other. They stopped. Whoever it was, they stopped. Must have been a trick of the echo down here. Must have been a rescue party trying to reach us. Why have they stopped? How's the leg? Broken, I think. Terrible pain if I try to move it. Don't move it. What's wrong, Owen? You stabbed me? Somebody stabbed me. In the arm. Look, blood. It is blood. Again? Happened again. Oh, for heaven's sake. They're trying to kill me. They're stabbing me with knives. Leave me alone. What are you trying to do to me? Leave me alone. They're cutting me up. Look at the blood all over the place. Somebody's cutting me to pieces. They were. It was them druid priests, you see. Ghosts, like. They got fed up with us interfering or trespassing on their holy place. They was making a sacrifice out of old Owen, cutting him with their holy knives.
Oh, terrible. Horrible.
And he took a long time to die.
He's gone, Hugh. He's gone. What can I do? Look at the cut, the stab.
I know that.
Couldn't have been lots anyway. Look at the wound. When you saw him really, he just appeared before your eyes.
As if he were being stabbed with an invisible knife.
We got to get out of here. We've got to, Hugh.
Now, boy, how are we going to get out? We're trapped down here. There's nothing we can do until the rescue party finds us.
They'll never find us. Not alive. We'll be dead by the time they get here. We'll all be dead, like poor old Owen was killed. Well, why don't we finish this off now? What are you waiting for, wherever you are? What are you waiting for? Finish it off, man. And get it down with it. Please, shut up, boy. Shut your mouth, please. Shut up, boy. Now, pull yourself together, boy. That's not going to help at all. Not at all, now. But what did it? Are we going mad? I don't know what did it, boy. I don't know. But I do know poor old Owen died hard. Very hard. Do you believe in ghosts, you? I never have, but I've been thinking. What else can it be? That singing. I never read singing like that before. I think I know what it is, boy. Remember, there's been talk on and off for years about this mine. Old Llewellyn had trouble originally when he tried to sink the first shaft. Supposed to be the site of an old druid temple. Those were the voices we heard. Ghosts of long-dead druid priests. You mean where we are now must have been a holy place? I can't think of nothing else. But what about Owen? How did he die? Those nice wounds, where did they come from? I think I know the answer to that, too. The druids used to make human sacrifices. You don't mean that Owen was... Yes, I do, boy. Remember the time it started? Just after midnight. What's impossible, I know, but how else do you explain it? They cut him and stabbed him until he died. They made a sacrifice of him. This is unbelievable. Oh, I wouldn't believe it myself if it wasn't for my two friends here. The friends nobody can see but me.
Oh, yes, those.
Oh, you don't believe me, I know. I don't blame you. Sometimes I don't believe it myself. But there you are, all right. They're smiling and nodding now. They never leave me. Waiting for me for their third sacrifice, you see. Well, go on with your story. Oh, all right then. I had a feeling somehow that we were safe until midnight the next night. Something told me that this was the time when they carry out their next human sacrifice. And then the next midnight, the third one. Our only chance, Reese and me, was to be rescued before midnight came. My leg was bothering me bad by then and I couldn't help much, but we tried to dig. And we listened to sounds of the rescue party on the other side. I'm weak, you. Can't dig no more. Take a breather. Not getting more bonus. What time is it, you? We've been sat here over 20 hours. Getting on till 9 o'clock. What was the show? The rescue boys. Oh, they're working on it. Hand me that shovel. I see what I can do. No. I'll dig. Stay sharp, excuse me. I'll dig. Oh, they'll be digging too. Won't take long now, boys. Oh, it won't take long. But what is near? Will it take till past midnight? And it did take till past midnight. And I remember that midnight as long as I live. If you can call this sort of existence living. We could hear them working on the other side quite clearly by then. Rescue was very close, there was no doubt about it. But not close enough to save poor me. Came midnight, and the chanting started again. Stop coming again. Heaven help us, they're coming again. Not coming for another sacrifice. Who's quiet before about it? Not coming for one of us, you. It's either you or me who's going to die. Cut the dirt for those knives, I can't see. They'll get through, boy. The rescue people will get through. Listen. They stopped digging. Oh, perhaps they can hear the singing too. But if it's not far, dig your hole, dig! I can't hear you, boy. You're wasting your breath. You hear that? They stopped singing. Which one of us is going to be you? I don't know, boy. And I don't know what we can do. The only thing I can think of is pray.
Hey, but it didn't do us any good. Not police, anyway. Just after 12, they started on him. Oh, I can hear his screams now. Just like Owen. Screams every time they stuck a knife into him. He was a long time dying, too. My own eyes, I saw it. And if they don't get me out of here within the next 24 hours, I'll go the same way.
Hurry up, can you? For heaven's sake, hurry up! Don't leave me here!
And they got you in time, is that the story? They got you before another 24 hours had elapsed? No, as a matter of fact, they didn't. It was another day and a half before they got me out.
But how? Why?
Why didn't they kill me too? Well, by the time they got me out, I was hearing things. I must have been. Although I don't know. They told me it was my leg that saved me. My leg was broken, you see, and a human sacrifice had to be perfect. Had to be a perfect body to offer up. So I wouldn't do, you see. That's what the voices told me. Well, if the blood says this story, all right. Oh, do you think it's a story, do you? I don't blame you. I wouldn't believe it myself if somebody told me.
Well, anyway, you were lucky to escape the cave-in, weren't you?
I didn't escape. They're waiting for me, you see. That's why these two are always with me. I have to be sacrificed because I desecrated the holy place. And these two are just waiting. You mean that at first, you see, I just waited till my leg got better. Then I got the dose of the flu. Oh, they're waiting until I'm all right. And then they'll kill me too. Won't you? Yes. They're not in their heads. Some, you know, I got quite used to them after all these years. I expect they'll be smiling when they put the knives in. That's why people think I'm mad, you see.
Well, we must be getting along.
Oh, well, of course. Thank you very much for the beer. Oh, thanks for telling me the story. I know you don't believe it. But it's true.
Well, it looks peaceful enough, the mine. It wasn't true, was it? It couldn't have been true.
No, it couldn't, but there's one thing worries me.
What's that?
Well, it could have just been an old man's story to get drinks out of strangers, but if there's overage to it, what was that chanting that I heard when I went down the mine?
I can hear it, too.
Well. Stabbed to death as human sacrifices. Impossible. Though I must say that neither Owen nor Reese looks very pretty down here behind the creaking door.
Moves in world class. Get the taste of new smooth State Express 3.5s today. We promise you, it's the smoothest cigarette you can get. It's a blend that has been perfected after years of constant research by our master blenders. And the recent development of an entirely new process which gives you an even smoother 3.5 smoke. We promise you, it's the smoothest cigarette you can get. Smooth in world class. Get the taste of new, smooth State Express 3.5s today.
This is your host back again. Just a reminder of our rendezvous next week. Where are we going? Through the creaking door of talk.
The manufacturers of State Express 3-5 Filter King cigarettes invite you to listen next Saturday at 9 o'clock when they will again present The Creaking Door.
The Signal Oil Program, The Whistler. That whistle is your signal for the Signal Oil Program, The Whistler.
I am the Whistler, and I know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. Yes, I know the nameless terrors of which they dare not speak.
Yes, friends, it's time for the Signal Oil Program, The Whistler, rated tops in popularity for a longer period of time than any other West Coast program in radio history. And Signal gasoline is tops, too, tops in quality. It takes extra quality, you know, to give you extra mileage. And Signal is the famous Go Farther gasoline. So look for the Signal circle sign in yellow and black that identifies friendly dealer-owned Signal stations from Canada to Mexico. And now the Whistler's strange story. Murder on Margin.
It was 3 a.m. when Edward Jameson became himself again. He was sitting on a bench at the edge of a park. He couldn't remember coming there. It didn't matter, because the whole nightmare was coming back to him rapidly, his mind hurling frightening pieces of memory at him. The memory of a blinding rage, the gun flash, murder. He wondered if he'd been walking to escape, if the thought of hiding had brought him here to the park. And he told himself that it was foolish. There wasn't any escape. Her husband, Barney, knew the whole story. He was probably telling it to the police now. Edward stood up, shook his head, started to walk again, this time toward the police station.
7th Precinct, Sergeant Burke. Oh, yeah, Dave. Happened over on East 54th Street. Yeah, I think we got it sewed up already. Just a minute. Yes? What do you want?
My name is Edward Jameson. I want to talk to someone about that shooting on East 54th Street.
What about it?
I can tell you the whole story. I want to.
Call you back, Dave. Something's up. Okay, Jameson, what do you want to tell us?
Well, it really began when... Aren't you taking this down?
Should I?
Yes, I think so. I did it. I'm the murderer.
Yes, that was how Edward Jameson confessed to murder. Simply. But the things that led you to the 7th Precinct station weren't so simple, were they, Edward? They went back many weeks to happier days, as the newspapers put it. The days when you were free to decide what to do with your own life.
Also, Miss Turner, remind me on the 4th that Mrs. Jameson's having some kind of a function at the house. I can get the 7 o'clock instead of the 5:06.
Yes, Mr. Jameson.
And that the 8th is Mrs. Jameson's anniversary. Our anniversary. Our 5th. Must get her something.
Get Mrs. Jameson something?
Yeah, that's a good question. What?
Well...
Could get her a campaign ribbon with wooden battle stars, but... yeah, I'll figure it out. Well, that's all I have. You anything for me?
Oh, just a few. Mrs. Burton would like you to call before the opening of the market tomorrow.
No, fine. Remind me.
Your class luncheon tomorrow at noon at the Harvard Club.
Good. No, I'll take it. Hello, Jameson speaking.
Hello, Pappy. Wall Street still in business?
Oh, Miss Leeds. How are you?
Who should know better than you?
Well, the market was good today. Quiet but firm.
Ah, it sounds nice.
Yeah, I guess I think we've tested the lows here and can expect an uptrend from here on.
I can feel that mink coat now.
It may not go that high. But I think this is as good a place as any to get in. Fine. Fine. Now, what's your address so I can have my secretary mail you the form?
You know the address, silly.
Yes, that's 522 East 54th Street.
Always has been.
Anything else I can do for you now?
Uh-huh. I'm lonesome, Pappy.
Oh, certainly. As soon as the signed papers are in our hands, we can begin.
Wait and go home on the 6:02 tonight, huh, Pappy? So we can have a few minutes together?
Well, I'm not sure that can be arranged.
Come on. I'll meet you in the Commodore Grill in 15 minutes, huh?
Well, all right. Yes, I'll do that. Thank you for calling. Good night. Miss Turner, mail a margin agreement and discretionary trading form to Miss Susan Leeds, 522 East 54th Street tonight, please.
Yes.
Oh, and call my home and tell Mrs. Jameson I'm delayed. I have a few matters to attend to. Ask her to meet me at the station. I'll be taking the 6:02.
Here I am, Ed.
Hello, dear.
Hello, Ed.
What's the matter? Something wrong?
No, nothing wrong. Why, does there seem to be?
Yes, kind of. I wouldn't say you were exactly effervescent.
Frankly, I'm not. I've been sitting at that station for 1 hour and a half. Or is that a big surprise to you?
Doris, I'm sorry. I asked Miss Turner to phone you. I was getting a later train.
What's the matter? Would the economic balance of the country be upset if you took 5 minutes to call yourself?
Now, that's not the point. Oh, darn it. Why should I have to go into a long explanation just because I get a later train? I don't reach for my hat the minute the market closes. There are other things to do. I have letters to write and calls to make and contacts to keep up.
I'm sure. Some of those contacts you make at that local saloon must be a real help.
Doris! Oh, this is ridiculous.
Ridiculous or not, this is the last time I waited any station like I did tonight. I have other things to do with my time.
Okay. Why are you going home this way?
We're not going home. We're going to the Blacks for dinner. And do me a favor just for once. When it's time to leave, please don't insist on one for the road. That's when you fall apart.
Nobody else seems to think so.
Oh, yes, I'm sure, but they're not married to you.
Well, that can be fixed.
What was
I
that?
said... Nothing, dear. Nothing.
With the prologue of Murder on Margin, the Signal Oil Company is bringing you another strange story by The Whistler. Friends, you hear a lot of talk these days about how long a motor oil will last. But the more important thing is, how long will it make your motor last? And on that score, I have some interesting facts for you. In an actual road test, identical motors were run over 70,000 miles, some using today's finest regular motor oil, the others using Signal Premium Compounded Motor Oil, that improved type Signal lubricant which combines 100% pure paraffin base with scientific compounds. When these motors were torn down for inspection, those using Signal Premium had only 1/6 as much carbon deposit and 1/3 less cylinder wear. So what does that mean to you? Well, less carbon means that your motor runs quieter, smoother. And less cylinder wear means that your motor keeps its like-new power longer. Good reason, I'd say, for making your next oil change a change to the improved type Signal oil that's your guarantee of a sweeter-running motor. Signal Premium Compounded Motor Oil. And now, back to the Whistler.
In your own mind, at least, it's out in the open, isn't it, Edward? That your married life with Doris isn't what you want. It's all too average, dull, lacking the excitement you feel in just being around Susan Lee. You're determined to do something about it, aren't you, Edward? Something that will eliminate the explanations, the excuses. Turn those stolen moments with Susan into days, years that belong to you.
Why, Mr. Jameson, what a pleasant surprise.
How do you do, Miss Leeds? May I come in?
Please do.
Hello, sweetheart.
Hello, big man.
Did you get home all right last night?
You mean from the Commodore?
Mm-hmm.
Sure, I'm a big girl now.
Yeah, good for you. I wish I could give that cheerful a report.
What happened to you?
Usual harangue with Doris, followed by dinner and drinks at the Blacks. I've had a head all day.
Oh, poor baby. Well, you sit down and rest up while I fix up my face. By the way, I got those papers.
Oh, are they all signed?
Yep, but I don't understand them.
Well, when you boil them all down, what they say is that you agree to have a margin account with our firm, and that I have full power of attorney to trade in securities and to make withdrawals.
Oh, it's wonderful. Can you open the account with $1?
No, silly, of course not.
There's going to be some account. That's all I can spare.
Yeah, don't worry. I'll put off all the capital necessary.
I didn't understand why you put the account in my name, though.
That's what we call a dummy account.
Dummy? I don't think I like that.
Honey, I'm not permitted as a customer's man to trade in my own name. So I use yours instead. See?
Nope.
Well, don't you worry your pretty head about it. It'll be all right.
Oh, Pappy, whatever you say. Mm-hmm.
Anybody ever tell you you're as pretty as a picture?
Oh, yes. Many times.
Mm-hmm.
You, that's who.
So, what do you say we do it up Brown tonight, huh? Kind of calls for a celebration anyway.
Well, it's now 4:30. How brown can you get it between now and the 6:02 you must take?
Tonight it's different. I have the car in town, and I can always break down in the parkway. Catch on?
Darling, sometimes you amaze me. You mean we have the whole evening together?
And we won't be home until morning. Well, at least almost morning. Well, here we are.
Amen.
Did you have fun, Susan?
Yes, I did. It's been a wonderful evening.
Well...
Now, don't get out, Ed. I'll let myself in. It's pretty late. You don't want to get into trouble.
I won't get into any trouble. What am I, a mouse or something?
No, darling. You're the fun-loving Rover boy, but it's still pretty late and you have a long drive ahead of you. So be a good boy. And run along home.
All right. I don't like it. Someday we won't have to say goodbye like this.
Of course, darling.
Good night, Susan.
Good night. And drive carefully going home, Pappy. I don't want anything to happen to you.
Okay, I will. Don't worry. Bye.
Well, was that the Westport flash that just took off?
Barney.
Did his keeper die or just let him off for one night?
Just for one night. But she gets him back none the worse for wear.
Oh, that's nice.
Barney, we got to have a board meeting, as they say in Wall Street.
Mm-hmm.
So Westport Flash has opened a trading account in my name.
A trading account? Well.
Thoughtful of him, wasn't it?
Very. We've been working for years for a setup as good as this, haven't we, baby?
But I never expected it to be this good. Here's money in my name. Neat, huh?
You said it. Exactly.
Who in the world put this ball in? Ed, what are you doing back here?
I'm back, that's all.
Are you all right?
Tonight I own the world, Susan. Let me in.
It's very late, Ed. Have you any idea what time it is?
Time is no longer of the essence, as they say.
Now, look, Ed, I have an early appointment. I got to get some sleep. Be a good boy and go on home.
I've been home. I'm not going back. Doris and I argued and we're through. We're finished.
When did this happen?
A couple of hours ago. No man can stand that kind of thing for long.
Ed, all married people have spats.
This is no spat. This is it.
Now, you don't mean that.
Yes, I do. I told her where to head in. Yakety, yakety, yakety. She doesn't understand me. She never did.
Well, maybe you don't give her a chance to.
No, don't.
Oh, now be fair, Ed. Doris is a wonderful girl.
How do you know?
She married you, didn't she?
That was a long time ago.
Now, all the more reason for you not to go off half-cocked. You can't just tear up years together like that. Be sensible, Ed, please.
You mean that, don't you?
From the bottom of my heart.
Oh, Susan, when they made you, they threw away the mold. No wonder I love you so much. You always think of the other fellow first.
Darling, I just don't want you in trouble. And I don't like to see you unhappy.
Oh, my baby. My darling. You understand me, don't you?
Yes, of course. Now, you go on down to the club and get some sleep with what's left of the night, and tomorrow you call Doris and make up with her.
I'm not
No arguments now. Susan knows that.
No, I mean it. I'm through, and that's final.
Ed, my darling, please think it over carefully. We've been so patient. We've been so decent. Let's be sure. So very sure for everybody's sake.
Oh, I'm sure. And I'm a free man. No one can stop me from asking you what I wanted to ask you from the very first moment I laid my eyes on you. And that's...
Tomorrow, honey. Phone me tomorrow. Now, good night, Ed.
Oh, all right. That's the way you want it.
That's the way I want it. Now, come on. Get some sleep like a good boy. Good night, Pappy.
Good night, sugar.
Bonnie.
He's left, eh?
Yeah. Did you hear?
Not all of it.
Well, you should have. He's going to blow his happy home.
Oh? Why don't these guys ever get along with their wives?
I don't know, but this one's going to want to marry me.
You say I blame him. You're quite a dish. That's why I married you myself.
Well, what happens now with his wife out of the way? I can't hold him at arm's length forever, and we can't afford to let our pigeon out of the coop.
Not this pigeon. Now, how much is in that trading account of yours, if you'll pardon the expression?
A lot. Better than 30,000.
All in your name. Perfect. And tomorrow morning you sell everything in that account.
It almost seems a shame to do it. He trusts me so much.
Look, baby, don't go moral on me at this late date. It might spoil our beautiful relationship.
Don't worry about me, darling.
Don't give me a reason to. Now, tomorrow morning we cash out that account. And as soon as we get a check for the proceeds, we'll vacate this apartment. And if it'll make you feel any better, we'll mail Jameson the key as a gesture of goodwill.
Well, how does it feel to have a rich wife?
Fine. We'll buy a house in Westport and live graciously.
Sure. I'll plan menus and play bridge with the girls. And you can go into the office every day.
Yeah? Over my dead body.
It's too bad, Edward, that you couldn't have listened in. Couldn't have known the truth about Susan. But then you wouldn't have believed it, would you? Even though there are signs around that kind of people, signs that can easily be read, you wouldn't see them. Because an infatuation like yours can be very blind. Can't it, Edward? Very blind.
Hello?
Susan, hold on to your hat. It's done.
Ed?
Yeah, I'm out at LaGuardia Field. She just left for Reno. My wife and her mother.
You sure, Ed?
Now, listen, I drove them to the airport and put them on the plane. Oh, I'm so happy about it, I think I could crawl out of that receiver you're holding to your ear.
Oh.
So wait there, and I'll be right over.
At 11:30 in the morning?
Morning, noon, night, who cares?
I'll tell you what you do. I have several things I simply can't change at this short notice, so you meet me here at 6:30. I'll have cocktails waiting.
6:30? Oh, it's a lifetime.
Sorry, dear, if I'd known.
Well, it's okay, Angel. I'll run back to the house for a couple of things, and then I'll probably kill some time at the club. So if you can get out earlier, call me there. If I don't hear from you, 6:30 on the nose. Right?
Right.
Bye, love.
Bye. Well, here we go again.
Yeah, that's what it sounded like.
He's just put his wife on a plane for Reno.
Well, that means I'd better get right down to his office as fast as I can and pick up the check. In the meantime, you phone him that a messenger is on the way.
Sometimes I wonder if there isn't an easier way of making a living.
Don't wonder. You haven't got any choice. You married me, remember?
Sure, Barney, I remember. I'm not complaining. Where you're concerned, it's funny that way.
Good. How soon can you have us ready to skip this town?
Be back here by 5. That'll give us time. I'll pack your bag so we'll be all ready to go.
Great. We're as good as on our way, baby.
No, neither did I, but the best laid plans, you know.
Yes.
Well, what's new?
I typed out a list of everything. It's right here on your desk.
No, let me see.
All the calls. Mr. Brown's been taking care of your customers, and all the transactions they made are on the list, too.
Very efficient, Miss Turner. Thank you.
I'm sorry to hear about you and Mrs. Jameson.
Not at all, not at all.
Well, things happen, I suppose.
Yes, they do. What's this note about Miss Leeds?
Oh, she sold everything in her account this morning.
She what?
Yes, Miss Leeds said you had talked it over with her.
You know I do all the trading in that account?
Oh, but the account is in her name, Mr. Jameson. I couldn't question her instructions.
Oh, no, that's your fault, Miss Turner. Tell me, were there any other instructions from Miss Leeds?
Yes, she wanted the check right away.
Get on to the cashier's department and stop that check immediately.
The check was picked up by a messenger just a few minutes ago.
It was what?
Yes, so she called again at noon and said the messenger was on his way.
You remember what time exactly?
Well, it was about, let me see, about 11:45. Yes, because
Miss Turner, give me a taxi fast.
What's the matter, Mr. Jameson? You look
like I'd lost my best friend? Well, maybe I have. Just get me that cab.
Well, Barney, did you get... Ed.
Hello, Susan.
You're early.
Just a little, maybe. I was almost too late.
What do you mean?
Why did you do it, Susan?
Do what?
Close out the account. Why did you do it?
I felt like it, and the account was in my name.
That money was mine. Ours. Why did you do it behind my back?
That should be obvious.
No, it isn't.
No one can possibly be that stupid.
Susan, I put every cent I had in the world in that account. It's all right if you want the money, but I love you, and you hurt me and shocked me.
You'll recover.
Susan, darling, you don't understand.
Well, you finally said it. I don't understand. Doris didn't understand. Did your mother ever understand you?
Susan, it's come over you. I've never seen you like this before.
You never looked.
Baby, I can't stand you like this. I love you, baby. We've got plans. In 6 weeks we can get married.
Oh, why don't you grow up?
Susan.
What makes you think you're God's gift to women? Now, Dolly's put up with you for 5 years. Will always be a mystery. Now, if you don't mind, I'll let you alone. I got to finish packing.
You're packing? Yes, you are. Susan, that gun in your suitcase.
Get it, Ed. You better run along. My husband's due here any minute.
Husband? When did you get married?
About 3 years before I met you.
And this whole thing has been a shakedown. Susan, I could kill you for this.
Stop it. You're not the type. You won't kill me. I'm a woman. And nice little boys don't kill women. Nice little boys need women to understand them. They just couldn't live without a woman's shoulder to cry on.
No.
From the cradle to the grave, nice little boys have to be mothered.
No.
Well, little boy, you got me mischast. I'm not your mother.
No, Susan, you can't.
Get away from me. Get out of here. Leave that gun alone, Ed.
I'm not a little boy.
Ed, you just think
I'm not a little boy. I'll show you. I'm going to kill you. No sense trying to get out that door.
The Whistler will return in just a moment with a strange ending to tonight's story. There's no mystery, however, to the story I'm about to tell you. The ever-increasing Swing the Signal. Starting with just a handful of stations in Southern California, the Signal organization has grown and grown year after year, until today, Signal Dealer serves 6 western states from Canada to Mexico. Obviously, folks who have tried Signal, the famous Go Farther gasoline, must like it. Yes, they do like it, for good reasons. Not only for Signal's famous mileage, but for the thing which makes that mileage possible, the extra efficiency you get from your motor when you use today's Signal gasoline. And remember, extra engine efficiency means extra performance for your car, extra driving pleasure for you. That's why Signal says, if it's the tops in quality you want, when you buy gasoline, there are just 2 things to keep in mind. 1, it takes extra quality to go farther. And 2, Signal is the famous Go Farther gasoline. And now back to the Whistler.
It's over at last, Ed. The whole story. Your break with your wife, Doris. The terrible shock when you discovered that Susan Leeds had made a fool out of you. That she and her husband, Barney, had planned the whole thing to take away a little boy's money. That was what really brought on the blind rage, wasn't it, Ed? When she admitted that to you. And now, standing in the 7th Precinct station, telling it quietly to the desk sergeant, you suddenly stop. Because it's all you remember, isn't it? A blinding rage, a gun flash, a murder.
And that's your story, is it, Jameson?
Yes. A little more to it, I guess. It's not exactly clear in my mind. She opened the door and tried to get out. I only know that I killed Susan Leeds.
So you killed Susan Leeds. Oh, I don't know. Why does this have to happen to me?
But I told you.
Look, we walk in on a couple of characters we've been trying to nab for months. They're wanted in half a dozen states on everything from blackmail to larceny. We find one of them dead. The other one standing there half-dazed with a murder weapon on the floor. It's a perfect case, all wrapped up. And you walk in.
But I killed her. I'm trying to tell you.
Wait. Frank, bring in the suspect.
Oh, please, I just want some rest.
You wait, like I told you. Here she is.
Susan.
So, you killed Susan Leeds.
No, it can't be. I fired the gun.
You didn't kill me. But I wish you had.
But I did. You were running for the door and you opened it and I pulled the trigger.
Yes. Just as my husband, Barney, came in to try to help me.
Your husband. I killed your husband.
That's right, Jameson. I don't know what the DA will want to do about it, but you're going to have a hard time explaining this to a jury.
Funny, isn't it? You getting rid of a wife who doesn't mean anything to you. And I lost a husband who meant everything to me.
Let that whistle be your signal for the Signal Oil program, The Whistler, each Wednesday night at this same time. Brought to you by the Signal Oil Company, marketers of Signal gasoline and motor oil and fine quality automotive accessories. Signal has asked me to remind you, to get the most driving pleasure, drive at sensible speeds, be courteous, and obey traffic regulations. It may save a life, possibly your own. Featured in tonight's story were Willard Waterman and Betty Lou Gerson. The Whistler was produced and directed by George W. Allen, with story by Frank Lovejoy and music by Wilbur Hatch, and was transmitted to our troops overseas by the Armed Forces Radio Service. Next Wednesday, for a full hour of mystery over most of these stations, tune in a half hour earlier. Enjoy The Saint as well as The Whistler. Marvin Miller speaking. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The Signal Oil program, The Whistler. That whistle is your signal for the Signal Oil program, The Whistler.
I am the Whistler, and I know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. Yes, I know the nameless terrors of which they dare not speak.
Yes, friends, it's time for the Signal Oil program, The Whistler. Rated tops in popularity for a longer period of time than any other West Coast program in radio history. And Signal gasoline is tops, too, tops in quality. It takes extra quality, you know, to give you extra mileage. And Signal is the famous Go Farther gasoline. So look for the Signal circle sign in yellow and black that identifies friendly dealer-owned Signal stations from Canada to Mexico. And now the Whistler's strange story. Stranger in the House.
Helen decided she might as well be honest with herself. The suspense was getting her down. But if she didn't find out one way or the other pretty soon, something was going to snap. It had been over 6 years since her foster brother Ted had left for the Orient on that government mission. And he was still out there, somewhere between Manila and Shanghai, alive or dead. It was a terrible thing to admit even to herself. But she was even wishing now for any kind of message, even one stating Ted was dead. At least it would end the waiting. At least it would be better than not knowing at all.
George, please. I don't want to talk about it anymore. Ted's been on my mind for so long now that I wish I could forget about him for a while.
I'm rather surprised to hear you say that, Helen.
Oh, I know it sounds terrible, but... George, it's been 6, almost 7 years of waiting and not knowing.
Yes, I know, Helen.
I can't stand it much longer, George. After all, he's my foster brother. Don't you understand? All these years of silence. If they'd only tell us something.
You must realize there are a lot of women like you, dear. It's just one of the terrible things about the aftermath of war, that's all.
Let's just wait, then. Let's not talk about him anymore.
I'm your lawyer, Helen. There are some things we've got to talk about.
All right. Go on, George.
Well, it's been almost 7 years now. If we haven't heard from Ted in another 4 months, he'll be declared legally dead.
What does that mean?
There's a clause in your foster father's will, Helen. When Ted dies, the entire estate goes over to you.
Why must you always throw that will in my face, George? Why must it always come around to money, money, money? Every time we talk about Ted, it's the same thing. I don't care about the money. All I care about is having him back alive and well. Now, please go, George. If it doesn't have to be settled till September, let's not talk about it till then.
All right, Helen.
Well, George.
Yes?
I'm sorry I blew up. I guess I'm just not myself.
Sure, Helen. I understand.
Yes, Helen, the suspense is beginning to tell on you, isn't it? Almost 7 years of it. Just a few letters from Ted early in 1941, telling you of his arrival in Manila. Then silence. No way you could get in touch with him. Nothing you could do but wait. And you're still waiting, rushing out to meet the postman, hoping each day will be the big one. George is more tactful now about the will. He doesn't mention it anymore, and you're very grateful. And then at long last, the suspense is ended. It's not the postman. It's Rhoda, your maid, walking into your bedroom one morning with a cablegram.
When did it come, Rhoda?
Just this minute, miss. A messenger brought to the door.
Arriving June 4th, Seattle steamer President Jefferson. Love, Ted.
Oh, at last. Oh, Miss Helen, Mr. Ted coming home at last.
Yes. Yes, Rhoda. At last. Pardon me? Oh, I beg your pardon. Stuart? Oh, Stuart.
Yes, miss?
I'm looking for Mr. Ted Van Norton. Where is his cabin, please?
Just a minute, please. Van Norton. Stateroom 3C, third deck.
Thank you.
Come in.
Ted, darling.
Hello.
I'm sorry. I must have the wrong stateroom. I'm looking for my brother, Ted Van Norton.
Oh, what's the matter, Helen? Don't you recognize me?
What? Who are you?
Well, this isn't much of a homecoming after 6 years. Maybe I better introduce myself. The name is Theodore Van Norton.
Oh, there must be some mistake.
Helen, darling, you're joking.
Who are you?
Well, I've already told you. I'm your foster brother, Ted Van Norton.
You're not Ted. You're You're an imposter.
With the prologue of Stranger in the House, the Signal Oil Company is bringing you another strange story by The Whistler. But now, important news for drivers. The amazing new type tire by Lee of Conshohocken, which is being announced this month in the Saturday Evening Post, is already at your Signal dealers. I'm referring to the new 8-rib Super Deluxe Lee tire. Not just a new model, mind you, but a completely new tire. You can see that the handsome 8-rib tread is wider and flatter, and there's more rubber in it. But not until you drive on these new type tires can you appreciate their easier turning and steering, and the way they absorb road shocks, sparing you fatigue and sparing your car unnecessary wear. In addition, quicker stopping and greater protection against skidding are assured by the 16 cleaning edges on Lee's broad flat tread. And when it comes to wear, these new Lee Super Deluxe tires are setting records so amazing they're almost unbelievable. Yet all this extra quality is yours at no extra cost. In fact, right now, as their summer driving special, Signal dealers are offering extra generous trade-ins on old tires, plus liberal credit terms. So before you buy any tire, see your Signal dealer. Find out how little it will cost you to enjoy real safety and comfort this summer with new 8-rib Lee Super Deluxe tires. And now back to the Whistler.
Well, Helen, all you can do is stand there in the stateroom and stare at him. The effrontery of this stranger trying to pass himself off as your foster brother leaves you at a loss for something to say. True, he does resemble Ted. He's tall, the same build, the same athletic poise, the same general features. But the expression, it's not quite Ted's, is it? That's funny, isn't it, Helen? Perhaps he thinks it's funny in a different sort of way. Perhaps he's one of those people with a perverted sense of humor, a practical joker. Yes, it's hilarious, isn't it? To pull a trick like this after all those years of almost unbearable suspense.
Now, darling, hadn't we better get a move on?
Are you stupid enough to think you can get away with this?
Get away with what?
If this is some crude attempt at humor, I don't...
Not at all. I'm quite serious.
Where's Ted?
Oh, do you have to be that way? I explained once.
Don't lie to me. Where is he?
Excuse me a moment. Oh, Steward.
Yes, Mr. Van Orton.
Would you take care of my hand baggage, please?
Yes, sir, right away.
Thanks. Come on, Helen. Let's go down to the dock.
I'll call the purser.
Wait a minute. Now, look. See, passport with fingerprints and photograph, birth certificate, State Department credentials, letters from you.
They are forgeries.
I'm sorry. They're genuine.
You're not going home with me. I won't stand for it.
Very well, darling. I'll check in at a hotel for the time being. But after all, you can't keep a guy out of his own home, can you?
George, I've never been so stunned in my life. He just stood there smiling at me, saying over and over that he was Ted.
Wait a minute. You say he had identification?
Everything. Even letters from me. I wrote them when Ted first arrived in Manila.
Were they genuine?
Oh, I think so. You're my lawyer. Do something.
He'd know better than try to get by with forgeries. Helen, you're sure you're right?
George, you don't think I know my own brother?
Oh, but it's been close to 7 years. He's probably been in prison camp. That can make a lot of difference in a man's appearance.
But it's not entirely a matter of appearance. It's the way he walks, his voice, his mannerisms. Besides, Ted's dead.
What?
Well, something terrible's happened, I'm sure of it. This man might have killed him. Yes, that's it. So he could get his hands on Ted's money.
That's a pretty serious charge, Helen. You've got to be sure of yourself. You're the only one in Seattle who can recognize him. Remember, he's been gone for 7 years. Do you have any pictures?
No, I thought of that. No. No, there weren't any, not since he was a little boy. Spent most of his time in the East with Aunt Ida.
Well, where's she?
She died some time ago.
Well, there are a lot of ways we can check on him. The State Department ought to know about him. He's been with them for over 10 years. You say he's stopping at a hotel?
Yes.
You know, of course, that if he can prove his identity, he has a legal right to live here in this house.
I tell you, he's a flagrant imposter. He's not coming here if I have to hire somebody to throw him out.
It's Rhoda, miss.
Oh, what time is it?
After 8.
Oh, go away. I'm sleepy.
I must see you, miss.
All right, Rhoda, come in. Now, what is it?
It's that man, Mr. Van Norton.
What? Where is he?
He's in the guest bathroom, miss. Shaving.
Give me a home where the buffalo roam, where the deer...
Well, good morning.
What do you think you're doing?
Shaving, morning ablutions. Can't say I'm used to having ladies barge into the bathroom.
Get out of here.
Temper.
How did you get in?
Well, I couldn't get a room at a hotel, so I took a taxi up last night. Walked in the back door. It was open, you see.
You can leave the same way you came in.
No, I'm here to stay, sister dear. I've got the proof in my pocket. And if you want to get me out, you can trot right down to the Hall of Justice and get yourself a court order. Have some more coffee, Helen.
No, thanks.
Hot cakes?
Mr. Whoever you are.
Van Norton. Name's Theodore Van Norton.
I must say, I've never seen such colossal nerve in my life.
Oh, you flatter me.
You're not at all concerned about the servants?
Should I be?
Aren't you afraid they'll fail to recognize you?
Don't be silly. None of them were here when I left. Edward the butler was last to go, I think. Oh, by the way, Helen, whatever became of old Edward?
There are other people in town, of course. What about your teachers at Washington Heights School?
Why, Helen, I believe you're trying to trick me. You know Father sent me to Foxhall Academy when I was 14. I never went to Washington Heights.
Oh.
Where are you going?
You seem to know everything. Why don't you tell me that?
Helen, we have some talking to do, darling. About the will. Father's estate left all of it to me, you know. Seems to me the executor owes me close to $1 million.
You knew it was coming, didn't you, Helen? That's the purpose behind this whole crazy business. It's still inconceivable to you that the man can actually expect to get away with it. George was right. There are 1,000 ways you can check up on him. And the imposter himself just gave you an excellent one. You make a long-distance call to the Foxhall Academy and talk to Mr. Rigby, the headmaster.
Why, yes, of course, Miss Van Norton. I'd be delighted to come down tomorrow afternoon. Ted was always one of my favorites, you know. Any special time?
What about 2 o'clock?
Fine. It'll be quite a reunion, won't it?
Yes, indeed, Mr. Rigby. Quite a reunion. Mr. Rigby, this is George Chadwick, my lawyer.
Yes, Chadwick. How do you do, sir?
Would you like to wait in the living room, Mr. Rigby? I think Ted's out on the tennis court. We'll call him.
Thanks.
Come on, George. Excuse us, Mr. Rigby.
Of course.
You still think I don't know my brother?
No, I never said that, Helen. I only said 7 years can make a lot of difference. You yourself said his general features were the same.
I'm afraid Mr. What's-his-name is going to suffer a little embarrassment.
You think Rigby will recognize him?
He'll recognize him as an imposter, if that's what you mean. He knows Ted as well as I do. What's the matter?
I don't know. I had those documents checked, the hospital records in Manila. He was a patient there for...
I tell you, he's a fraud. Heaven knows what's happened to Ted or how this crook got hold of his papers.
All right, Helen. You'd better go and call him.
Hello, sis. What's up?
I was sorry to interrupt your tennis game. Ted?
Oh, it's Ted now, huh?
Why, of course. I could have been mistaken, you know.
Well, can't say I expected this.
I'd be a little foolish not to admit it when I'm wrong, wouldn't I? Come on, dear.
Where to?
Just to the living room. You can go back to your tennis in a moment. Oh, there you are, George.
Hello, Ted.
Hello, George. What's going on around here?
We're going into the living room, George. Perhaps you'd like to join us.
Yes, of course.
Well, open the door, George.
Oh, sorry. Say, what's this all about? Rigby!
Teddy, old boy, how have you been?
Oh, you old son of a guy. What is this, Helen, a surprise? Why don't they tip a guy off when his old headmaster comes to see him?
Oh, you're looking fine, Teddy.
Yeah?
Good Lord, it's been a long time.
Yeah.
Last time I saw you was after the Washburn game, remember?
What? Yeah, at Spokane. Sticky was there, too. Say, do you remember the bus broke down that night outside of Wenatchee? You and I had a...
You stand there stunned, speechless, just staring at them as they slap each other on the back, forgetting all about you. And George avoids looking at you. He's on their side now, you're sure of it. And worst of all, it's beginning to get you, too. He's not Ted, your foster brother. You know it, you're positive. It's ridiculous to go through all this rigmarole, but it seems to be your word against his proof, doesn't it? But there are still other ways, aren't there? Like another long-distance call, this time to the State Department in Washington, D.C. After being transferred to 4 or 5 different offices, you finally get through to the right man.
It's important that you check this matter thoroughly. I'm positive that the man representing himself as my foster brother is an imposter.
You say you were with Mr. Van Norton when he filed his original application here in 1938?
Yes. I saw him attach his photograph and fix his fingerprints. I simply want to see that application.
I'll forward the file to our Seattle representative. You can check it there. Will that be satisfactory?
Quite satisfactory, thank you.
I see. You say the file was forwarded here from Washington?
That's right. I simply want to examine it, particularly the photograph.
Excuse me a moment, Miss Van Norton. I'll have to look it up.
Well, George,
Well, what?
I can't say that I'm pleased with your lack of faith in me.
No, who said anything about that?
Oh, it's clear enough.
Look, I'm a lawyer. I'll believe black as white if they throw enough evidence at me. Mr. Rigby was a very convincing witness.
He's a decrepit old fool, and it had been 15 years.
I thought he was an intelligent man.
He'd passed you off, my brother. He'd forgotten what Ted looks like.
I don't know. You might be arguing against yourself.
What do you mean?
You haven't seen Ted in almost 7 years.
Oh, don't be
could...
ridiculous.
Here we are. Theodore H. Van Norton. And now, what did you wish to see?
Here, let me see it. Medical examination, education record, application. Where's the picture?
On the other side.
Oh, here.
Satisfied, Helen?
It can't be. I saw Ted paste the picture on himself.
Is something wrong?
Of course there's something wrong. This isn't Ted's picture. It's that man.
Helen, get hold of yourself.
What? Here, let me see. Yes, here they are, fingerprints. Now, listen, clerk. I want this whole record sent to the office of the Federal Bureau of Investigation.
Helen, you've got to have a rest. This thing is getting
That's
you.
one thing that can't be forged. Don't you see? They can't forge his fingerprints.
Oh, I'm sorry, Miss Van Norton, but I have no authority.
You've got to. I tell you, there's a stranger in my house. He's posing as my foster brother. There's $1 million involved.
Just a minute, Helen, please. It's most important, Mr. Robbins, not only because of the money involved. Miss Van Norton is extremely upset.
Well, of course, Mr. Chadwick, but you see, I can't simply turn over material like this to
I'll make the necessary arrangements with the FBI, Mr. Robbins, and get your authority from Washington. Will that be satisfactory?
Oh, quite, Mr. Chadwick. Quite.
Hello, Ted.
Well, Helen, I began to wonder where you were all afternoon.
Oh, downtown shopping. Stores are frightful these days.
Indeed they are.
You reading?
Yeah.
How's Dick Tracy?
Oh, haven't checked him today.
Funny. You used to read Dick Tracy before you even looked at the headlines.
I guess a guy gets a little serious after all those years overseas. Prison camp, hospital.
Yes, I suppose so.
You're looking calmer today. Finally decide on the real thing?
I want you to forgive me, Ted. It's so unbelievable that I don't quite trust my senses anymore.
Sure. You're a good kid, Helen. I don't blame you.
Will you drink on it?
Why not?
What'll it be?
Bourbon and soda.
Oh, you're a man after my own heart.
You know, I'm kind of surprised. I thought you'd be a tougher nut to crack.
Oh? You expected me to be suspicious?
After that episode on the boat, I expected anything.
Oh. Here you are.
Thanks.
What'll we drink to?
To us, of course.
All right. To us.
Yes, ma'am?
You're in charge of the fingerprinting department here?
Yes?
I'm Helen Van Norton. I brought in a highball glass yesterday afternoon with some fingerprints on it.
Oh, yes. That's the one you wanted us to check against the prints on the State Department application file.
That's right.
Where did you get that glass?
A man is posing as my brother, staying at my house. They're his fingerprints.
You're sure of the prints on the application?
What do you mean?
Are you sure they're the bona fide prints of your brother?
Of course. I was with him in Washington when he completed the application in 1938. I saw him put the prints on it.
I see. Well, that ought to settle it once and for all.
What do you mean?
The man at your house is your brother, Miss Van Norton. The prints are identical.
It can't be. It can't.
We wouldn't commit ourselves if we weren't positive.
I see. Of course. Oh, thank you.
Well, Helen, that settles it, doesn't it? You're beaten and you know it. And worst of all, you're not at all sure of yourself anymore. Yes, that's the unbearable part. Not knowing in your mind whether you're right or wrong. But you still have one more out. Just one. It's a long chance, but you've decided you have to take it. To decide once and for all whether or not this man Ted is your foster brother. Whether you can trust your own mind. It's very late that night when you get quietly out of bed and walk downstairs to the telephone. The house is as quiet as a tomb. Everyone's asleep.
Long distance.
I want to call Shanghai, operator. Mr. C.S. Julian, 28 Perlang Drive, Shanghai.
Just a moment, please. Mr. C.S. Julian.
Yes.
28 Perlang Drive, Shanghai. There will be a delay. Will you wait?
Yes. Yes, I'll wait.
Here's your party. Go ahead, please.
Hello.
Hello?
Is this Mr. Julian?
Who is calling, please?
I last talked to you in April 1941. The name I gave you was Grayson. Do you remember that?
Why are you calling?
Do you remember me?
Of course I remember you. You called concerning a man, Mr. Van Norton, as I remember. He was in Manila.
Do you know what became of him?
He was killed in an accident in May of 1941.
You're positive?
Positive.
Oh. Thank you, Mr. Julian. Thank you very much.
The Whistler will return in just a moment with a strange ending to tonight's story. Meantime, a word of wisdom to Mr. Average Driver. You spend well over $100 a year for gasoline. That's a lot of money. You'd like to be sure it's buying the gasoline that's tops in quality, the gasoline that gives you top performance from your car. Well, you can be sure if you just keep 2 points in mind when you buy gasoline. 1, it takes extra quality to go farther. And 2, Signal is the famous Go Farther gasoline. After all, the only way any gasoline can put more thrilling performance into your car is by helping your motor run more efficiently. And when your motor runs more efficiently, naturally you get better mileage. So there you have it in a nutshell. The reason why Signal's good mileage is so important to you. And the reason Signal says, to be sure of the tops in gasoline quality, there are just 2 things to remember. 1, it takes extra quality to go farther. And 2, Signal is the famous Go Farther gasoline. And now back to the Whistler.
It was a relief to know, wasn't it, Helen? You can trust your own senses now. Ted is dead. Mr. Julian just told you so. And the stranger in the house is an imposter. Somehow, some way you can prove it. But right now, you don't want to think about it anymore. It's been too bewildering. All you want now is your bed and the first good night's sleep in a week. You put down the phone and start toward the stairs.
Sit down, Helen.
How long have you been here?
Long enough. I said sit down.
I'm going upstairs.
Sit down before you fall down. That's it. You just hung yourself, baby. There's a record of that phone conversation down at FBI headquarters.
What are you talking about?
You didn't have Shanghai, in case you're wondering. You were talking to the boys down at the office. Not Mr. Julian. We had everything, you see, except the link you just gave us. We knew Mr. Julian paid $10,000, part of the money you sent him, to one of his boys in Manila. The boy who killed your foster brother, Ted.
But
I was the only one who knew. I was detained over there in a prison camp, like I said. It was a long wait. I knew Ted had a foster sister, and I knew there was close to $1 million in it somewhere. But all I had was a suspicion.
what about Julian?
The authorities in Shanghai have him.
Well, I guess there's nothing much I can do.
Tough, isn't it? It could have been a nice kid. You weren't a killer at heart. You shouldn't have picked out someone in the State Department. Oh, it took us a long time to work it out. A lot of names, a lot of people. We even drew on the services of Mr. Rigby. When we got going, we knew you'd crack, sooner or later.
Who are you?
This time, baby, I'm telling you the truth. I was your brother's best friend. My name's McKay. Oh, and incidentally, I'm with the FBI.
Let that whistle be your signal for the Signal Oil program, The Whistler, each Wednesday night at this same time. Brought to you by the Signal Oil Company, marketers of Signal gasoline and motor oil and fine quality automotive accessories. Signal has asked me to remind you, to get the most driving pleasure, drive at sensible speeds, be courteous, and obey traffic regulations. It may save a life, possibly your own. Featured in tonight's story were Virginia Gregg and Gerald Moore. The Whistler was produced and directed by George W. Allen, with story by Harold Swanton and Mark Smith, and music by Wilbur Hatch, and was transmitted to our troops overseas by the Armed Forces Radio Service. Next Wednesday, for a full hour of mystery over most of these stations, tune in a half hour earlier.
Quiet, please. Quiet, please. The Mutual Broadcasting System presents Quiet, Please, which is written and directed by Willis Cooper and which features Ernest Chappell. Quiet, Please for tonight is called Never Send to Know. I wouldn't be caught in an alley with a derby hat. Or with one of those light, snap-brimmed ones, either. Look. You know what this thing is? It's an automatic pistol. It's not a rod, a Roscoe, or a heater. You know where I keep it? In my desk drawer. I can't speak Chinese. I think most policemen are very nice fellows, very efficient, generally courteous, almost always intelligent. I get along with them beautifully. I don't know any stool pigeons. I have never hit a woman in my life. Nobody has ever called me a private eye or a Seamus, or however you pronounce it. And I do not indulge in rapid-fire slang. and for your information, a pistol does not go ka-chow. I will now fire a pistol so you can see. This is how a pistol sounds. You probably could put that sound into words, but I submit that it definitely would not be ka-chow. Would it? Well?
Fool.
I must admit I do have a secretary. Mrs. Radaball.
Well?
Come in, Mrs. Radaball.
Well?
This is my secretary, Mrs. Radaball.
What do you want?
Mrs. Radaball, how many jewel robberies have I solved?
Huh.
We may take that to mean none.
You ain't had any jewel robberies.
Precisely. Do you recall any cases involving beautiful Oriental maidens, Mrs. R?
I do not.
Any in which I was kidnapped by counterfeiters?
Listen, I'm busy, Mr. Kramer.
Now, Mrs. Radaball, if I propose to you...
Huh?
That you and I take an automobile trip to an obscure village in New Hampshire to investigate the murder of an elderly recluse, what would you do?
I'd quit.
And what do you consider the most exciting of all the cases I have handled as a private eye?
A what?
You see? A private detective, investigator, Mrs. R.
You haven't had any exciting ones. And I wish you'd stop calling me Mrs. R.
Thank you, Mrs. Radaball.
I'm going home early this afternoon.
Are you?
There's a parent-teachers meeting.
How soon will you be leaving?
As soon as I finish typing the minutes of the last meeting.
Very well, Mrs. Radaball.
Don't forget to lock the door when you go.
No, the business of a private investigator is not all gunplay and beautiful blondes. There are occasional blondes, yes. But they all seem to want divorces or to escape divorces. And a startlingly high proportion of them are not beautiful. I have never fired my pistol in anger since I became a private detective. I have looked through a number of transoms, and I have guarded wedding gifts a few times. I have even helped a police officer make an arrest of a man who stole safety razors from a drugstore. In my younger days, well, I suppose I was a roughneck. I bummed all over the country. I've seen the insides of not a few jailhouses. Met some very interesting people. But now, in my fat 40s, I'm content to have this small office, do odd jobs for people at a price, and relax. Going already, Mrs. Radaball?
It's not Mrs. Radaball.
Oh, excuse me, sir. Isn't Mrs. Radaball out there?
I didn't notice.
Well, what can I do for you, sir?
You're Mr. Kramer, aren't you?
Yes, sir.
May I sit down? Thank you. You're a detective.
Yes, sir.
Yes. I would like to engage you.
I am open to suggestions, sir.
Yes. You find out things.
Sometimes I do, sir. I at least try to find out.
I want you to find out something for me.
Good.
Your fee...
Why, we can discuss that later, sir, when I know a little more about what you want me to do.
All right.
Would you care to give me your name? In confidence, of course.
I don't know what my name is.
I beg your pardon?
I don't know what my name is.
Oh, an amnesia case, I take it. I mean, you want me to find out who you are?
No.
Well, I was going to say that the police... What did you say?
I'm not interested in knowing who I am.
Well,
My name's not important anyway.
I'm afraid I don't quite understand, sir. Just what was it you wanted me to find out?
I want you to find out who murdered me.
I beg your pardon.
I want to know who murdered me, so he can be punished.
But my dear sir, you're not...
Oh, yes. I am.
Oh, you are what?
I'm a ghost.
I see.
Please don't use the telephone, Mr. Kramer.
I wasn't going to.
Well, you were reaching for it. I suppose you were going to call the police and tell them that you have a crazy man here.
Well,
It wouldn't do any good. Because, you see, if the police were to come in here, I'd just disappear. You'd look very foolish.
I see.
I see you don't believe me, Mr. Kramer. Let me show you. I'll disappear. You see?
You know what? You did disappear.
Yes, of course.
I don't believe in ghosts.
You mean you didn't? Well, I'd like to have you start at once, Mr. Kramer. I want to know who murdered...
I thought I heard you talking. Why, there's nobody here.
I was talking to myself, Mrs. Radabal.
Well, I must say, shooting pistols, talking to yourself. Where'd this money come from?
What money?
$100 bills. 1, 2, 3, ick.
Why, what?
You got sticky red paint or something all over them.
Well, it wasn't red paint. But it was real money. From a man who disappeared. Well, I said a private detective's life wasn't exciting. It looks as if it's going to be now. But I don't know how I'm going to find out who murdered a man who doesn't know who he is, nor when or where he was murdered. Do you? I don't even know where to start. I've been sitting here since 3 o'clock this morning. I say to myself, did that man come in here, or did I dream it? And then I see the $300 bills on the desk in front of me, and they're real enough. So I didn't dream it. Yes?
Mr. Kramer?
Yes.
You didn't dream it.
What?
You didn't dream it.
I said that.
Yes, I heard you.
Oh?
Perhaps I'd better come in and talk to you some more.
Well...
Yes, I think I'd better. I'll be right there.
I'll
be right there.
This is... Who is it?
Good evening, Mr. Kramer. Yes, I think we'd better talk some more.
But look here. You were just talking to me on the phone. Where were you...
What difference does that make? I don't really mean to haunt you, Mr. Kramer, but I am very anxious, you understand.
No doubt.
I remembered something.
Oh?
Yes. I remembered where I was murdered.
Look. I mean...
Mr. Kramer, you seem to think that I'm trying to deceive you or something.
Well, no, but... Well, really, I've never talked to a ghost before.
Really?
There must be some rational explanation of this, Mr.
I gave you my explanation, sir. You're not afraid by any chance. I don't frighten you, I hope.
No. I don't think I'm afraid, really. But... Well, I'm just not used to this sort of thing.
Oh, you will be before we get done. I was going to tell you where I was murdered. Perhaps that'll help.
All right. Where?
It was near Lindale, Utah.
Lindale, Utah.
That's on the Union Pacific.
I think I've been through there.
Oh, have you?
Isn't that near where the branch line to Bryce Canyon turns off the main line?
Yeah, I believe it is. You think that'll be of any help?
You never know. You don't remember when, I suppose.
No, but I may remember later. Really, meeting you has been very stimulating. I feel that you're going to be successful, Mr. Kramer. I've tried so many years to find him.
Well, that's good. Now, let me see. We might place the time of your...
Murder? My death?
Yes. How old would you be?
Really, I haven't the slightest idea.
Well, I suppose I can wire the authorities at Lindale and ask them about any unsolved murders they have a record of.
That's a fine idea.
We may solve this problem of yours a good deal more quickly than I hoped.
Good. Oh, the money I left...
It was a little, messy.
I'm so sorry about that, but all my money is like that. That is, as long as I have it. It dries, though.
Oh, yes. Yes.
If you need more...
Later.
Good. Whenever you want it, ask for it.
You'll excuse me, I know. But where does this money come from?
I don't know. I seem to have a great deal of it. There's no use to me, of course, so... You find the man who murdered me, and you can have it all.
Well, thanks. What are we going to do with this man when we find him, though? The evidence of a ghost in court.
Yes, I thought of that. I couldn't very well testify, could I? Even if I am the most interested party.
So what?
Well, I thought that perhaps you might take care of that, Mr. Kramer.
Just how do you propose I take care of that?
Mr. Kramer, I know more about you than you might think I do.
Oh, do you?
I know, for example, that you're quite unscrupulous.
So?
Yes, sir. Quite.
Well, what then?
You'll be getting a very large fee, Mr. Kramer. And for that fee, I thought perhaps you might undertake the job of executioner.
You did.
The man will be guilty, you know. You'll only be carrying out a just sentence on him.
Committing murder myself.
Oh, no. Nobody ever called a hangman a murderer.
No, thanks.
I'm sure you'll change your mind, Mr. Kramer.
I doubt it.
I told you I know you a great deal better than you think. And there's a large sum of money involved.
How large?
You name it.
In advance?
Whatever you say.
$1 million.
All right. You sure that'll be enough?
I don't like being kidded, Mr. Ghost.
My dear sir.
All right. If I see $1 million in currency on this desk tomorrow morning, you bought yourself an executioner.
Fine.
Provided I can find the man.
Oh, you'll find him, Mr. Kramer. And then you'll execute him.
Well,
Just one thing, Mr. Kramer.
Yes?
I think you ought to swear.
All right. I swear.
I take that very seriously, Mr. Kramer. I shall see that you carry out your part.
I looked up when he said that. And there wasn't anybody there. I don't know what you think of me. I don't know whether you think I'm crazy or what. Talking to a ghost. You expect people to scream and run and be afraid of ghosts. That's the natural reaction. The one you're conditioned to by ghost stories and all that sort of thing. But you must understand that that's the natural reaction only when the ghost suddenly appears to you and waves its arms and you happen to be in some lonely, deserted spot at midnight. But when a man walks into your office and sits and talks to you for a while and then casually tells you he's a ghost and then proves it to you, well, you see, you're not frightened. Well, I was wondering a little, too, what you thought about my agreeing to be an executioner. Well, take it or leave it, friend. What would you do? See what I mean? I never made any boast of being an angel. I've been a pretty rough character in the old days, bumming around the country. And just between us, friend, this murder won't be the first one that I've... Well, let's leave it there. And you know, I'm not so sure that I will knock the gentleman off, as the bad boys say. I'll have the $1 million, won't I?
I take that very seriously, Mr. Kramer. I shall see that you carry out your part.
I wired Lendale, Utah about unsolved murders. The telephone woke me up next morning early. Hello?
Mr. Kramer, this is Mrs. Radlaw. There's a telegram here for you to collect. Shall I pay for it?
Where's it from?
How do I know?
Well, pay for it and read it to me.
All right. Here, boy. Just a minute till I tear it open. It's from Lindale, Utah.
Well, read it.
Hold your horses. It says no unsolved murders here. What's that mean?
Never mind. Goodbye.
Now, look here.
How do you like that? Shut up, Radabow. Look, Radabow, I'm not going to answer it, so... Now what?
You didn't answer the phone, so I came over.
What? Oh, you.
You had an answer from Utah.
It said there wasn't any unsolved murder there, my friend.
Yes, I know.
What about that?
You should have let Mrs. Radabaugh read you the rest of the telegram.
What?
There was more to it.
There was?
Perhaps you'd better call Mrs. Radabaugh back.
I will. Come on, answer the phone. Where is that woman? Do you know what the rest of the message was? Where'd he go? Radabow. Answer that phone. Oh, that woman. No, Mrs. Radabow was not in the office when I got there. Someday I shall fire that woman out of hand if she keeps up these high-handed tactics. And what does she do with that telegram? I looked all over the place. It wasn't on my desk. It wasn't in the wastebasket. It wasn't on the floor. If that woman took it with her... You know, one of the worst things about me is an absolutely ungovernable temper. I haven't had an outburst of real red flaming rage for years. It's a good thing I haven't. I could feel it coming on now, though. I could get my hands on her. I ripped through her desk. Compact. What did that old hag want with a compact? I threw it against the wall. Candy bars. Carbon paper. What did she do with that telegram? I went back into my office. When I went out of that office, my desk was clear. There wasn't a thing on it but a blotter and my desk stand with the 2 pens. Now, it was littered with stacks of money. ever see $1 million? Well, you're likely to use your mind if you ever do. I nearly did. 20s, 50s, $100 bills, stacks and stacks and stacks. And I couldn't help it. I picked it up and loved it. I got up to my elbows in money. I just wanted to feel it. $1 million. I was chuckling and giggling to myself. I'd forgotten all about the telegram. And I heard a voice.
How untidy, Mr. Kramer.
I jumped back and dropped money all over the place.
Your hands.
I'm sorry,
You've got blood all over them.
I'm sorry. I was excited. I'll wash it off.
No. Wait.
What?
I brought you the telegram.
Oh, the telegram.
Didn't you say you'd been in Lindell?
Oh, yes. I've been through there several times.
I thought you did.
Why did you ask that?
I was wondering if perhaps you might not have heard about my death, or...
Or what?
Oh, nothing. I'm sorry, but we have to explore every angle, don't we?
I fully intend to, sir.
Good. Good. There's $1 million there.
That's wonderful.
Just remember, you haven't earned it yet.
I'll earn it, never fear.
Yes, I shall see that you do.
What about the telegram?
Oh, I'm sorry. Here.
Thanks. I was anxious to see what only unsolved mystery here. Several years ago, unidentified hobo killed by train. Well, that couldn't be you.
Yes, it could.
Why, it says killed by train.
No, I was murdered.
Well...
I was a hobo.
Well, so was I once, but...
But what?
I didn't get murdered.
No, I did.
And you think this man is you?
I know it is.
I don't know how we're going to prove that.
I'll tell you.
Well?
When I recognize the man, that'll be proof, won't it?
But you said you didn't know who did it.
I'll know. When you find him.
Now, look. This leaves us right where we started.
No, not exactly.
I'm afraid it does.
I'm going to find the man who murdered me. Or rather, you are, Mr. Kramer.
I don't know where to start.
Think, Mr. Kramer. Please think.
I just think it's impossible.
I don't.
Suggest something, then.
You're the detective.
Go to Lindo?
Would you want to go to Lindo?
Why not?
Well...
Why not?
There's a line of poetry I could quote to you. Never send to know...
Never mind poetry.
Well, then we don't need to go back to Lindell, do we?
You take your money and get out of here.
Oh?
You hear me?
You'd forgotten all about it, hadn't you?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Yes, you do. But you didn't even think of it when I told you the place.
Well, I didn't know.
You just forgot. Well, you know the murderer now?
It wasn't murder. It was an accident.
Well, the man died. I died.
Well, that doesn't make it murder.
In my book, it does, Mr. Kramer.
Well, I didn't mean to...
Meaning hasn't got anything to do with it.
We were just arguing in the freight car.
I remember very well now.
Yeah, just talking.
And we drank their bottle. I remember.
And the train was going slow.
Just crawling along.
And we got to arguing again.
About Herbert Hoover.
I didn't even know your name.
I knew yours. I'd forgotten it, but
And then we started to fight.
That insane temper of yours, Mr. Kramer.
And you hit me.
I remember.
And I got up.
Yes.
All I did was push you out of the car. How was I to know what happened?
I fell under the wheel.
Anybody could fall out of a car going that slow and not get hurt at all.
I died.
But I tell you, I didn't mean to. I didn't even know.
I'm sorry, Kramer.
What are you going to do about it?
I'm not going to do anything. I'm a ghost.
Well, then.
You've got a job to perform, though, Mr. Kramer.
I won't do it.
Oh, yes, you will.
I won't.
Yes, you will, Mr. Kramer. Sooner or later, because I'll be with you, Mr. Kramer, wherever you go until you do. Every second I'll be with you, and you'll do anything to escape me. But there's only one way, Mr. Kramer. Only one way. Well, that poetry I started to recite to you. Never send to know.
I know. Never send to know for whom the bell tolls.
It tolls for thee. Yes, you're a little too eager, Kramer. Now, the pistol's in the drawer there.
You have listened to Quiet Please, which is written and directed by Willis Cooper. Kramer, the man who spoke to you, was Ernest Chappell.
And Nancy Sheridan played Mrs. Ranabau. Edgar Staley was the other man. The original music for Quiet Please is composed and played by Albert Berman. Now, for a word about next week's Quiet Please, here is our writer-director, Willis Cooper.
My story for you next week is a true ghost story about colonial days in America, one that really happened. Shall we call it Meeting at Ticonderoga?
And so, until next week, I am quietly yours, Ernest Chappell.
Quiet Please comes to you from New York. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Good evening, friends of the Creaking Door. This is your host bidding you enter the inner sanctum. Come in, come in. And now for tonight's tortured tension. Ever have an ancestor who's dead but won't lie down? Can't happen, huh? Okay, Bob, hang on and we'll demonstrate. We're in an ancient cemetery hidden in a lost valley somewhere outside an old New England town. The stone face of a mausoleum reads 1790. Behind its iron door, the ancient dead sleep in sealed vaults. Beside the dead, trapped in the mausoleum, is a man. It is between life and death. The man rallies his dying energies to prepare at the door, to break his hand in a final desperate attempt at
I gotta get out of the fortune's not good. It's not good. Thank God. Thank God. You can't let me die. Don't let me die. The ransom is yours. Gold, drink it all. Take it for yourself when it's done. So I will sit empty-handed, broke, without a dime in the world. Exactly the way I began. Exactly the way I began. 6 weeks ago, I came to this jerkwater town of Hillcrest to claim a worthless white elephant. It's a state called Hyde. It's been in my family since the Battle of Bunker Hill. I was the missing heir. Finding me cost the trustees more money than the estate was worth.
That's the picture, Mr. Lyon. It's a big estate, but the land's been neglected too long, and the buildings are about ready to fall down. Now, if the inheritance raised your hopes any,
Well, what about cash, other property? Stocks, maybe?
No, the tax collector sees what little there was for arrears. There isn't a cash penny in sight for a young fella, unless you chance to run into your grandfather's boodle.
My great-grandfather?
Yep, your great-grandfather, Daniel Zenga. Folks around here say old Daniel salted a pile away and walks the halls of Highgate watching it and waiting for the right descendant to come along.
Wait a minute, you're talking over my head.
I'm just repeating local bogeyman talk. See, according to old records here in Hillcrest, your great-grandfather was a man of fearful omens and prophecies.
You're not saying he had supernatural powers?
The records hint he had. There's a paper in the files that accuses old Daniel Zenga of consorting with the devil. And there's another paper ordering his execution for the same thing.
My great-grandfather was put to death?
If we're to believe the records, yes.
What did you mean by that remark? Waiting for the right descendant to come along?
Oh, legend. The old Daniel Zenga swore his money would keep until an avenging descendant came along. But don't you go get no ideas, young fella. Now, if there's anything I can do for you...
Yeah, there is. Fund a missing air, $20, huh? I'll need train fare out of here. A train out of Hillcrest would have been the smart play. But curiosity got the better of me. I wanted to see Highgate once. I was just out of town. I hitchhiked part of the way, and I looked at the rest of the way with the storm threatening. Highgate was more run down than words could describe. I stood outside, watching the shadows pile around that big heap of junk. It had a look about it, as if once it pulled you in, you were shut away forever. Before I knew it, I was heading inside, as if I couldn't help myself. But it wasn't pulling. I was being pushed in, as if there was someone at my back. I was inside, and the door banged shut. It was the wind, I told myself. The door had been open, and the wind had blown it closed. But I had a feeling that I wasn't alone. I felt a presence near me, pushing me toward a sputtering yellow light in a square library room.
Hello.
Who are you?
Ted Waters. You wouldn't be Theodore Zinger Lyon.
I'm Ted Lyon. What are you doing here?
At the moment, making notes. I'm the town librarian.
What are those books you got there?
The remnants of Daniel Zenger's personal library. There are many fascinating writings here.
My great-grandfather's writings, you said?
Yes. In addition to his other reputed talents, Daniel Zenger was a prolific penman.
What do the manuscripts say?
I can't tell as yet. The language is English, but much of it is in an old, obscure dialect. I'll need to examine and interpret them. That is, if you have no objection.
No, I haven't. You can make a bundle of the stuff, take it along with you, and dope out what it says on one condition.
One condition?
Uh-huh. That you tell me what it says first. I dropped around to see the old librarian the next night. The shades were down. Library hours were over. Old Hillary Waters let me in. They seemed to be burning with excitement.
I've made an amazing discovery. A most amazing discovery. Your great-grandfather was put to death.
Oh, that's no discovery.
Don't interrupt, please. I have documentary proof that Daniel Zenger was a man of extraordinary vision and prophecy. Shall I present my proof?
First, tell me, was he rich?
From all indications, fabulously rich. He accumulated a princely fortune.
And he did what with it?
I cannot say. But that is of minor importance. It is the remarkable scope of his prophecies I am principally interested in.
Okay, spill it. What did he prophesy?
In these manuscripts, written in the 18th century, in about the year 1790, Daniel Zenger predicted Napoleon's defeat at Waterloo, our civil war between the states, and the rise of Abraham Lincoln, and the First and Second World War.
Just kidding.
I'm in earnest. There were other remarkable predictions. Your name is Peter Zenger, Lyon. 4 generations removed from Daniel Zenger.
Yeah? What about it?
This obscure passage I came across in his book of predictions. In the 4th generation, a lion will come to the crest of the hill and hang over Highgate.
What are you eyeing me for? Me? You're thinking the reference is to me?
Yes. I must think that. A lion. That is you, plainly. Theodore Lyon. And you're the 4th generation.
And the crest of the hill is Hillcrest. This town.
And you're the master of Highgate now.
What does the rest of it say?
He will first silence the waters, then capture the jewel from the king. Thirdly, after 7 days of wanton darkness, he will fling a tarnished stone into the earth, and a flame in the sky will show him the 4 keys. There's a final line. Read it. And the lion will sit with a ransom at his feet, and the winds will feel him from the wrath of the world.
Funny change had come over the old librarian. He looked as if he'd run out of the room if I wasn't standing right smack between him and the door. I started toward him slowly.
That prophecy you read to me, if there's any truth in it, it means that if I complete the 3 steps referred to in those clues, I'll reach a certain 4 keys and lay my hands on a fortune.
Yes. It purports to mean that.
That's not quibble, huh? It means just that, period. Now, boiling certain words down, words like silence, capture, and fling. The 3 steps mean 3 murders.
Believe me, it is madness to accept or even interpret them literally.
Let's skip the weasel talk. It boils down to those 3 murders, doesn't it?
No.
Liar. First, he will silence the Waters. That's you, Ellery Waters. I must first silence you.
No. It's insane.
You can't run away, old man. I gotta silence you. The chair came down on his skull and he dropped. Then my thumb on his windpipe for a couple of minutes. And I'd satisfied the first clue to a princely ransom. I'd silenced the Waters.
He will silence the water. Is there anybody around whose name is stream, flood, lake, or maybe river? Old librarian Waters had a look in the book and the prophecy. His name's Muddy Waters now. A lion will reign over the Highgate. If our hectic hero keeps on exterminating quaint old scholars, I predict a lion will take it on the land. Let's verify my prediction, shall we? Okay, lion, roar.
I propped old Hillary Waters in a chair at his desk. There wasn't a telltale mark on him. He looked as if his heart had backed up on him while he was poring over his books. I moved into Highgate. With old Daniel Zenger's second clue burning in my brain. He will capture the jewel from the king. What did it mean? I couldn't even begin to figure it out. All I could do was wait. And watch. A month dragged by. Then one night at the railroad depot, I watched the signal flag go up. Watching the trains roar by and sometimes stop was a way of getting a peek at the world outside of Hillcrest. I watched a girl get off. Young. Made up and dolled up in a style that yelled for a second look. She looked like my world. A big town, bright lights, fast talk. I moved toward her like a guy in the desert starts for a pitcher of water. The funny thing, she was coming right at me, too.
Could you direct me to the nearest hotel, handsome?
I could even carry your bags there. For a price.
A local wolf, What's the price?
Smile.
Okay. Now pick up the bag.
I'm Ted Lyon. You?
Ruby Myers.
Your business in Hillcrest?
What are you, the local DA?
No, I'm just a guy with time on his hands.
I'm an advance agent.
Advance agent?
Ballyhoo. I nail up posters, hire a local hall, and I start the promotion and publicity going. It's really a man's job, but we women do it better.
Who are you publicizing?
Brother Conlon, a middleweight prize fighter. Conlon's barnstorming, putting on exhibition bouts. He'll be here Friday night.
Well, what are you doing after working hours? Between now and Friday night?
Oh, I haven't thought about it yet. Got any suggestions?
Eddie, sister, I got $1 million. Before the end of the week, we knew each other a whole lot better. Walks, dances, movies. There was someone behind me, pushing me, as close to her as I could get.
You're as nervous as a cat tonight. What's eating you?
Nothing.
What are you doodling?
Doodling?
Yeah, you've been scribbling absent-mindedly for an hour. Well, let's see it. He will capture the jewel from the king. That's a funny doodle. What does it mean?
Oh, nothing. A line I read from a poem somewhere, maybe.
Ted.
What?
break it up after tonight. I'm somebody's girl.
In love with Slugger Conlon?
No.
Then why brush me off?
Well, I've got to. The king's crazy jealous of me. If he saw you around, I'd be murdered.
Did you say the king? Did you call Slugger Conlon the king?
That's his nickname, my friend. Well, what's wrong?
Nothing. The idea is losing you, that's all. Ruby.
Yeah?
Just came to me. Ruby is a precious jewel.
Oh, now you're making with the sweet talk again.
Come on, Jewel. Let's have a last dance before the king claims you. Capture the jewel from the king. The second clue in the prophecy has been right under my nose for a week, but I hadn't seen it. When Conlon came in one day ahead of his party, I was right there at the depot waiting for him. Ruby was back at the hotel, freshening up for her boyfriend. Slugger Conlon? That's me, kid. I'm Ted Lyon. I represent the town athletic committee. Welcome to Hillcrest.
Oh, thanks, kid. Where can I dig a shower, a steak, and a flop in this flea town?
My car's over there. Pile in. I'll drive you to a hotel. Deal. The town's all head up about the exhibition bout, King.
You know my nickname, huh? I put on a show, just everybody turn out, $1.65 a head. Hey, how far to town is it?
Another half mile. What are you stopping? Flat tire.
There's a break for you. I'm going to love this town.
Well, where do you keep your jack? Don't bother worrying about the jack, Conlon.
Hey, I don't see no flat. Say, what gives? What's the gun for?
You, King.
It's a stick-up? I've got a pluck nickel, kid.
Turn around.
Sure. But you won't find a son on me, I'll tell you.
The king was dead. I buried him in an abandoned quarry, baggage and all. His party arrived the next day. They stewed over why Slugger Conlon hadn't showed up, and then they left the following Monday. Nobody thought of making a search for him, checking with the railroad. Luck was with me. The king had pulled more than one disappearing act before, and his crowd was used to it. The party left, but the jewel stayed. A week later, I married her.
Well, we honeymoon, handsome.
In Highgate. We'll spend 7 days there, alone. Thirdly, after 7 days of darkness and want, there was only one way of interpreting the third clue in the prophecy. I closed Highgate to the world, and I settled down to 7 days of darkness and famine. It was slow agony. But without it, I'd never find the 4 keys. Without it, a lion could never sit with a ransom at his feet. At first, Ruby resisted. Soon she began to suspect that you'd married a crazy man.
Ted, I've got to get out of here.
You'll stick for 7 days.
No, not even 7 more minutes. I'm getting out of here right now.
Stick it out, I said. Stick it out. I have to chain you to the floor.
You're mad. You're crazy, raving mad.
No food, no daylight, just endless dark. But 7 days passed. I was ready for the next clue. He will fling a tarnished stone to the earth, and a flame in the sky will show him the 4 keys. Fling a tarnished stone into the earth. What did it mean? Ruby.
Oh, leave me alone. Leave me down.
Come outside, Ruby, into the daylight. Ruby, I'll make all this up to you. All this suffering, I swear I will, Ruby. I'll sit with a ransom at my feet, and you'll sit right beside me, and there'll be gold and trinkets.
No. You'll sit in the hot seat, and I'll sit 20 feet away with the witnesses, watching you burn.
What do you mean? Watching me burn?
I sat there starving with my body dying by inches, but my mind was alive. I could think. I figured out your crazy doodling and all your crazy recitations. He will capture a jewel from the king. I figured out what that meant.
You better stop talking, Ruby.
Line struck me. King. Slugger Conlon. I know why he never showed up that night. You met him and killed him.
Ruby stood there, pale and beat up looking, accusing me. The clothes were ragged. She'd lived in them for 7 days and 7 nights. The hard illusion of beauty was gone. Hunger had aged her 7 years. The jewel had lost her sparkle. The tarnish of a misspent and wasted life was all over her. He will fling a tarnished stone into the earth. There was a voice behind me. The voice of someone whose hands were pushing me toward Ruby. Pushing me toward the 4th clue in the prophecy. It was old Daniel Zenger.
You're going to kill me.
Yes. I didn't know then, Ruby, that you were the jewel and the tarnished stone both. It's no use trying to resist, Ruby.
I'm too tired to resist.
My fingers on your throat for just a little while. It won't hurt. Too much. She hung limply in my arms, and I flung her to the earth. And then there was a flame in the sky, a lightning spear. It seemed to fix in the sky, pointing like an arrow on an illuminated map. The flame in the sky will show him the 4 keys. I followed the arrow across the countryside. There was a wind behind me pushing me on. Old Daniel Zenger was behind me, driving me. I reached an ancient cemetery that was hidden away in a lost valley. Then the flame was gone from the sky. And in front of me was a mausoleum. The date on its stone face read 1790. And under it was a family name, Keys. The door was unlocked. I turned the knob and opened it. And the wind slammed it shut behind me. The iron door had a knob on the outside only. There was no knob on the inside. I'm in here now. Trapped. Too weak to move. Hearing voices.
And the winds will shield him from the wrath of the world.
The dead are all around me, waiting for me to close my eyes and join them. What is Conlon, Ruby? I'm in here to stay. Ransom, my feet. Cold cord. Trinkets that go back to the time of Queen Elizabeth and Sir Walter Raleigh. But the light signal he asked for me. I can't buy one. No good to me now. No good to me.
The lion will sit with a ransom at his feet, and the winds will seal him from the wrath of the
Now there's an industrious lion for you. He built his own cage. A pifflicated prophet named Pennypacker once said, lions in stone cages shouldn't throw predictions. What some fellas won't do for a buck. Kind of brings a moral popping out of a wide crack in my brain. If a dead ancestor cozies up to you, start traveling, Bob. Fan out on a horizontal line before all you can get is vertical transportation.
the Inner Sanctum mystery, The Lion Reigns at Hillcrest, from the 1940s, an Armed Forces Radio Service rebroadcast with your host, Raymond, opening and closing the creaking door of the Inner Sanctum.
Superstition be hanged.
And just before the grand and glorious finale, it gives me great pleasure to introduce to you the one, the only, the incomparable, world's most daring trapeze performer, Flyer Sampson. Today, for the first time in history, Flyer Sampson introducing his own original and sensational super trapeze stunt, the gigantic, colossal, giant swing flyaway, in addition to which Flying Sampson will perform 2 1/2 somersaults onto that lofty swinging trapeze. The most difficult, the most spectacular, the most daredevil performance of all times, ladies and gentlemen, and you are about to witness it for the first time. So all eyes attention. I give you, high in the tent top, that supreme artist who refuses to use a net, the better to entertain you, Flyer Sampson.
Barker? Oh, Barker.
Yeah, Ruby?
Do you think he'll make it?
Flyer? Can't miss.
He missed twice yesterday.
Yeah, that was before he found his trouble. Did 8 in a row after he got the hang of it.
Barker, don't say that.
What, Ruby?
The hang of it.
Oh.
You remember what Parajala said?
Yeah.
Is Flyer wearing the white feather?
I can't see.
Well, he pinned it at the belt, on the left side.
Now, his left side's away from us. Anyway, his suit's so white we couldn't tell.
Where's yours?
Huh?
Where's your feather?
Yes. Inside my ring jacket. Here, see.
Yeah.
That was a clever stunt, keeping your feather in your hair.
Yeah, it adds to my costume.
Oh, he's getting ready.
Oh, I hope he makes it.
He will.
He missed twice yesterday.
Yeah, but he hadn't gotten the hang... hadn't gotten the idea yet.
And he used a net yesterday. We should use a net till he's sure.
He's sure. Now, ready now. Watch. You do the giant swing on that stationary bar. Let loose. Fly through the air in a 2 1/2 somersault. Catch that swinging trapeze bar at the other end of the tent.
I know. I know. Haven't I watched him practice for weeks?
Yeah, the trick is to catch that swinging trapeze at the other end of the tent.
Oh, I hope he's wearing that feather.
Here he goes. There's the giant swing. Once. Twice. 3. 4. He's in the air.
Grab that bar!
Oh, Flyer!
Good Lord, what's happened?
Look at him!
I told him to wear the white feather with the spot of blood.
And a jala.
He is wearing the feather.
And I told him to. Now look at him. Hanging there. Caught in the twisted trapeze rope. Hanging.
Excuse me. Oh, Ruby.
Barker, the feather. I couldn't find it in Flyer's dressing room.
Ruby.
Oh.
Come in, Miss, Ruby. I take it you're talking about the dead man's dressing room.
Why, yes.
Uh-huh. Thought so. Excuse me, please. Murphy, cover Sampson's dressing room. Nobody in or out. Right. Now, Miss Ruby, suppose you tell me about the white feather.
Ruby? Police Inspector Guilfoyle. Inspector, this is Ruby Brooks.
Well, Ruby Brooks. I must say you don't look a bit like your pictures on the billboards.
All right, wise guy. I don't have to stick around here and be insulted. I know my rights.
Insulted? My dear girl, what I meant was you're so much more attractive than those horrible posters they have up all over town, honestly.
Stow it. Barker, what's a copper doing in here?
Just asking questions, Ruby. Routine stuff, you know. Be nice to him.
Sure, Ruby. That's not a bad idea.
What do you want?
Just checking up. We run a pretty respectable town here.
And we run a pretty respectable circus, mister.
I'm sure you do. Except every now and then, somebody winds up in a casket.
Meaning what?
Oh, nothing.
You trying to make something out of Flyer Sampson's death?
Nothing more than it really is.
Well, he died by accident, see? And if you want some witnesses, brother, just advertise for any one of those 1,100 people who saw him die.
They tell me Flyer Sampson was a first-rate acrobat.
He's the best in the business. I mean, he was.
They also tell me he was trying out a new trick today.
Yeah, new on the public. He's been working on it for 2 years.
And I also understand today's the first time he's tried it without a net.
So what if it is?
Strange, isn't it, that a man should die trying his new stunt for the first time?
I don't see anything so strange about it.
No? You use a net for your trapeze act, don't you?
What's that got to do with it?
Well, I was just thinking. With Flyer Sampson not using a net and perfecting a stunt nobody had ever done before was liable to put out your spotlight, huh?
Now, look here, wise guy. If you're insinuating...
Ruby. Now, take it easy, baby. Take it easy.
I wasn't insinuating anything, Ruby. I was merely telling you what I was thinking. Now, Barker.
Yeah?
What's your real name?
Jeff Kilby. People in the business call me Barker Kilby.
And the young lady?
She's my wife.
I see. I presume you performed as usual today, Mrs. Kilby?
Naturally. I have the high spot of the program.
I'm afraid I rather disagree with you. The high spot seems to have gone today to Flyer Sampson. Now, about the white feather. Well?
Barker, do we have to put up with this? After all, Flyer wasn't murdered.
Are you positive he wasn't murdered?
Of course I am. It was an accident. Ask anybody who saw it.
Then what's the white feather got to do with it?
Nothing. Nothing at all.
Suppose you let me decide.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Yes, you do, Ruby. Remember? The first thing you said when you come in here was you couldn't find the white feather in Flyer's dressing room.
I don't remember.
A very bad memory. And why, Ruby, if you're Barker's wife, did you knock before coming in here?
It's just a habit. You've only been married 2 days.
I understand, Mr. Kilby. You've been married 2 years. You see, before I investigate a case, I always do the preliminary work beforehand.
Well, we didn't announce our marriage until a couple of days ago.
I see. Now, about the feather.
There's no feather.
I rather think there is. Isn't there, Ruby?
You're blame right there is, wise guy. In your hat. And you're talking through that.
In other words, you won't talk, huh?
We've got nothing to say. Now or ever. Flyer Sampson died by accident. And if you happen to find out he was murdered, we didn't have anything to do with it.
That the way you feel, too, Barker?
Sure he does.
Barker?
Yeah. Now, that's the way I feel about it.
Very well. I realize I can't force you to tell me about the feather yet. But I'll be around. Sure. I'll be around. Go on.
Barker.
Baby, you shouldn't have talked to him like that.
It's gone. The feather isn't in Flyer's dressing room any place.
Are you sure?
I searched the whole place. It isn't in there. And it wasn't on Flyer when it happened.
He couldn't have destroyed it.
Oh, we both begged him not to, but he might have.
Yeah.
He laughed at us when we told him what Harold Jalo said. Told us we were a couple of superstitious fools.
Yeah, I remember.
Oh, but he finally promised to wear the feather just to please us. Well, he didn't.
And now that what Harold Jalo predicted has happened.
Arajala's predictions always happen.
Arajala?
How did you get in here?
You've always taken me for a fraud. There's but one entrance to this room.
But you didn't come in that way.
No, I didn't, did I? How observing you are, Ruby.
What do you want?
Why, I just thought I should speak to you as a friendly gesture.
Speak to us about what?
About the white feather with the spots of blood.
Well?
It's a pity that Flyer Sampson ignored my warning.
The copper's right. Flyer was murdered.
To the contrary. You saw him misjudge his distance, rush the trapeze rope with his shoulder, and become twisted in its coils.
Because he wasn't wearing the feather.
Yes, exactly. Because he refused to take my warning. I told the three of you, wear the white feather of a baby swan, spotted with the blood of a dove, lest a horrible fate overtake you.
He did say that, Barker.
Flyer Sampson only laughed. Even when I gave him the feather for his own protection, he laughed.
But he took it.
Because I compelled him to.
But the feather isn't in his dressing room. Oh, where is it?
I have it.
You?
Yes. Here, you see.
Where did you get it?
Fly from Flyer Sampson, naturally.
He gave it back to you?
Oh, no. I gave the matter much thought. I disliked his laughing at me. I told him what I saw in his future. I told him that he, and you, Barker, and Ruby, all have the same fate, death by hanging. And that fate can only be avoided by wearing a white feather of a baby swan, spotted with the blood of a dove.
How did you get the feather back?
I took it back.
Took it back?
Yes. Flyer Sampson was a fool. He wouldn't believe me. Called me a fraud. He said he wasn't superstitious.
You stole the feather from Flyer. You knew he'd die if he didn't wear that feather.
Certainly. I saw it in his future. Just as I've seen it in yours and Ruby's.
You killed him.
He killed himself.
No, you did. You knew he'd die if you took the feather.
Barker. He laughed at me. I do not like being laughed at.
Why, you dirty rat.
Barker!
You killed him just as sure as if you strung him up yourself.
Barker, that knife!
Don't come any closer with your knife, Barker.
No, Barker, no, no!
I always knew you were a rat.
Regret it if you kill me.
I've never regretted killing a snake in my life.
Keep back.
Barker, no!
Flyer wasn't wearing his feather because he stole it from him. To revenge himself because Flyer wasn't superstitious.
Barker, he did.
Yeah, no loss.
Oh, why did you do it?
He had it coming. Flyer Sampson was the best man in the business.
But that cop, he's still hanging around someplace.
We gotta beat it.
Where to?
I don't know. Anywhere, but we gotta beat it.
I'll go with you.
Go pack your things.
No time for that, Barker. That cop may be back any minute now.
I guess I lost my head. Seen him standing there, holding Flyer's feather.
Oh, come on. Got any dough?
Yeah, a couple of hundred.
I've got 50. Thank heavens I've got it with me. Come on, we've got to get ahead of that cop. Oh, Barker, we shouldn't have taken this plane.
Yeah, it's the fastest way to cover a long distance.
I know, but so much money.
You want to get away, don't you?
Of course. What are we going to do when the cash runs out?
We'll get a job.
Walking tight wires and swinging from tent tops, I suppose.
Now we'll go to Europe.
Sure, on $300.
Stop worrying, will you? You give me the willies.
Oh, you just use your head.
I'll start that I told you so business, and so help me, I'll make you wish you'd kept your trap shut.
All right. Right. Well, what are your plans when we get to Frisco?
We'll hide out in a cheap room in the house. Keep indoors most of the time.
I'm going to enjoy this.
Well, you didn't have to come along.
Well, maybe I'd be better off if I hadn't.
Oh, now, baby, take it easy. I didn't mean it. I just never been on the lam before.
Well, I have, and I don't like it.
Yeah, there's the airport. Yeah, we're on the ground.
We've got to hop a cab as soon as we can.
Right. Here we are.
Barker.
What, baby?
Look out this window. Careful, he'll see you.
Who'll see me?
Look for yourself.
That cop, Guilfoyle.
How did he get here ahead of us?
Yeah. How?
He's watching for us to get off the plane. Oh, what are we going to do?
You'll never get me.
Barker, think of something.
Easy, baby. Pilot just stepped out of the cabin.
What are you going to do?
You just wait and see. All right, brother. This is a gun in your ribs. Now get back there at those controls and see how fast you can get this plane into the air again. Ruby, wake up.
Oh, Barker. You frightened me.
Quick, the fire escape.
What?
I saw him.
Who?
Guilfoyle, the cop.
He see you?
Yeah, I think so. Come on, leave everything. You got the dough?
What's left?
And come on, now the fire escape. Hurry now, out the window.
Barker, look down below.
Go up, Ruby. They haven't spotted us yet.
Half a dozen cops down there.
Yeah.
How did that smart cop get on our trail?
I don't know. 6 weeks on the run, and he's still right behind us. Come on, baby. There's the rooftop.
Barker.
Come on.
Barker, I forgot the feather.
Oh, come on. There's no time for that.
I've got to go back and get it.
No. I haven't got time. Besides, Harajal is dead. Nothing can happen to us now.
Oh, Barker.
Come on, baby. Hurry. Along these roofs until we can find a place to get down.
Barker. I'm frightened.
Well, take it easy. They won't get us.
Hunted like this. Always hiding.
Now, this way, Ruby. Over here.
I should have brought that feather. You know what Harajal said.
He's dead. The spell's broken.
It wasn't a spell. It was something he read in our futures. He said that because you and I and Flyer Sampson were born on the same day that...
I'll have to jump here. One building to the other. Just a couple of feet. Here. I'll go first. There. Now, come on, Ruby. Just a couple of feet.
All right. But it's so dark.
Can you see me all right?
Yes. Oh, Barker, maybe there's still time to get the feather.
Nuts. Just because Flyer Sampson got his neck caught in that trapeze is no sign we're going to end up the same way. Come on now.
All right.
Now, just give a good jump. Yeah, that's it. Ruby! Good Lord. Those wires. Around her neck. Ruby! What's this? Someone been in my room. Someone searched it. That cop. Yeah, that filthy copper. He's tailing me. I gotta get out. Gotta get out of here. Hop a freight. Yeah, that's it. I gotta get out before it's too late. Yeah, luck was with me. Only one boxcar, an open door. I made it just in time. Better close the door. Yeah, it's safe now. No one followed me. I'm sure of that. Tired. Running from that copper. Better find a place I can lie down. Rest. Yeah, that's what I need. Yeah, lucky to find an open boxcar with no one in it.
But there is someone, Barker.
Who's that?
Don't you recognize my voice?
It's so dark in here.
You remember Barker?
Who are you? Who are you, I say? I've got a gun.
Then why don't you use it?
Yeah, I will.
You couldn't miss in this small place, could you, Barker?
Who are you? What kept me from hitting you?
Your knife was more effective, remember?
Rajala.
Do you have the white feather, Barker?
Rajala. No.
Give me the feather.
No, anything but that.
I gave it to you once. I want it back again.
No.
Then perhaps I can convince you.
No, keep away from me. Don't touch me.
You can't see me, can you, Barker?
No, keep away.
There. You feel me? Now, hand me the feather.
Here.
Thank you, Barker. Now, I have all three of them.
Let go of me. I'm getting out of here.
Are you going to jump, Barker?
Keep away. Keep away from me.
We're picking up speed.
Keep away. Don't touch me again.
We'll soon be moving too fast for you to jump. You'd better do it now.
Yeah, I will.
You don't want to stay here with me, do you, Barker?
No. You got the others. You'll never get me.
You did jump. Poor Barker. And how pretty you look, hanging back there on that nail hook.
You have heard Superstition Be Hanged, the 17th tale of dark fantasy by Scott Bishop, originating in the studios of WKY. Ben Morris was heard tonight as Barker, May Ray played Ruby, Garland Moss was the fortune teller, and Murilo Schofield was Detective Kurt Guilfoyle. Next Friday at the same time, listen to Scott Bishop's 18th story in this dark fantasy series, Pennsylvania Turnpike, the weird and exciting tale of an aged hitchhiker who, strangely enough, refused to accept a ride in any car which did not have a person with red hair as an occupant. Tom Paxton speaking. Dark Fantasy comes to you from Oklahoma City. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
This is the Mysterious Traveler, inviting you to join me on a
Another journey into the realm of the strange and the terrifying. I hope you will enjoy the trip, and it will thrill you a little and chill you a little. So settle back, get a good grip on your nerves, and be comfortable, if you can, as you hear the story I call Death Has 1,000 Faces. Our story begins at police headquarters in an eastern metropolis. In a small, shabbily furnished office, Horace Riker, a patrol officer for the State Prison Commission, is seated at his desk, which is completely covered with gift packages. As Horace, a small, mild-mannered man in his late 40s, starts to open some of the gifts, there's a knock at his door.
Come in. Oh, hello, Captain.
Hello, Horace. Well, I'd be none of the boys forgot you. 25 years with the State Prison Commission. That's a long time.
Yes, I never knew I had so many friends. Why, look at all these gifts. There must be at least 20.
Well, here's another one, Horace. This is for me and the other boys in the homicide squad.
Oh, I don't know how to thank you and the others, Captain. You've all been so kind.
Nonsense, Horace. You know how we all feel about you.
I'm really a very lucky man, Captain. I have a job I like, fine friends, and a wonderful wife.
So you and Millie are hitting it off okay, huh?
Of course. I told you it would work out all right, even if I am 20 years older than Millie.
Well, I'm glad to hear I was wrong. Here, let me help you open your gifts.
Thanks, Captain.
Oh, looks as though half these gifts are boxes of cigars. I'm afraid you'll have to take up smoking, Horace.
Guess you're right. Well, this one doesn't seem to be cigars. Sounds like a clock.
Clock?
Yes, I can hear ticking inside. Doesn't seem to be a card with it. Well, I'll unwrap it. The card is probably inside.
Wait just a minute. Let me see that package.
Why, of course. Here.
Oh, there's a ticking inside, all right. Cheap wrapping paper, no store label, return address. Why should anyone send you a wound-up clock?
Well, maybe they just wound it up to make sure it worked.
I don't like the looks of this.
What do you mean?
Mac, this is Captain Ross calling from Riker's office. Get the bomb disposal squad over here on the double. It's an emergency.
What did you find out, Captain?
Morelli and the bomb disposal squad have just finished. It was a bomb, all right.
Oh, dear me.
Morelli said it was extremely well constructed. If you had opened that package, it would have been blown to bits.
Who could have sent it?
Oh, it's pretty obvious. It must have been sent to you by one of the convicts whose parole you revoked.
You really think that's it?
Of course.
I wonder which one it was.
That's what we'd like to know. There's nothing about that bomb that we can trace. Well, you'll have to be doubly careful from now on.
Doubly careful?
Yes, this con may make another attempt on your life. I'm assigning one of my men to you for protection.
But I don't need protection, and think how frightened Millie would be if she found out.
Now, don't you worry. She won't find out. I'll see to that.
Well, if you think it's best.
Just leave everything to me, Horace. Now, you better run along home.
Millie? Millie, where are you?
Oh, here I am. Stop yelling.
Look, Millie, at all the gifts I got from the man at the office. Isn't that a new dress you're wearing, darling?
Yes, I bought it this afternoon. How do you like it?
Oh, it's beautiful. You look wonderful in it, Millie. How much did it cost?
$80.
$80?
Yes. It was marked down from 100. I just couldn't resist it.
But, Millie, you bought 2 new dresses just last week.
Well, you can't expect me to go around in rags. I'm sick and tired of having to skimp all the time and never...
No, Millie. If you want to keep the dress, of course you may. The only thing is, I don't know how I'll be able to meet the insurance payment due this week.
You mean, if I keep this dress, you won't be able to make the payment on your policy?
Yes, dear.
Oh. Well, in that case, I'll return it. You must keep up your insurance.
I'm sorry, darling, that you have to return it. I'll try to find a part-time job in the evenings so we can increase our income. You're going to have everything you want.
Yes, Horace, you're right. I am going to have everything I want. One way or another.
That night, as Horace took Millie out to a movie, they were followed by a detective who Captain Ross had assigned to guard Horace. But as the days slipped by, Horace went about his work as usual, completely disregarding his bodyguard. After 3 weeks had passed, and no further attempts were made on Horace's life, the detective was assigned to another case.
Good evening, darling. Sure was hot today, wasn't it?
Yes.
Supper will be ready in a few minutes.
All right, dear. Is there any beer in the refrigerator?
Yes, I put 2 bottles in there this morning.
Good. Nothing better than cold beer on a hot day. You want some beer, Millie?
Now, you know I never drink it. It's too fattening.
What did you do today, dear?
What did I do? I went shopping.
Oh. Oh, this beer is cold. Makes my eyes ache.
Horace, I can't stand this heat much longer. When are you getting your vacation?
Well, I've been given the 2nd and 3rd weeks in September.
But that's weeks away.
I know, Millie, but I didn't have any choice. I'm sorry that we... Oh.
What's wrong?
My heart. It hurts.
That's what comes from drinking beer when you're overheated.
Oh, it feels worse.
Oh, nonsense. You'll be all right in a minute.
Millie, help me. Get a doctor. I can't breathe.
Horace, are you sure you need a doctor?
Yes. Hurry, Millie. Hurry.
How is he, Doctor?
That was a close call, Mrs. Riker. But he'll be all right. You can go in now.
Oh, thank you.
Doctor, I'm Captain Ross, friend of Mr. Riker's.
So, how do you do, Captain?
Millie, that is, Mrs. Riker, said it was a heart attack. Is that right?
Yes, Captain, it was a heart attack. Brought on by poison.
Poison?
Yes.
Do you have any idea how it happened?
Yes. Strychnine in the beer. Fortunately for Riker, he only took a sip of the beer. Had he taken any more, he'd be dead. This is a matter for your department, Captain.
Yeah, so it seems.
I'll turn in a report to you.
Thank you, Doctor.
That's quite all right. Well, I've got to leave now. I've got another patient to see. Good night.
Good night, Doctor. Strychnine.
Has the doctor left?
Yes. How's Horace?
Well, he's asleep now.
That beer that Horace drank, when did you get it?
Oh, it was delivered yesterday from the grocery.
Did the delivery boy give it to you directly?
Why, no. He left it on the rear porch. I was out all day.
I see.
What are you getting at?
Horace's heart attack was caused by poison. Poison in a bottle of beer.
Poison?
Mm-hmm.
But who would want to poison Horace?
Oh, maybe it was one of the convicts whose parole he revoked. Then again, it might be someone else.
You have no clue?
No, not yet. But I can promise you one thing. I'll not give up until I've got the person who's trying to murder Horace. Hello, Horace. How are you?
I'm feeling fine, Captain. It's good to be back at work.
Well, sit down, Horace.
Thank you.
Suppose you realize what a close shave you had.
Yes.
Horace, I've got 4 men working on the case day and night. We've been checking on all the convicts whose paroles you've revoked.
Well, that sounds like quite a job.
It is. Naturally, we've been checking other angles as well.
Other angles?
Yes. You understand, of course, it's my duty to investigate every aspect of the case.
Certainly, Captain.
There's nothing personal in what I'm doing. It all comes under routine investigation.
Yes, of course.
Well, what I'm trying to say, Horace, is I've had one of my men check up on your wife.
On Millie?
That's right.
But that's ridiculous. Utterly ridiculous. You have no right
It isn't ridiculous. We've uncovered some very interesting facts about your wife.
What?
These are the facts. First, your wife worked in an aviation instrument factory during the war. She's a skilled mechanic.
Of course, I know that. It's absurd.
Your wife has the ability to construct a bomb. A bomb such as the one you received.
Are you trying to say it's Millie who's out to murder me?
Let me give you the rest of the facts.
You're out of your mind. How dare you make such an accusation against my wife? How dare you?
Fact number 2. 6 months ago, you took out $50,000 worth of insurance on your life. Whose idea was that? How can you possibly afford to carry $50,000 worth of insurance on your salary?
That's none of your business. I refuse to listen any further to these absurd accusations you're making against my wife.
Fact number 3. Your wife is two-timing you, has been for months. She's seeing a young man by the name of Jerry Clapper.
I won't take that from anyone, not even you. I'll show you.
Oh, don't be a fool, Horace. I'm only doing my duty. Now, sit down. Sit down. And stay down. Horace, we've been friends for 20 years. Do you think I'd tell you all this if I didn't have to.
It's lies. All lies.
Fact number 4. Your wife's boyfriend works for a medical firm. He has easy access to poisons, including strychnine.
Nothing you're saying is true. Nothing. If you were honest, you'd admit that you don't like Millie. You never have. You were dead set against my marrying her.
That's true, but that has nothing to do with this.
I love my wife, and I trust her. I don't believe a word you've told me. If you knew her as I do, you'd know she isn't capable of such a thing.
Are you so hopelessly in love with her that you can't see what I'm telling you is the truth?
It isn't the truth. And nothing you can say will change my mind. And I warn you, Captain, if you spread any of these lies about my wife around, I'll kill you.
With this threat, Horace stormed out of Captain Ross's office and returned to his own. In the days that followed, he avoided Ross, which was soon noticed by his fellow workers. Horace told Millie nothing of the accusations that Ross had made. If anything, he was twice as devoted to Millie as ever. The two spent long hours together making plans for their vacation. The day before they were to leave, Horace was summoned to Captain Ross's office.
You wanted to see me?
Yes, have a seat.
I prefer to stand.
Very well. I understand you're leaving on your vacation tomorrow.
Yes.
Where are you going?
None of your business.
I'm asking you as your superior. We may wish to get in touch with you.
We're driving to Virginia. We're renting the same cottage we had last year.
I see. Have you had any further attempts made on your life?
No.
While you're on your vacation, be careful.
What do you mean by that?
You know what I mean.
If you don't stop insinuating that my wife is trying to murder me, I'll see to it that
Just be careful. That's all I'm asking. I'd like to see you come back.
Is there anything else?
No.
Thank you.
Well, I've warned him.
This is a life lying peacefully in a hammock far away from everything and everyone. Enjoying yourself, Millie?
Yes, Horace.
Just like our honeymoon, isn't it?
Yes.
And we've done all the same things. We've gone fishing, swimming, boating, and we've tramped all over the countryside. It's been wonderful.
You know, the only thing we haven't done that we did last year is visit the gigantic caverns.
Yes, that's right. I'd forgotten about that. We did visit the gigantic caverns last year, didn't we?
Yes, Horace. Why don't we spend tomorrow exploring the caverns? Do you remember that wonderful waterfall and pool?
Yes, it'll be a lot of fun. Do you remember the way we almost got lost in the caverns last year?
Oh, if you get lost in there, you can wander days without finding your way out.
Well, this time I'm going to be very careful.
Yes, Horace. We've got too much to live for to let anything happen to us.
Well, here's the entrance to the caverns, Millie.
It certainly is deserted, isn't it?
Yes, no one comes here after Labor Day. Now, wait till I tie the end of the string to this tree.
How long is that ball of string?
Oh, about 5,000 feet. Almost a mile. There.
That should be long enough to take us to the waterfall and the pool and the caverns, shouldn't it?
Yes, just about. Are you ready, dear?
Yes, Horace.
I'll carry the flashlight. Your eyes will become accustomed to the darkness in just a minute. Cool in here, isn't it?
Yes. The only thing I don't like about these caverns are the rats running around. And the bats.
Oh, they won't bother you.
Do you want me to unwind the ball of string for you?
No, Millie, I can manage nicely. This place is fascinating. I'm certainly glad you suggested this little trip there.
Horace, look how high the roof is in this cavern. Why, it must be 200 feet.
Yes, these caverns get more interesting as you pass from one to another. However, I'm afraid we can't go much further. We've about reached the end of the string.
But, Horace, I wanted to see the waterfall and the pool.
I should have brought along another ball of string.
Why are you stopping?
I've reached the end of the string.
Horace, listen a moment. Do you hear the waterfall?
Yes, I think I do.
It sounds as though it's directly ahead. Let's keep going a little further.
But, darling, there isn't any more string.
Oh, we'll only go a little way. It doesn't sound very far off. We'll be able to find our way back.
Well, all right. Wait till I tie the end of this string around this rock. There. Come along.
Well, we've come quite a way, but here it is.
Yes.
Shine your flashlight down on the pool, Horace.
All right.
It must be quite deep.
Yes. What are you thinking of, darling?
If a person fell into the pool, there'd be no way to get out. The walls of the pool are sheer rock. There'd be no way of climbing up them.
Yes, that's right. What makes you think of it, darling?
I don't know. Standing here or looking down at the pool, it just comes to mind.
It couldn't be that perhaps you want to get rid of me.
Oh, Horace, how can you say such a thing?
It could be, couldn't it? After all, I'm 20 years older than you. I'm not good looking, and I haven't any money.
Oh, don't talk like that.
Why not? It's true, isn't it? My friend Captain Ross thinks it's you who's made the 2 attempts on my life.
I?
Yes. Ross said that you could have constructed the bomb that was sent to me and have poisoned the beer I drank.
How dare he say such a thing?
He claims you're after my insurance. And, of course, he mentioned the man you've been seeing, Jerry Clapper.
He told you about Jerry?
Yes.
Horace, you don't believe that I sent you that bomb or poisoned the beer, do you?
No, Millie. I know you didn't.
Oh, it's good of you not to think so.
You may want me dead, Millie, but I know it wasn't you who made the attempts on my life.
How can you be so sure?
It's very simple, Millie. Because it was I who sent the bomb to myself and poisoned the beer.
You?
Yes.
But why?
Why? You're in love, Millie. You should know to what lengths love can drive a person. In that horrible moment 7 months ago when I found out you were deceiving me, I came close to killing you.
Horace!
Does it surprise you that a mild little man my age could feel so deeply? But then I realized that wasn't the way.
That wasn't the way?
No. I began to formulate a plan, a very clever plan. First, I took out a $50,000 life insurance policy with you as beneficiary. Several months later, I followed that up by sending myself a bomb, and shortly afterwards, I poisoned my beer.
But why did you do all that?
I knew that sooner or later my friend Captain Ross would come to believe that it was you who was attempting to kill me. And that's exactly what happened.
But why? Why?
It was all part of the perfect build-up. The build-up that had led to this moment.
What?
Yes, Millie. You're going to die. Here and now.
No, Horace. No.
I loved you so, Millie. I loved you so.
Horace, don't come near me. Don't touch me. Horace! Horace! Save me! Don't let me drown!
Where's Jerry? Let him save you. I wasn't good enough for you, was I? But you need me now, don't you?
Horace! Help me! Help me!
Millie? She's gone. I better get out of here. As soon as I get back to the cottage, I'll call the sheriff and tell him my story. He'll believe it, particularly after he talks to Captain Ross. There won't be any trouble. After all, I'm just a mild little man in his late 40s. I'm not the type who can love deeply or hate deeply. Well, at least she found out before she died. Now, let's see. Here are 3 pads. Which one is it that will lead me to the string? It's the one on the left. Yes, that must be it. It's about a half mile from here to where the string ran out. Then I follow the string for a mile, and I'll be at the entrance. Strange. I don't remember this turn in the path. But then I may not have noticed it before. This must be the right path. But then they all look so much alike. These caverns are just a maze of passageways. Maybe I took the wrong path. Perhaps I should have taken the middle one. Yes, it must be the middle one. I'd better retrace my steps. All I have to do is keep calm, and I'll be all right. People only get lost when they're excited. I just have to go back to where the three paths are and take the middle one. I mustn't get excited.
Horace Riker ignored the rapid beating of his heart and attempted to remain calm. But as he made his way along, he was constantly confronted with diverging and crisscrossing passages, all of which looked unfamiliar. After wandering for an hour, his flashlight burned out and he could no longer go on. Exhausted, he sank down to the ground, completely losing all track of time. Meanwhile, the absence of the Rikers from their cottage went unnoticed. It was only after the 5th day that it was discovered they were missing. The countryside was searched without any success. Captain Ross flew to Virginia to aid in the search. Then someone remembered the gigantic cavern. A week from the day he'd entered the caverns, Horace Riker was found semi-conscious, babbling deliriously. He was rushed to a hospital, but the search for his life went on.
You may go in now, Captain Ross.
Thank you, nurse. Hello, Horace. How are you feeling?
Captain Ross, what are you doing here?
I flew down here 2 days ago to help in the search. I was with the party that found you in the gigantic caverns.
Millie, did you find her?
Yes.
How is she?
She's dead.
Dead?
They found her body in a large pool by a waterfall.
Poor Millie.
Suppose, Horace, you tell me exactly what happened.
The whole idea of visiting the gigantic caverns was Millie's. When we got to the entrance, I led the way in, while Millie unrolled the ball of string behind me. After we'd gone a mile, the string ran out. In the distance, we could hear a waterfall. Millie insisted that we go on, though I argued it was dangerous.
What did she say to that?
She said she'd mark the path with her lipstick as we went along, and we could find our way back to the string that way.
I see.
We must have gone about a quarter of a mile when I suddenly realized Millie was no longer following me. I turned, but she was gone. Then I called out to her. I could hear her laughing in the distance and telling me to find my own way out.
What did you do then?
I'm afraid I got panicky. In that moment, I realized everything you told me was true. I tried to follow Millie's laughter, but it seemed to come from all directions. As I tried to retrace my steps to the string, I became completely lost. And that's all I remember.
I see. Despite the lipstick marks she made as a trail, Millie apparently became lost when she ran away from you.
Yes. Captain, I want to apologize for not having believed you. I hope there aren't any hard feelings.
None at all, Horace. I'm just glad I was one of the party who found you before it was too late.
I suppose I was in a bad way when you found me.
Mm-hmm. You were semi-conscious, slowly sinking. By the way, Horace, this will interest you.
Oh, what's that?
It's a phonograph recording. I'll play it for you. I had it made just after you were brought to this hospital. Listen.
No, I wasn't good enough for you, was I?
Why, that's me.
I gotta find my way out of here. You think that all these months I haven't known what's been going on, huh? I may not be young or good-looking like your Jerry, but I have brains. So dark here. So dark. It took brains to work all this out. First the insurance, then the bomb, and poison beer. And now this, Millie, just the way I planned it. You're drowning, Millie. You're drowning. And they'll never find out, Millie. I'm too clever for them.
Yes, Horace, you are clever. I must apologize. I completely underestimated you. If you hadn't been delirious when we found you, I'd never have known that you murdered Millie.
Blueprint for murder. Only he left no margin for error. How was he to know that he would confess all while delirious? Oh, you have to get off now. I'm sorry. I'm sure we'll meet again. I take this same train every week at this same time.
Superstition be hanged.
Gentlemen, as the final startling and breathtaking performance on this afternoon's program, and just before the grand and glorious finale, it gives me great pleasure to introduce to you the one, the only, the incomparable, world's most daring trapeze performer, Flyer Sampson. Today, for the first time in history, Flyer Sampson introducing his own original and sensational super trapeze stunt. The gigantic, colossal, giant swing flyaway. In addition to which, Flying Sampson will perform 2 1/2 somersaults onto that lofty swinging trapeze. The most difficult, the most spectacular, the most daredevil performance of all times, ladies and gentlemen, and you are about to witness it for the first time. So all eyes attention. I give you, high in the tent top, that supreme artist who refuses to use a net, the better to entertain you, Flyer Sampson.
Barker.
Yeah, Ruby?
Do you think he'll make it?
Flyer? Yeah, you can't miss.
He missed twice yesterday.
Yeah, that was before he found his trouble. Did 8 in a row after he got the hang of it.
Barker, don't say that.
What, Ruby?
The hang of it.
Oh.
You remember what Parajala said?
Yeah.
Is Flyer wearing the white feather?
I can't see.
Well, he pins it at the belt, on the left side.
left side's away from us. Anyway, it suits so white we couldn't tell.
Where's yours?
Huh?
Where's your feather?
Yes. Inside my ring jacket. Here, see.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was a clever stunt, keeping your feather in your hair.
Yeah, it adds to my costume.
Oh, he's getting ready.
Oh, I hope he makes it.
He will.
He missed twice yesterday.
Yeah, but he hadn't gotten the hang... hadn't gotten the idea yet.
And he used a net yesterday. We should use a net till he's sure.
Ah, he's sure. Now, ready now. Watch. You do the giant swing on that stationary bar. Let loose. Fly through the air in a 2.5 somersault. Catch that swinging trapeze bar at the other end of the tent.
I know. Why, no, haven't I watched him practice for weeks?
Yeah, the trick is to catch that swinging trapeze at the other end of the tent.
Oh, I hope he's wearing that feather.
Here he goes. There's the giant swing. Once. Twice. 3. 4. 5. He's in the air. Grab that bar!
Oh, flyer!
Good Lord, what's happened?
Look at him!
I told him to wear the white feather with the spot of blood.
Rajala.
He is wearing the feather.
And I told him to. Now look at him. Hanging there. Caught in the twisted trapeze rope. Hanging.
Excuse me. Oh, Ruby.
Barker, the feather. I couldn't find it in Flyer's dressing room.
Ruby.
Oh.
Come in, Miss, Ruby. I take it you're talking about the dead man's dressing room.
Why, yes.
Uh-huh. Thought so. Excuse me, please. Murphy. Cover Sampson's dressing room. Nobody in or out.
Right.
Now, Miss Ruby, suppose you tell me about the white feather.
Ruby, Police Inspector Guilfoyle. Inspector, this is Ruby Brooks.
Well, Ruby Brooks. I must say you don't look a bit like your pictures on the billboards.
All right, wise guy. I don't have to stick around here and be insulted. I know my rights.
Insulted? My dear girl, what I meant was you're so much more attractive than those horrible posters they have up all over town, honestly.
Ah, stow it. Barker, what's a copper doing in here?
Just asking questions, Ruby. Routine stuff, you know. Be nice to him.
Sure, Ruby. That's not a bad idea.
What do you want?
Just checking up. We run a pretty respectable town here.
And we run a pretty respectable circus, mister.
I'm sure you do. Except every now and then, somebody winds up in a casket.
Meaning what?
Oh, nothing.
You're trying to make something out of Flyer Sampson's death?
Nothing more than it really is.
Well, he died by accident, see? And if you want some witnesses, brother, just advertise for any one of those 1,100 people who saw him die.
They tell me Flyer Sampson was a first-rate acrobat.
He's the best in the business. I mean, he was.
They also tell me he was trying out a new trick today.
Yeah, new on the public. He's been working on it for 2 years.
And I also understand today's the first time he's tried it without a net.
So what if it is?
Strange, isn't it, that a man should die trying his new stunt for the first time?
I don't see anything so strange about it.
No? You use a net for your trapeze act, don't you?
What's that got to do with it?
Well, I was just thinking. Flyer Sampson not using a net and perfecting a stunt nobody had ever done before was liable to put out your spotlight, huh?
Now, look here, wise guy. If you're insinuating...
Ruby. Now, take it easy, baby. Take it easy.
I wasn't insinuating anything, Ruby. I was merely telling you what I was thinking. Now, Barker.
Yeah?
What's your real name?
Jeff Kilby. People in the business call me Barker Kilby.
And the young lady?
She's my wife.
I see. I presume you performed as usual today, Mrs. Kilby?
Naturally. I have the high spot of the program.
I'm afraid I rather disagree with you. The high spot seems to have gone today to Flyer Sampson. Now, about the white feather. Well?
Barker, do we have to put up with this? After all, Flyer wasn't murdered.
Are you positive he wasn't murdered?
Of course I am. It was an accident. Ask anybody who saw it.
Then what's the white feather got to do with it?
Nothing. Nothing at all.
Suppose you let me decide.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Yes, you do, Ruby. Remember, the first thing you said when you come in here was you couldn't find the white feather in Flyer's dressing room.
I don't remember.
A very bad memory. And why, Ruby, if you're Barker's wife, did you knock before coming in here?
Oh, just a habit. We've only been married 2 days.
I understand, Mr. Kilby. You've been married 2 years. You see, before I investigate a case, I always do the preliminary work beforehand.
Well, we didn't announce our marriage until a couple of days ago.
I see. Now, about the feather.
There's no feather.
I rather think there is. Isn't there, Ruby?
You're blame right there is, wise guy. In your hat. And you're talking through that.
In other words, you won't talk, huh?
We've got nothing to say. Now or ever. Flyer Sampson died by accident. And if you happen to find out he was murdered, we didn't have anything to do with it.
That the way you feel too, Barker?
Sure he does.
Barker?
Yeah. Now, that's the way I feel about it.
Very well. I realize I can't force you to tell me about the feather yet. But I'll be around. Sure. I'll be around. Go on.
Barker.
Baby, you shouldn't have talked to him like that.
It's gone. The feather isn't in Flyer's dressing room any place.
Are you sure?
I searched the whole place. It isn't in there. And it wasn't on Flyer when it happened.
He couldn't have destroyed it.
Oh, we both begged him not to, but he might have.
Yeah.
He laughed at us when we told him what Harajala said. Told us we were a couple of superstitious fools.
Yeah, I remember.
Oh, but he finally promised to wear the feather just to please us. Well, he didn't.
And now that what Harajala predicted has happened.
Harajala's predictions always happen.
Harajala?
How did you get in here?
You've always taken me for a fraud. There's but one entrance to this room.
But you didn't come in that way.
No, I didn't, did I? How observing you are, Ruby.
What do you want?
Why, I just thought I should speak to you as a friendly gesture.
Speak to us about what?
About the white feather with the spots of blood.
Well?
It's a pity that Flyer Sampson ignored my warning.
The copper is right. Flyer was murdered.
To the contrary. You saw him misjudge his distance, rush the trapeze rope with his shoulder, and become twisted in its coils.
Because he wasn't wearing the feather.
Yes, exactly. Because he refused to take my warning. I told the three of you, wear the white feather of a baby swan, spotted with the blood of a dove, lest a horrible fate overtake you.
He did say that, Barker.
Flyer Sampson only laughed. Even when I gave him the feather for his own protection, he laughed.
But he took it.
Because I compelled him to.
But the feather isn't in his dressing room. Oh, where is it?
I have it.
You?
Yes. Here, you see.
Where did you get it?
Fly from Flyer Sampson, naturally.
He gave it back to you?
Oh, no. I gave the matter much thought. I disliked his laughing at me. I told him what I saw in his future. I told him that he, and you, Barker, and Ruby, all have the same fate. Death by hanging. And that fate can only be avoided by wearing a white feather of a baby swan, spotted with the blood of a dove.
How did you get the feather back?
I took it back.
Took it back?
Yes. Flyer Sampson was a fool. He wouldn't believe me. Called me a fraud. He said he wasn't superstitious.
You stole the feather from Flyer. You knew he'd die if he didn't wear that feather.
Certainly. I saw it in his future. Just as I've seen it in yours. And Ruby's.
You killed him.
He killed himself.
No, you did. You knew he'd die if you took the feather.
Parker. He laughed at me. I do not like being laughed at.
Why, you dirty rat.
Parker!
You killed him just as sure as if you strung him up yourself.
Parker, that knife! Don't come any closer with your knife, Barker.
No, Barker, no, no!
I always knew you were a rat.
Regretted it, you killed me.
I've never regretted killing a snake in my life.
Keep back.
Barker, no!
Yeah. So Flyer wasn't wearing his feather because he stole it from him. To revenge himself because Flyer wasn't superstitious.
Barker, he did.
Yeah, no loss.
Oh, why did you do it?
He had it coming. Flyer Sampson was the best man in the business.
But that cop, he's still hanging around someplace.
We gotta beat it.
Where to?
I don't know. Anywhere, but we gotta beat it.
I'll go with you.
Go pack your things.
No time for that, Barker. That cop may be back any minute now.
I guess I lost my head. Seen him standing there, holding Flyer's feather.
Oh, come on. Got any dough?
Yeah, a couple of hundred.
I've got 50. Thank heavens I've got it with me. Come on, we've got to get ahead of that cop. Oh, Barker, we shouldn't have taken this plane.
Yeah, it's the fastest way to cover a long distance.
I know, but so much money.
You want to get away, don't you?
Of course. What are we going to do when the cash runs out?
We'll get a job.
Walking tight wires and swinging from tent tops, I suppose.
Now we'll go to Europe.
Sure, on $300.
Stop worrying, will you? You give me the willies.
Oh, you just use your head.
I'll start that I told you so business, and so help me, I'll make you wish you'd kept your trap shut.
Oh, right. Well, what are your plans when we get to Frisco?
We'll hide out in a cheap room in the house. Keep indoors most of the time.
I'm going to enjoy this.
Well, you didn't have to come along.
Well, maybe I'd be better off if I hadn't.
Oh, now, baby, take it easy. I didn't mean it. I just never been on the lam before.
Well, I have, and I don't like it.
Yeah, there's the airport. Yeah, we're on the ground.
Better hop a cab as soon as we can.
Right. Here we are.
Barker.
What, baby?
Look out this window. Careful, he'll see you.
Who'll see me?
Look for yourself.
That cop, Guilfoyle.
How did he get here ahead of us?
Yeah. How?
He's watching for us to get off the plane. Oh, what are we going to do?
You'll never get me.
Barker, think of something.
Easy, baby. Pilot just stepped out of the cabin.
What are you going to do?
You just wait and see. All right, brother. This is a gun in your ribs. Now get back there at those controls and see how fast you can get this plane into the air again. Ruby, wake up.
Oh, Barker. You frightened me.
Quick, the fire escape.
What?
I saw him.
Who?
Guilfoyle, the cop.
He see you?
Yeah, I think so. Come on, leave everything. You got the dough?
What's left?
And come on, down the fire escape. Hurry now, out the window.
Barker, look down below.
Go up, Ruby. They haven't spotted us yet.
Half a dozen cops down there.
Yeah.
How did that smart cop get on our trail?
I don't know. 6 weeks on the run, and he's still right behind us. Come on, baby. There's the rooftop.
Barker.
Come on.
Barker, I forgot the feather.
Oh, come on. There's no time for that.
I've got to go back and get it.
No. I haven't got time. Besides, Harajal is dead. Nothing can happen to us now.
Oh, Barker.
Come on, baby. Hurry. Along these roofs until we can find a place to get out.
Barker, I'm frightened.
Now, take it easy. They won't get us.
Hunted like this. Always hiding.
Now, this way, Ruby. Over here.
I should have brought that feather. You know what Harajal said.
He's dead. The spell's broken.
It wasn't a spell. It was something he read in our futures. He said that because you and I and Flyer Sampson were born on the same day that...
Oh, I have to jump here. One building to the other. Just a couple of feet. Here. I'll go first. Yeah. Now, come on, Ruby. Just a couple of feet.
All right. But it's so dark.
Can you see me all right?
Yes. Oh, Barker, maybe there's still time to get the feathers.
Nuts. Just because Flyer Sampson got his neck caught in that trapeze is no sign we're going to end up the same way. Come on now.
All right.
Now, just give a good jump. Yeah, that's it. Ruby! Good Lord. Those wires. Around her neck. Ruby! What's this? Someone's been in my room. Someone searched it. That cop. Yeah, that filthy copper. He's tailing me. I gotta get out. Gotta get out of here. Hop a freight. Yeah, that's it. I gotta get out before it's too late. With me. Only one boxcar, an open door. I made it just in time. Better close the door. Yeah, it's safe now. No one followed me. I'm sure of that. Tired. Running from that copper. Better find a place I can lie down. Rest. Yeah, that's what I need. Yeah, lucky to find an open boxcar with no one in it.
But there is someone, Barker.
Who's that?
Don't you recognize my voice?
It's so dark in here.
You remember Barker?
Who are you? Who are you, I say? I've got a gun.
Then why don't you use it?
Yeah, I will.
You couldn't miss in this small place, could you, Barker?
Who are you? What kept me from hitting you?
Your knife was more effective, remember?
Arajala.
Do you have the white feather, Barker?
Arajala. No.
Give me the feather.
No, anything but that.
I gave it to you once. I want it back again.
No.
Then perhaps I can convince you.
No, keep away from me. Don't touch me.
You can't see me, can you, Barker?
No, keep away.
There. You feel me? Now, hand me the feather. Thank you, Barker. Now, I have all three of them.
Let go of me. I'm getting out of here.
Are you going to jump, Barker?
Keep away. Keep away from me.
We're picking up speed.
Keep away. Don't touch me again.
We'll soon be moving too fast for you to jump. You'd better do it now.
Yeah, I will.
You don't want to stay here with me, do you, Barker?
No. You got the others. You'll never get me.
You did jump. Poor Barker. And how pretty you look. Hanging back there on that mail hook.
You have heard Superstition Be Hanged, the 17th tale of dark fantasy by Scott Bishop, originating in the studios of WKY. Ben Morris was heard tonight as Barker, Ermay Ray played Ruby, Garland Moss was the fortune teller, and Muriel Schofield was Detective Kurt Guilfoyle. Next Friday at the same time, listen to Scott Bishop's 18th story in this dark fantasy series, Pennsylvania Turnpike, the weird and exciting tale of an aged hitchhiker who, strangely enough, refused to accept a ride in any car which did not have a person with red hair as an occupant. Tom Paxton speaking. Dark Fantasy comes to you from Oklahoma City. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Unsolved Mysteries. Out of deference to persons who may still be living, character names in some of these unsolved mysteries have been changed. In several of these unsolved mysteries, the police have been faced with the problem of a murderer who could gain access to a room locked and bolted on the inside, and then, his crime committed, leave that same room locked and bolted behind him. There was one man to whom these phenomena presented no problem. Harry Houdini, the master magician of all time. And tonight's unsolved mystery is his famous challenge to death. The scene is the outskirts of Liverpool, England. At the home of Mr. Henderson, a group of guests are assembled to meet Mr. Harry Houdini. And among the guests is a Scotland Yard detective inspector who has been working on England's latest unsolved crime. The guests have finished dinner. The men are in the smoking room enjoying cigars and coffee as their hostess, Mrs. Henderson, precedes the ladies into the smoking room.
I know you gentlemen haven't finished your coffee, but the rest of us are really awfully anxious to hear Mr. Houdini.
We're delighted, of course. Yes, my dear. But the inspector was in the middle of telling us about Scotland Yard's latest.
Oh, by all means, let's hear that, too.
Well, the thing is really baffling. Here we find a house, doors all bolted and locked, windows barred, and everything tight. The milk hasn't been picked up off the front porch for 3 days. That makes us investigate.
Yes?
We break open the door, find an elderly woman lying before the hearth, dead, murdered. Meal for 2 set on the table, and 8 witnesses who swear that no one entered or left that house with or without the old woman.
But are your witnesses reliable? How can you be certain that no one entered?
You don't know the old lady's neighbors. They see everything. I suppose, though, that you, Mr. Houdini, don't see anything difficult about the locked and bolted doors, since you're in the habit of getting out of our police handcuffs and our jail cells.
I am not quite as bad as you make me out to be. After all, I make no secret of the fact that I get out of handcuffs and cells and locked safes and all the rest of it by trickery and sleight of hand.
But couldn't a murderer who murdered the old woman have done the same thing? I mean, use the same sort of trickery to get out of the room and house?
But what Mr. Houdini means is that the equipment he uses is all specially prepared.
But I saw Mr. Houdini myself, locked in a steel vault on the stage. And it wasn't a faked vault because the manufacturers were there and testified that it was a genuine safe. And yet you got out of that, Mr. Houdini.
But it was trickery just the same. You see, the safe had to be brought onto the stage before the performance started.
Yes, of course.
What about it? Before the curtain went up, I had removed the strong steel springs and substituted weak soft springs in their place. And so, opening the safe was simple. I replaced the original steel springs, of course, before the safe was returned to the manufacturers.
Simple as that, eh?
Oh, yes, Inspector. That trick is simplicity itself.
And yet there are people who insist that you must be a spiritualist, capable of, shall we say, disembodying yourself?
These people who make these claims are fake spiritualists. They're just furious at me because I exposed their trickery. But,
Yes, Mr. Houdini. But what?
I have determined to do a trick. One in which I shall not use a trick box or a trick rope, and I shall do it underwater.
I don't understand.
Listen. I shall be placed in an ordinary packing case. It may be examined by experts while it is being manufactured so that there can be no trickery.
Go on.
Then, when I am placed inside, the lid, consisting of 3 pieces, will be nailed in place.
Yes, we follow.
Then the box or the case will be roped, lifted on a tackle to the deck of a tugboat, moved out to the middle of the harbor, and lowered into the water.
But, Mr. Houdini...
Wait. Oh, I can see every move. In 2 minutes and 8 seconds, the box will be raised to the surface.
And the world will have lost the greatest magician of the age. You, Mr. Houdini, will be drowned.
No, sir. I shall be seated on the lid of the steel nailed and rope box.
But you'll be drowned.
You'll be drowned.
I shall not be drowned. And if I am, it will prove...
Prove what?
Never mind that at present. Tomorrow? Yes, tomorrow forenoon.
What do you mean, tomorrow forenoon?
I shall do this new trick tomorrow forenoon at the docks, in the mouth of the Mersey River. I shall call it... Let me see. I have it. Harry Houdini in the challenge to death.
Not only was Harry Houdini the master of magicians, but also he was a master showman. The morning's papers carried the story of his challenge to death. The police tried to interfere on the grounds that he was endangering his life, but arrangements went ahead, and at 5 minutes to 12 on the crowded and noisy waterfront, the tugboat Elsie whistled that she was ready for her part of the experiment.
The tug's all ready, Mr. Houdini.
And everything is ready here?
Yes, sir, we're all ready.
Then I suppose I'd better get inside of the box.
Oh, I wish you wouldn't, Mr. Houdini. I'm afraid.
Oh, but no. Do not be afraid.
Well, I'm just as afraid, Mr. Houdini.
Now. I am depending on you to see that everything is done properly.
Harry Houdini steps into the wooden packing case. 2 burly carpenters step forward, place the 3-plank lid in place, and nail the lid down. With every blow of the hammer, those of the waiting crowd feel their hearts beat faster. The rope, a stout 1-inch rope, is tied about the packing case. The hook of the hoisting line is slipped about the rope, and at a signal, the derrick hoists the packing case and its human cargo over the edge of the dock.
Hoist away there! Lower away!
I'm cold with fear.
So am I couldn't sleep all night.
30 seconds. Time seems to be standing still.
He must have been down long enough to get out.
He hasn't had time to do anything yet. 1 minute. I think we've got to hoist the packing case.
Yes, we should never have let him do this.
Yeah, you can't do that. I have my orders, Mr. Houdini. Yes, but you can't let him drown. After all, the experiment... Are they going to hoist him up now? No, not yet. 1 minute and 30 seconds.
Oh, this is awful. It's quite like attending an execution.
Yes, only worse.
What if the packing case should slip off the hook and go to the bottom? Yes. Oh, I hadn't thought of that. And if it's already done that and landed upside down...
2 minutes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
Hoist away!
The dripping case is hoisted out of the water, and there, seated on the lid, holding to the rope, is Harry Houdini. The tugboat moves to the wharf. The packing case is examined and found nailed in place. Once again, Harry Houdini has been successful. In just a moment, you will hear the solution to the mystery of Harry Houdini's trick, the challenge to death. Ladies and gentlemen, inasmuch as any solution must of necessity be supposition, liberties of time, place, and character have been taken in the solution for which you have been waiting. The scene is once again Mr. Henderson's home in Liverpool, England. Mr. Harry Houdini is explaining his most famous and spectacular trick, the challenge to death.
Well, of course, Mr. Houdini, we all saw the trick performed, but even now it still seems impossible.
As the inspector said yesterday, once a thing is explained, it is simplicity itself. You see, I know much from study that the audience reaction is of two widely different qualities.
How is that, Mr. Houdini?
To begin with, when the trick, any trick is commenced, the attention is all directed toward the article employed. The box is examined to see that it is genuine, the rope to see that it is strong, and the nails to see that they are real. But, and here is the great point. When the trick has succeeded, the audience has eyes only for the performer of the trick.
But even then, I still don't see...
I am explaining to you now the process of thought that precedes the working out of the details. Knowing that the audience will watch me once the trick is over. I, in turn, know that if I remove myself from the vicinity of the packing case while it is being brought ashore, no one will pay the slightest attention to it. They are all too busy seeing that I, personally, am not up to any more tricks. They ignore my assistants, who are guarding the packing case.
But that doesn't explain how you got out.
Getting out of the case? That was easy. It was getting the lid back ready for inspection. That was the chief worry. You see, when I stepped into the packing case, I carried with me a very small but very powerful pair of nail cutters, thin enough to slip between the lid and the case. And as soon as the nails were driven home by the carpenters, I cut them between the lid and the box. As soon as the packing case was submerged, I slipped the 3 boards of the lid to one side and clambered out. Then I replaced the 3 boards and sat on them to hold them securely in place. When the box was hoisted to the deck of the tugboat, I left my assistants to remove the cut nails and replace them with the same type of nail. All this they did hidden behind the canvas covering on the ship's rail while the crowd was watching me at the stern of the boat.
Then if you got out as easily and as quickly as that, why did you keep us in suspense?
My friend, for that very reason, to keep you in suspense. Else, there would be no reason for my calling the trick the challenge to death.
Mr. Houdini, you said something yesterday, that if you were drowned, it would prove something.
I did. It would have proved for all time that I was not a spiritualist using my astral body to perform disappearance tricks.
Autolite and its 96,000 dealers present Suspense. Tonight, Autolite brings you a transcribed tale of violence and tenderness. A story we call The Gift of Jumbo Brannigan, starring Mr. William Bendick. And now, with the gift of Jumbo Brannigan and the performance of Mr. William Bendix, Autolite hopes once again to keep you in suspense.
Come on, Jumbo. Come on. Hurry up, shadow. You act like an amateur. Talking. Oh, that lousy, no-good bit. I knew I should have picked it myself instead of letting that stupid kid do it.
You pushed it too hard, that's why it broke.
I never pushed a drill too hard in my life. Come on, the other bit. Come on, Froggy, we ain't got all night.
Here, Jumbo, don't get nervous.
You're the ones having cat fits.
It's the last bit we got.
I'll handle it like a baby.
We're almost through anyhow.
A couple of minutes, we're going to be three of the richest men in town.
Froggy, watch how you juggle that soup.
Don't worry. If I drop it, you won't see that thing.
Maybe I ought to hit the watchman again. He might come around.
Ain't you never been on a job before?
Yeah, plenty.
Well, you don't sound like it. Now we're starting to come through.
I'll pour some more water in. Can't break now.
Don't worry.
Come on. Hold it a minute.
What's the matter now?
I think I heard something. Listen.
I don't hear nothing.
Well, come on. Let's finish up.
Well, you wasted 10 seconds talking. Come on, baby, get through it. Get through.
The alarm. Jumbo, you set the alarm off. We'll never get out of here now. We're fried.
I dropped the pill and listened. The alarm was sounding in my head like cannon fire. And I knew the next thing we'd hear would be size 12 brogans pounding up the stairs with cops feeding them. You'd think that with 25 years at the business behind me, I'd know better than to trip an alarm, wouldn't you? 3 weeks of freedom was all I've been able to snatch. It didn't feel like 3 weeks, but more like 3 minutes ago, somebody called my name out.
Francis Augustus Brannigan.
All right. Knock off, you guys. Knock off! Benzie, you've been a trustee a long time. So maybe you'd trust me to rearrange your face. The name's Jumbo Brannigan.
Don't get sore, Jumbo. Only use your whole name for a joke. This is quite an occasion.
Oh, okay, Benzie. I guess this is the one day I should let you have your fun.
Warden's simply to get you. He's waiting.
You hear that, you failures? The warden's waiting for me. So long, guys. Take care of yourself. So long, Tiger. So long, Peanut. So long. Greatest bunch of no-good bums in the world.
Yeah.
Oh, how I've been waiting for this. Are all my papers right and everything?
You're as clean as a snowflake, Jumbo. Your release is signed, train tickets on the warden's desk. All you gotta do is tell him goodbye.
Goodbye, Warden. Goodbye, Warden. You know, I might even say something nice to the creep.
It's something for me, will you? I'm in no position to do it myself. All right, inside. Just a second.
Oh.
Yes, what is it? Brannigan's ready to leave, sir.
Well, Brannigan.
Oh, hello, Warden. Nice day, huh?
Beautiful. That'll be all, Vinci.
Bye, Jumbo. I'll keep it cammed in the window for you.
Yeah, don't bother. Great guy.
How old are you, Brannigan?
51, I think, Warden.
How many years have you spent in prison?
Well, counting reform school and everything, 25 years.
Half your life. Don't you think you've been a failure long enough?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, Warden, you're right. Those long nights back in there really pounded a lesson into this thick skull. From now on, I'm going to be known as Honest Jumbo Brannigan.
Well, you'll have a chance to prove that. I wonder if you can.
What do you mean by that, Crack?
Have you forgotten about your boy?
Oh, yeah, the kid. Well, I haven't heard much from him, and I don't even know what he looks like.
How he looks isn't important. It's how he feels. Put yourself in his place. He's only 14 years old. He spent 10 of those 14 years as a ward of the state. Never had a family or a chance.
Oh, poor kid. Too bad his mother didn't live. I wish there was something I could do for him, but I guess there ain't.
Well, now, here's where we start putting some lives back together, Jumbo. There is something you can do for that kid. I'm going to tell you just what it is. When you get outside, you're going to take that kid, and the two of you are going to live as father and son.
But, Warden...
We've already got an apartment for you. The rent's paid for 6 months. We've gotten you an honest job.
Doing what?
Working in a department store. And Mr. Bishop, who does rehabilitation work, has agreed to take you on.
Oh, that's swell.
The parole office, the Child Welfare Bureau, and the police department are going to keep tabs on you both until you straighten out your life. And Brannigan, you step out of line once, and you'll wish you'd never been born.
Oh, Warden, I told you. I'm going out of here, and I'm going to go straight. I'm planning to make a decent home for myself, and I'll be glad to make a home for that kid. He won't have to worry, and you won't have to worry. Nobody will. Because Jumbo Brannigan's going to live an honest life from here on out. Is that clear?
That's clear, Brannigan. You have my best wishes.
We walked to the gate, arm in arm, and I could see that he really fell for that big speech of mine. I should have been a politician. I almost fell for it myself. It was so good. I wasn't going to go to work in any department store, at least any longer than I had to. I was heading right back where I belonged, over to the south side of town, and I was going to go into business for myself. Jumbo Brannigan for hire. Nights. Then all of a sudden I was outside, free. I spit on the sidewalk, stretched my arms out wide, and took a good deep breath of that sucker's air.
Jumbo. It's me, the kid.
What? The kid? Mine?
Sure. Didn't they tell you I was going to be waiting for you out here?
Well, no, I guess they forgot.
Well, you think I'd let you down? My old man, Jumbo Brannigan?
Oh, you're kind of skinny.
Oh, I've been a little off my feed. You know, the excitement of you getting out.
Well, nothing to get excited about. I've been out before.
We're going to live together, huh? Have our own place, huh?
You're all right, kid, so we're going to live together. But get this straight. I'm making the rules. You keep out of trouble. You get in by 10 o'clock at night. If you call me Daddy once, I'll loosen a few of those baby teeth.
Okay, Jumbo. We'll do anything you say. Anything you say. You don't know how good it is to see you. My old man.
We took the train into town. I never seen a kid so excited, or anybody so taken with me. He looked at me like I was an all-American fullback who just scored the winning touchdown for Podunk. The next morning, I reported for work at Peterson's department store, a big, lush joint. I met the manager, Mr. Bishop, the jerk the warden had told me about.
Well, Brannigan, it's nice to have you join our little family.
Oh, thank you, sir. It was nice of you to do something for me.
I'm not doing much for you, Brannigan, but you're doing something for me. You're filling a necessary job in my department store.
I don't know much, but I'll do my best.
I'm sure you will. I believe in the basic honesty of the human being. And so far, in this little rehabilitation venture, I haven't been disappointed. The parole board felt that if you had some definite responsibility, you and your boy would make out all right.
I'll do my best, sir.
You don't have to call me sir. Just call me Bishop, as everyone else does. I'm going to put you down in the shipping room to start. Suit you?
Oh, fine, sir.
Then you can move up into any job you want. Who knows, someday you might have my job, manager.
Oh, just any job would make me happy, sir. Bishop, as long as it's honest.
That's the kind of talk I like to hear. I'm pinning my faith on you, Brannigan. Anytime you have a problem or get the urge to, come to me directly. And remember, we work on the honor system.
Honor system. That suited me just fine. Inside of an hour, I cased the layout and found the main safe. It was on the second floor, and it was so beat up I could have opened it left-handed with a sectional jimmy. Oh, what a setup. It was the first time I'd ever been paid to case a joint by the very people I was going to knock off. Well, 3 weeks went by while I tossed crates and boxes around in the shipping room, playing the innocent-eyed ex-con. What I was really doing was mapping the place, right down to the tacks and the ropes. And then I decided it was time to operate. The kid, I didn't even think about him. I broke my parole by going down to the Roundhouse, a bar I used to hang out in.
Jumbo!
I wanted to hear you all the way down to the parole office, knothead.
Oh, yeah. I got excited seeing you, Jumbo.
Oh, well, don't lose your head.
Oh, the usual, Jumbo?
Yeah. What happened to Stinger McClure?
The Stinger?
Yeah.
He was picking somebody's pocket on the subway and the door closed on his arm. The way that undertaker fixed him up, you wouldn't think he had a scratch on him. It's good to see you back, Jumbo.
Julius, I've been kind of out of touch with things. Maybe you can help me.
Try.
I need a couple of guys, Julius. A good electrician who knows the wires, a lookout, and a small guy who can squeeze in through a ventilator.
Let me see. Anybody special in mind?
I was thinking of Ralph Petrucci and Froggy Quinn.
Those guys are around. They haven't been down here. Not in a dog's age.
Any chance of getting a line on them?
Yeah, I got some ears I can mutter into. Might be kind of hard, but I'll try.
Okay, Julius, I'll take care of you. How about another splash in the glass?
Coming up. Also on the house.
Jumbo, I've been looking all over for
Kid,
you.
what do you think you're doing here?
What's important?
Look, it's after 10 o'clock and you're supposed to be in bed. That's what's important.
Yeah, so are you, too. You're on parole. But I'm going right home, Jumbo, honest. I just want you to come with me. I got a surprise for you.
What surprise?
Well, I can't tell you here, but it's really big.
All right, kid, let's get it over with. He led me out of the bar and up the street like he just discovered oil in our kitchen. I couldn't figure out what the surprise could be. And when we got to the apartment and opened the door, you could have knocked me over with a baby's rattle. The two guys I asked Julius, the bartender, to scout for me were sitting on the sofa, big as the ears on a bull. Ralph Petrucci and Froggy Quinn.
Oh, here he is, fellas.
How are you, Jumbo? Welcome home.
Oh, hello, Ralph. But give me a mic, Jumbo. Froggy Quinn, I can't believe it. How did you guys get here? How did you know?
I got him, Jumbo. I knew you was looking for him.
You knew I was looking for them?
Sure, for the job.
What a kid, huh? What job, kid? Come on, tell me, what job?
The one we're gonna pull.
Now, wait a minute. Let me get this straight. We're not pulling any job.
Sure we are, Jumbo.
Let me tell him, Ralph. Who do you think got you the parole? Who do you think got you that job in the department store? This apartment.
Who?
Me, that's who. I went up to that creep, Mr. Bishop, and cried my eyes out like a little baby, telling him how much I needed my old man, and wouldn't he help me?
Kid, you don't know what you're talking about.
And furthermore, we're not going to knock off the department store the way you've been thinking.
Who says we're not?
I do. We're clipping the loan company next door. That's where they keep their money nice, and that's where the real pile is. Now, here's the plan.
Now, hold on a minute, kid. You going crazy or something?
He knows what he's doing.
Well, there's not going to be any job like this. And there's not going to be any kid like that in on it.
Yes, there is, Jumbo, with or without you. I've been planning this job 3 years, and I'm going to go on it. Are you?
I stood there looking down at that 90-pound skinny little kid, my own flesh and blood, planning a job like a hard guy who'd been in the rackets all his life. I felt like batting him right down through the floor. But everybody stood there staring at me, waiting for my answer. And all of a sudden, I knew what it was going to be, because I didn't like the looks of this job.
What was that, Jumbo?
You heard me, Froggy. Count me out. I don't want any part of it.
Jumbo, you're nervous. You just got out. Now, we'll all pretend we didn't hear what you said. A chance to say something else.
Jumbo, I thought you'd be proud. I planned it.
I said I want no part of it. Now, don't waste time beating your gun.
What's the matter, Jumbo? Don't you trust your own kids?
Save that plug guy for some stupid cop and you're standing in a lineup. Jumbo Brannigan don't trust nobody.
Jumbo, you're forgetting the kid here's got a real head on him. He even sprung you.
I've already thanked him. So long.
Wait a minute.
Oh, it's going to be that way, huh, Ralph?
Yeah, Jumbo, it's that way. Now, while you're watching the gun, let me explain something to you. Before the kid could get in front of that parole board, he had to hire a longmouth, and that longmouth charged $5,000. Me and Froggy got it up. And that means we sort of got an interest in you.
Is that right, kid?
Sure it is. We got you out to pull this job tonight.
And it's gonna be pulled tonight. We can't get nobody else to stand in for you. I mean it, Jumbo. $5,000 don't grow on trees, so just try to walk out of here. I'll kill you. Right in front of your own kid.
Autolite is bringing you Mr. William Bendix with Tommy Bernard in The Gift of Jumbo Brannigan. Tonight's production in radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense.
I was hooked. Oh, I wasn't worried about the heater Petrucci was dangling around on his finger, or the way Froggy was sliding around in back of me holding a shiv with a trick blade. I could have given both of them plenty of trouble. But I began to look at it another way.
Hi, Jumbo, what do you say?
Well, you can put the Betsy away. I'm in.
What did I tell you guys? He's the best girl in the business, my old man.
You have a chance to prove it. Jumbo, There's 75 grand stashed in that loan company safe. Just waiting for you to blow it out.
And that's what we have to do tonight, Jumbo. They got all the receipts in for the tax people.
Yeah, come on. Let's get down to business, Here. Here's the layout.
Now, let me look at it. How do we get in? Who's going to do the skylight part?
That's where the kid fits in, only we don't need a skylight.
I just get under the Adams Street entrance, see? And I stand there and bawl my eyes out. The watchman will see me through the glass. There's only one on duty at 11:30.
What are you giving me?
Jumbo, I've been selling papers on that corner for 3 months. It's a cinch, like I said. The watchman will come out and wonder what's the matter with me. And you guys will go in.
That's that, Brannigan, Jumbo.
Well, I got to get some tools.
Don't worry, Jumbo. I already got them. Look.
Soup, drills, fuses, torch, everything.
Well, all right, you guys case on out of here.
What?
I said breeze. I want to talk to my kid.
Okay. Don't make the mistake of changing your mind.
Ralph, you can push me only so far, and I'll beat it.
Jumbo, I think the luckiest thing that ever happened in my life was being your son.
You think so?
Well, I'm bound to be a big-timer like you before I'm 17. Think of all the things I'm going to learn from you. Will you show me how to do a jam blast tonight?
Yeah, sure. Sure, kid, anything.
Something on your mind?
Huh? Oh, no. No, I was just thinking over this job. You always got to think 'em out good.
I'm learning already. Maybe I'll grow up to be just like you, huh?
Would you like that?
Would I? Why, you got everything. Think of all the big dough you handled in your time. And look at the friends you got.
Yeah.
If Ralph and Froggy says there's no one can touch you in your line.
They're right, no one.
Tell me about the Seamen's National, will you?
The Seamen's National. You heard about that?
Sure, I heard about it. And I heard about the Daily Smith thing in Denver. And the neat switch you pulled up in Montreal.
Oh, sounds like a history book on me.
Wait till you see this. Scrapbook, Jumbo. I got all your clippings. From the first time they nailed you on the St. Louis thing.
St. Louis. I was 15.
Yeah. And right down to the Akron, Ohio caper. Boy, was that something.
Yeah. Kid.
What?
You believe me when I tell you something?
I know what kind of guy you are. You wouldn't kid me. Sure, I believe you.
Well, then pay attention tonight on the job. Do like I say?
Sure, Jumbo. You're the boss. Anything you want.
This is your first time. No mistakes.
No mistakes. Wait till you see me in action. You'll be proud of me, like I'm proud of you. Just watch.
Yeah, kid. I'll be watching.
I'm glad you aren't sore about me lining up this thing. Getting hold of Froggy and Ralph and all.
No hard feelings, kid. I'm not sore one bit. We all started out at 11:15. Ralph and Froggy were nervous. The kid acted like an old trooper on opening night. We stood in a doorway while he went into his act. The watchman opened the door.
Oh, what's the matter, Sonny? What are you crying for?
I got no place to go.
No place to go? Well, but you're only a kid. Where's your mother and father?
I don't have any, mister. I'm all alone. I'm afraid.
Well, I shouldn't do this, but...
Shut up. Back inside.
What?
Make one sound and I'll blast your head off. Froggy?
Yeah.
His gun. Got it. Now inside.
The street's all clear, Jumbo.
You sure?
Like a dance hall Sunday morning. Let me take care of this guy.
I'll do it.
Now, look here.
You hit him kind of hard, Jumbo.
What's the matter? No guts? Froggy, tie him up.
Okay, Jumbo.
And gag him. Ralph, the shades. Where's the alarm?
I told you, you don't have to worry a thing about that, Jumbo.
You let me do the thinking.
It's by the office door. I wonder if he's dead.
Well, the guard just made his call in. We got 15 minutes to crack it.
Do you think we can do it, Jumbo? You think we can?
All right, Yellow Belly, this is where you get off.
Get off?
Yeah, outside. Go on, get out of here.
But, Jumbo, what's the matter? What did I do?
You dumb little bonehead. Anybody could have set this crackerbox up. Now get out of here.
I waited a long time for this. I won't go. I thought we were pals. And you hit me.
You're kind of hot on the kid, ain't you?
Keep your mouth shut or you'll get the same thing. We can't have him hanging around.
I won't go. You can kill me first.
Oh, no.
You won't. You won't throw me out. I want to be in on the job. I want to be in.
Now get away from here, or you'll blow up the whole thing with your ball and...
Jumbo!
Now let's get to the men's work. The tin can was an antique, but it was tough. I worked as fast as I dared. Ralph and Froggy helped me, but the drills kept breaking off. Ralph was nervous and Froggy was juggling the nitroglycerin in a way that set us all on edge. I was using my last drill bit when the job came to a sudden end.
The alarm! The alarm! Jumbo, you set the alarm off. We'll never get out of here now.
Froggy, put that nitro down.
Okay, I'm blowing.
All right, everybody, put up your hands. Stay where you are.
Nobody's going to take
Froggy, put that gun down.
You won't find me that easy. Ralph! Get out of my way, Jumbo. Get back. Ralph, you really loused us up.
Is that all, Brannigan?
That's all, Father.
There you go, te absolvo. Nomine patri.
Let me through. Let me through. That's my old man there. Jumbo.
What's the matter, kid? Ain't you ever seen a guy lie in a gutter and die? I thought you'd been around. It happens lots of times to guys like me. You can do it yourself someday. Just keep on the way you're going.
Jumbo, I was going to learn things from you.
You can still learn things. After I'm gone, study that scrapbook. Look at the pictures in it of me in and out of jail. Pictures like the ones they're taking of me right now. They ought to be swell for you. Go on, get away from me. Get away from me. Don't forget the way you saw me dying, will you? Don't forget. Because if you're as dumb as I've been, you're going to end up the same way. Kid, take a good look at me.
Was that the best way?
It was the only way. Maybe he understands now. Hiya, Captain Cross. Thanks for answering my phone call.
You wouldn't have been hit, Jumbo, if Petrucci hadn't tried to run.
No, it's all right. Just saved everybody a lot of trouble.
Jumbo, why did you tip me off in advance that you were going to pull a job?
The Padre here can tell you, Captain. It was a little gift I arranged for my kid.
Amen. Suspense, presented by Autolite. Tonight's star, Mr. William Bendick.
Autolite and its 96,000 dealers present Suspense. Tonight, Autolite brings you a story of a mind reader who discovers his nightclub act is not a fake. A story we call A Vision of Death, starring Mr. Ronald Coleman. Before our play begins, here is a word about Autolite from a good friend of ours.
Greetings, Sahib Wilcox.
Why, it's that amazing, magnificent mystic and great glass globe gazer, Sabu the Swami. What's on my mind?
You think of your best friend.
Everybody's best friend. The Autolite Stay Full, the battery that needs water only 3 times a year in normal car use.
Now the glass shows a glass even more powerful than mine.
Well, that's the fiberglass retaining mat protecting every positive plate in the Autolite Stay Full battery. They prevent shedding and flaking and give the Stay Full longer life, as proved by tests conducted according to accepted life cycle standards.
Now I see many smiling faces.
On the thousands of drivers who visit their masterful, merry, and marvelous neighborhood Autolite battery dealers for an Autolite Stay Full, the battery that needs water only 3 times a year in normal car use.
Now the crystal ball shows words of wisdom.
I know. You're always right with Autolite.
And now, with A Vision of Death and the performance of Mr. Ronald Coleman, Autolite hopes once again to keep you in suspense.
if I speak too rapidly for your stenographer, you'll tell me, won't you, Lieutenant? No offense, but he impresses me as someone who has to sit on the floor to put his shoes on. And don't hesitate to stop me if I seem to wander away from the point. I mean to say this is my first, and I hope final, appearance in a police precinct, and I should hate to give a sloppy performance. We were always known, Aurora and I, for the smoothness and gem-like precision of our act. And as for this murder rap, I suppose it's called, is concerned, an acquaintance with our act is the essential rabbit. Awfully good act. Smart, informal, occasionally humorous, and always mystifying. Well, the act always began with music, never with the cliché fanfare of trumpets or roll of drums. I would saunter out to the center of the floor and say something like, "Good evening. You are about to witness an exhibition of mental telepathy. Ladies and gentlemen, may I introduce Aurora, my wife." They never failed to give her a hand. What would they applaud? Why, the vision she presented as she came toward me. There's never been anyone as lovely as Aurora, the most beautiful flash in the profession. Aurora, would you care to tell the audience, or shall I?
You tell them, Judge, while I tie the blindfold across my eyes.
Ladies and gentlemen, all mind readers employ a gimmick. A gimmick is a trick, a device. For example, when the mind reader, threading his way through the audience, says to the mind reader, sitting blindfolded on the stage, "A lady has given me a small object which I now hold in my hand. What is it?" And the mind reader, sitting blindfolded, replies, "A silver coin." The answer has not come through mind reading. No, it has come through the gimmick, a cue or signal communicated through the very question itself.
But we don't do that.
We do not. You will notice, ladies and gentlemen, that I never speak to Aurora at all. Are you ready, Rory?
Ready, Judge?
Here we go, then. You, sir. You have something? Go, concentrate upon it, like a good chap.
The gentleman holds a
And you,
coin
madam?
in his hand. It is a Mexican peso bearing the date 1892.
Oh, that's very clever of you, madam. I'll be surprised if she gets this one.
The lady holds in
how
her
about
hand
you, young man?
her other hand.
A sucker once born remains a sucker till death. The audience never realized, never in all the years we worked, that although I was not speaking to Aurora directly, my chatter nevertheless was loaded with signals and cues for her guidance. By revealing the gimmick, we concealed the gimmick, and that, Lieutenant, is the ne plus ultra of gimmicks. Yes, it was as crude as that, but it enabled us to work 50 weeks a year, here and abroad, at an average of over 1,000 a week. Of course, I always gave some credit for our success to our agent, Harry Arnold, although Rory was inclined to give him no credit at all.
Good news, Judd. I've managed to book the act into the College Inn in Chicago with a 4-week guarantee. Not bad, huh?
Get him. He managed to book the act.
Yeah.
I suppose they never heard of us in Chicago? I suppose we weren't held over there 6 weeks when we played the Sans Souci in 1948?
You think it's easy to get a 4-week guarantee these days? Money is short. Money is tight.
I've never yet heard you say money is long, money is loose. You have to sweat for your 10%, don't you? Yes, you do. In a pig's ear, you do. Agents. They're all like...
Oh, there's gratitude for you. There's the milk of human memory. What were you when I first saw you? Nothing. Not this much. Playing 10 a day under canvas in Menasha, Wisconsin, and paid off in bottle tops. I worked. I schemed. I sweated.
Listen to him. You'd think he had to get out there on the floor every night. You'd think he was the one spent 11 months, 12 hours a day memorizing the code. You'd think it was his name in lights. Agents. All they know is how to live off a dead whale. Scum of the earth.
Look, I'm not going to take that from you. You hear me?
You'll take it, baby, along with the 10%. You'll take it and you'll chew it and you'll swallow it and you'll keep it down, too. How do you like that?
I'm warning you, kid. Don't push me too far.
Now,
Don't push
children, on your way, Harry, and don't let it get you down. I think the 4-week guarantee is pretty good.
Oh, thanks, Judd. If it wasn't for you, Judd, I'd... Oh, why go into it? I'm going for a walk.
But aside from these altercations between Rory and Harry, it was smooth sailing. We wore the best, ate the best, drank the best, stayed at the finest hotels. And every Saturday night after the performance, Harry would bring us our salary. He'd bring it in cash. 1,000, 1,250, 1,500. I have the old performer's distrust of checks. Been given too many with a high latex content. Anyway, life couldn't have been more placid. And then one evening, about 5 weeks ago, soon after we opened at the Grove here in town, a frightening thing occurred. We'd just begun the act, and I was out in the audience. You will notice, ladies and gentlemen, that I never speak to Aurora at all. Are you ready, Rory?
Ready, Judge.
There we go, then. Now, you, madam.
The lady holds in her hand a compass. It is platinum and bears her initials R.C.
You, sir. You, sir.
The gentleman is holding an engagement ring. In it are 3 small diamonds.
Miss.
The young lady is holding... It's a small cameo brooch and...
Rory! Quick, Maurice, music! I picked Rory up from the floor and hurried with her to our dressing room, almost beside myself with anxiety. I placed her on the couch, dampened a towel, and put it on her forehead and began to chafe her wrists. Rory, honey, Rory.
Judd, what happened? I was in the bar. Do you want me to get a doctor?
No, I don't know. Get out. Leave us alone. Get out, Harry, get out.
Judd?
I'm here, Rory. Are you all right?
Well, I guess so. I don't know what happened.
Oh, you fainted away. Try to remember what happened.
Oh, I felt funny. I don't remember.
No, try, Rory. Try to remember. It's important.
I can't. Why is it important?
Oh, you don't know? Rory, you don't know? You were calling out the answers before I even had a chance to give you the cue. Do you believe in telepathy, Lieutenant? I don't mean the sort of thing Rory and I usually did. I mean real telepathy. I never did either until that night. I don't mind telling you I was badly shaken. I mean, after all, I knew we'd been using a gimmick, and suddenly it began to happen without the gimmick. It scared us to death. We didn't know what we were getting into. But we went on with the act, and in my mind, I began to search about for the answer. I found it, of course. You'll find a gimmick in almost everything if you look hard enough. I've got it, Rory. We've worked together so long that you know what I'm going to say before I say it. From my inflection, my pauses, even my movements. You see?
Judd, that has to be it.
Oh, this is marvelous. When Harry gets back, I'll tell him about it.
And if I last until tomorrow, he can ask the management for more dough.
Yeah, as soon as he gets back. Next Thursday.
Tonight. How much more should we ask for?
Well, Tonight? What made you say tonight?
I don't know, Judd.
Well, you were there when he told me he'd be in Palm Springs till Thursday. What made you say tonight?
I don't know. What difference does it make? Stop picking on me. So I made a mistake. So what?
Well, I don't see how you could make such a mistake, that's all.
Judd, leave me alone. I've been worried half crazy about really being able to read your mind. I've been under a strain. So Harry's coming back Thursday and not tonight. All right. You satisfied? He'll be here Thursday and not tonight.
You Judson Stone, mister? This dressing room, eh?
What is it?
A telegram. Sign here?
Oh, sign for it, will you, Rory?
There you are, kid. I'm sorry I blew up in your face, Judd. Judd, what's the matter?
It's from Harry. He's coming in tonight. And he did, too, Lieutenant. Rory was so upset by it, she couldn't go on at all that evening. She had no explanation for how she knew, none whatsoever.
I don't know, Judd. I just don't know. My mind seems to go blank, and I seem to hear a voice whisper in my ear, Harry Arnold will be with you tonight. That's all.
When we got to our suite at the hotel, Harry was there waiting for us.
What happened? What happened? You both look like ghosts.
Oh, Harry, I'll tell you some other time. Leave us alone, will you?
All right, I'm going. Just came back to wish you a happy birthday and to give you this.
Birthday? Oh, yeah. Thanks. Thanks, Harry. Thanks. What is it?
Well, open it, why don't you?
It's a bathrobe. A red silk bathrobe with your initials.
That's right. It's a... How does she know? How do you know?
Get out of here. Get out of here! John, make him get out of
Look,
here!
I won't be talked to like that. I don't care who she is. I won't be talked to
Harry,
like
shut
that.
up! For heaven's sake, shut up and go away.
What?
Leave us alone.
What?
Go, get out, get out.
You too, Judd? She's got you talking against me, too, huh? All right, I'm going. I'm going. But from here on in, it's strictly business between us. I wash my hands.
He kept his word, Lieutenant. From that time on, he kept himself to himself. And I was prepared to let it go at that, much as I liked Harry, until the night I was awakened by Rory, moaning in her sleep.
No. No, please. No,
Rory,
no.
Rory, wake up. You're having a bad dream. Rory.
No. What? Judd?
It's all right. I'm here. I'm here.
Oh, Judd.
What, Rory?
The voice.
Whispering again?
Yes. Oh, Judd.
What?
He's going to kill me. Harry Arnold is going to kill me.
And that, Lieutenant, was the beginning of the end of that.
Autolite is bringing you Mr. Ronald Coleman with Kathy Lewis in A Vision of Death. Tonight's production in radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense.
Rory, get a grip on yourself.
He's going to kill me. Harry is going to kill me.
Don't be ridiculous. Stop it now. It was just a bad dream.
Harry is going to kill me.
Will you stop that? Will you stop saying
Don't
that?
hold me. I'm frightened. Harry is going to kill me.
Now, you've had a bad dream, I tell you.
He hates me. He hates me, John. John, Harry is going to kill me.
I'm a rational man, Lieutenant. I've always felt, for example, that when Hamlet says there are stranger things in heaven and earth than are dreamt of in your philosophy, Horatio ought to reply, tell that to Sweeney. I knew there was no such thing as mental telepathy. I knew it as well as I know I'm sitting here talking to you. Up here in my head, I knew it. And yet, the next afternoon, I found myself entering a gun shop and purchasing a revolver and a box of bullets, determined that before Harry Arnold could so much as injure one hair of Rory's head, I would kill him. I should have gone directly to the police first. You're using hindsight, Lieutenant. I had all that out with Rory.
Please, Judd, please. Go to the police and tell them about this. Let them handle it.
Well, tell them what? That by reading his mind, we've learned Harry intends to murder you?
They'll believe us. They've got to believe it.
Oh, now, you're reasoning like a child. They'll decide that it's either a publicity stunt or else that we're both lunatics.
If I tell them about the telegram and the birthday present...
Rory, we have no proof.
But we have to do something.
What? Tell me what? You know he intends to kill you. I know he intends to kill you, but what can we do? I can't simply put a bullet in his heart next time I see him. How could I explain it? My wife had a premonition that he was going to murder her. Huh? Do you know when he's going to do it? Or how he's going to do it?
No. He hasn't decided yet. Isn't there anything we can do?
Nothing. Except wait. I reacted to the waiting as you might expect, Lieutenant. Sleeplessness, loss of appetite, growing irritability. I flared up at everyone. Waiters, chambermaids, elevator boys, the manager of the club. The manager of the club, yes. He finally said to me...
Stone, what the devil's gotten into you? I'd really like to know.
None of your business.
Well, I'm only trying to be nice.
Oh, shut up and let me alone.
Yeah, sure, I'll let you alone. I'd let you alone right now if your contract didn't have another week to run.
But after that, I'll let you strictly alone. You'll never work this club again. Maniac.
I began to drink quite heavily, quite noticeably. I was going crazy just from the waiting. And then the waiting came to an end. It was around 3 a.m. I was sitting up in bed, in the dark, smoking, when Rory opened her eyes and said,
Judd?
Yes?
The voice.
Yes?
He's going to kill me. Here. Right here, in this room.
Rory.
Saturday. This Saturday at midnight. Judd.
Rory, sweetheart.
He's going to shoot me. He has a gun. And he's going to shoot me. He's going to get you downstairs in the manager's office at the club. And while you're there, he's going to come up here.
Rory, listen to me. I want you to listen to me. You're mistaken, do you understand? You've been having another bad dream, and that's all there is to it.
No, Judd, I swear it. He just thought of it. Just this minute. He's standing at a bar. Standing there all by himself. Drinking. And he just this minute decided.
You're making it up.
Judd, no. It's the bar over at the Tuscany Hotel. I see it so clear.
You're wrong. I'll prove you're wrong.
Yes.
Give me the bar of the Tuscany, will you? Over on Sunset.
One moment, please.
You'll see, Rory, he's not there at all. You'll see, it's just a dream. Just a bad dream.
Tuscany Cocktail Lounge.
Hello. Is Harry Arnold there at the bar?
Harry Arnold? No, I'm sorry, he's not.
He's not, huh? You sure of that?
Well, sure I'm sure. He was here all evening. Left about a minute ago. I said goodnight to him myself. You want me to call?
It wasn't a dream.
Judd.
No, Rory. Don't worry. Trust me. When Harry comes tomorrow night, you won't be here at all. But I will. Look, Lieutenant, my hands, see? Just the memory of how I felt at that moment, and my hands begin to tremble again. Amazing, isn't it? Well, that was last Thursday night, or rather Friday morning, and towards daybreak, Rory sobbed herself to sleep. But I was restless. I got dressed and went downstairs and got into my car. A long drive has always relaxed me, but when I got behind the wheel, I don't know what it was, possibly the fresh air, but all at once I felt as though I couldn't keep my eyes open for another moment. I simply had to have sleep. So I crawled into the back seat, curled myself up in one corner, pulled the rug over me, and went out like a light.
Hello, Satin Skin.
Hello, Harry.
I was awakened around noon by the sound of voices.
Macy's. Look businesslike.
Where is he?
I don't know. Since he hasn't got the car, he must be out walking. Don't you have some papers or something I could be examining just to make it look good in
A
case?
pocket full here.
All right.
Did he fall for it last night?
Just like he fell for all the rest of it. Red bathrobe, the plants in the audience. He even phoned the bar just after you left. Timed it beautifully.
Oh, Satin Skin. I can hardly keep away from you.
After tomorrow night, we'll have all the time in the world for each other, Harry.
You bought the whole story, huh? Midnight tomorrow, your place?
Every word of it. Just do what you have to do. Remember to come to the dressing room before the 8 o'clock show and tell him you've set up a meeting with Stamper, the manager, in his office at 12.
I want them to shake hands and be friends again, I'll tell
And
them.
don't forget, when you come to the door at midnight, keep talking to the elevator boy. Don't let him go, whatever you do. You'll want him to testify it was self-defense.
Don't worry, I won't forget a thing. You'll handle all the rest of it?
Yeah, just leave it to me.
No, I mean about his gun. That's pretty important, you know.
Don't worry. It will misfire.
It'd be difficult for me to tell you what I felt as they walked away, Lieutenant. One part of me felt the way a man ought to feel, I suppose, when he learns that the woman he loves is not only unfaithful, but plotting his death as well. But another part of me felt only relief. Relief at learning there was a gimmick in this, too. Yeah, they'd been fairly clever for amateurs. Harry had a good excuse for carrying a gun to protect the cash he brought me each Saturday. My own behavior in recent weeks would lend weight to what he would probably offer in his defense, that I must have been crazy. But for no reason at all, I pointed a revolver at him and threatened his life, that he had to shoot in self-defense. In the presence of the elevator boy, that could mean only that Harry would shoot just as soon as I opened the door. I'd be found dead with a revolver in my hand and a heartbroken agent at my side. Tableau. Then I found myself hoping, as I never hoped before, that they'd come to their senses before Saturday, that they'd realize what a vicious, inhuman thing it was they were planning. But just before the 8 o'clock show that night, there was a knock at the door of our dressing room. Come in.
Judd, I've been talking to Stamper, the manager. He's sorry there's bad blood between you, wants to square it. I told him you'd be in his office at 12 to talk things over. All right with you?
Yeah.
We don't want it so we never work here again, do we? I mean, there's no reason we should.
No reason at all.
Button my dress, Judd.
See you later, Judd.
Yeah, later. We did the show and then went up to our suite. I helped Rory pack a small overnight bag. I loaded the revolver, and then there was nothing to do but wait. The minutes passed. 9 o'clock, 10, 10:30, and I waited.
Judd.
Yes?
I don't want you to go.
It's best that you do.
Doesn't seem right to leave you here alone.
Things might not go as I planned. I might not be able to stop him. And if I fail to stop him... No, it's best that you go. Just wait at the motel until you hear from me. What time is it?
Almost 11. 2 minutes of 11.
I'm out of cigarettes.
Desk?
This is Mr. Stone in 1101. Please send up a carton of Players, will you?
Right away, Mr. Stone.
I want you to go now, Rory.
Judd, let me call the police, please.
It will be useless. We've gone into it, and it'll be useless.
Then come with me. He won't find anybody here.
Well, then he'd choose another place, another time. Here's your valise.
You have your gun?
In my pocket.
You won't take any chances. I don't know what I'd do if you were hurt or anything.
I won't take any chances. Let me help you on with your coat.
Oh, Judd, I love you so.
Yes, I know. And I love you, Rory. I really do, you know. Ready?
Yes. 11 o'clock. He'll be here in an hour.
Go now, Rory. Kiss me goodbye.
Judd.
The cigarettes. Get them, will you, darling, while I find change?
Harry.
Rory. Rory. Rory!
I shall always remember the look on Harry's face, Lieutenant, as she sank to the floor. They'd concocted a bad dream between them, and it had come true. I'll bet he still doesn't know how it happened, and if you pass his cell, Lieutenant, you might tell him. Whisper the word gimmick into his ear. That's what I said, gimmick. I gimmicked the clock while Rory was dressing. Set it back a full hour. It was 11 to her, but 12 to him. I adore gimmicks. Don't you?
Suspense. Presented by Autolite. Tonight's star, Mr. Ronald Coleman.
My occult powers do reveal that every driver's automobile has a life both long and bright when it has parts by Autolite.
Well, that's fortune-telling there's no doubt about, Swami. You know, Autolite makes over 400 fine products for cars, trucks, planes, and boats in 28 plants from coast to coast. These include complete ignition systems used as original factory equipment on many leading makes of our finest cars. Generators, coils, distributors, electric windshield wipers, voltage regulators, wire and cables, starting motors, and many more. They're all engineered to fit together perfectly, work together perfectly, because they're all part of the Autolite team. So, friends, don't accept electrical parts supposed to be as good. Ask for and insist on Autolite original factory parts at your neighborhood service station, car dealer, garage, or repair shop. Remember, you're always right with Autolite.
Next week on Suspense, our star will be Mr. Van Johnson in Strange for a Killer. And in weeks to come, you will hear such famous stars as Miss Joan Crawford, Mr. Jack Carson, and Mr. Jack Benny, all on Suspense.
Suspense is produced and directed by Elliot Lewis, with music composed by Lucien Morawek and conducted by Lud Gluskin. In tonight's play, Kathy Lewis was heard as Aurora and Larry Dobkin as Harry. Others in the cast were Florida Edwards, Joseph Kearns, and Charles Calvert. A Vision of Death was written by Jerry Hausner and adapted for Suspense by Walter Newman. Ronald Coleman may be heard each week on his own radio program, The Halls of Ivy.
And remember, next week on Suspense, Mr. Van Johnson, as a man who suspects a murderer is holding as hostages his wife and child. A story we call Strange for a Killer.
You can buy world-famous Autolite stateful batteries, Autolite resistor-type spark plugs, or standard-type spark plugs, Autolite electrical parts at your neighborhood Autolite dealers. Switch to Autolite. Good night.
This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.